I can't see.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
All right, good morning, everyone. It is now 9:36, and I am going to call us to order. My name is Arlisha Wilson. I'll be the chair of today's meeting. We'll get started with the reading of the preamble. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Liz Kukla. I'm the Secretary of the Board of Zoning Appeals, and I'm going to read the preamble for you this morning, this Monday, March 2nd, 2026. In compliance with notification requirements of the city's open meeting law and section 101.021 of the codified ordinances of Cleveland, Ohio, 1976, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. Abstentions from any vote due to a conflict of interest should be stated for the record prior to the taking of any vote. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting have the opportunity to be heard, we ask that you use the raise hand feature before asking a question or making a comment. The raise hand feature can be found in the participants panel on the desktop and mobile version and activated by clicking the hand icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finished speaking, please lower your hand by clicking on the raise hand icon again and mute your microphone. We will also be utilizing the chat feature to communicate with participants. The chat feature can be activated by clicking the chat button located on the bottom of the WebEx screen. Please note that call-in users can unmute by using *6. All meeting activity is being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube for public view. We have provided a link to the meeting for those who wish to speak on a particular case via our website and email. All requests to speak on a particular matter have been considered. We've also received emails from those who have provided a written comment on a particular matter. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you for that. Can we call the roll, please?
Sure. Ms. Roca?
Present.
Ms. Holzer?
Present.
Ms. Faith?
Present.
Mr. Medicine?
Present.
Yes. And Ms. Wilson?
Present.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum. Madam Chair, one thing I should do before we start, sometimes we will read the rules of the hearing, if you'd like me to go ahead and do that.
Okay, that's fine.
This morning, we have many people in the room today, so we would like to remind folks, if this has been your first time, we would like to remind you that the order is that do not speak unless recognized by the chair. Please speak clearly for the court reporter. Our court reporter can only hear one person at a time. All conversations must go through the chairperson. Hold your comments until the speaker is done. And at the request of the chair, comments may be limited to 2 minutes.
All right, thank you for that, Madam Secretary. You want to call the roll?
And
Oh, we already called the roll.
We have
Are
no
there any postponements or withdrawals?
no postponements or withdrawals this morning.
All right, well, let's get into it. We'll call the first case, calendar number 26-005. Do we have someone present from ATIR Catering? All right, please come forward, and while you do that, we'll have Ms. Holzer read in the case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first case is calendar number 26-005. This is at 4533 Warner Road. ATIR Catering and Event Planning LLC owner proposes to establish use as an event center in a local retail business zoning district. The owner appeals for relief from the strict application of the Cleveland codified ordinances as stated in the agenda and the public record, of which there are 2. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Roca for the oath.
Thank you, Ms. Holzer. I'm swearing in all who are present for this case. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your hand, state your name, spell your name, and give your address. Go ahead.
Rita Davison, RITADAVIDSON, address 4533 Warner Road, Cleveland, Ohio 44105.
And do you swear?
I do.
Great, thanks.
Jesse Davison, JESSE DAVIDSON, 4533 Warner Road, Cleveland, Ohio.
Do you swear?
I swear.
Can you speak up? The court reporter needs to hear your voice.
Yes, I swear.
Okay, and do your name for her again.
Jesse Davison, JESSE DAVIDSON.
Did you get that? And anyone on the call? I see someone's hand is raised. Go ahead, Miss.
Hi, this is Crystal Sierra from Slavic Village Development. Do you want me to swear in now or?
Yes, please.
Crystal Sierra, KRYSTAL SIERRA. Address is 5620 Broadway, Cleveland, 44127. And I swear.
Thank you. Anyone else on the call? Anyone in the room? I am not seeing anyone else. Madam Chair, back to you.
All right, thank you for that. Can we have history of the property, please?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. This property was originally zoned general retail in 1929, and then it was changed to local retail in 2013. In our Records Administration Office, we found that in 1952, a permit was issued to erect a sign and a the service station was erected in 1965. There are 3 variances on file for this address. In calendar 80-33, this board refused a request to change use to auto repair and sales of auto parts. In calendar 15-99, this board refused a variance to erect a chain link fence 6 feet tall in the front yard. And in the calendar 16-117, there was an appeal made to change the use to a car lot, but that was withdrawn. That was in 2016. So then in our more recent history in our Acela system, we see that in 2015, there was a violation issued for unauthorized use as illegal auto sales. And I believe that's all that's relevant. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and just to clarify, you stated there was a variance denied for a chain link fence. When was that?
That was in 2015 and calendar 15-99.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, can we have legal, please?
Madam Chair, members of the board, appellant is requesting a use variance and an area variance from the parking requirements of the zoning code. To obtain the use variance, appellant must prove that denying the request will result in an unnecessary hardship particular to the property such that there will be no economically feasible use of the property without the variance, will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights, and that granting the variance will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code. To obtain the area variance, appellant must prove that denying the request will create a practical difficulty not generally shared by other land or buildings in the same district, will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights, and that granting the variance will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code.
All right, thank you for that. I will now turn to both of you. Who would like to speak first?
I will.
All right, state your name and give your comments and just make sure that you speak loud enough so that the court reporter can hear you.
Okay, Rita Davidson.
Okay, go right ahead.
We're coming down here, like they said, because of the parking, but the overall denial is going based off of the totality of the location, and the actual seating area is actually really small. It's very compact and intimate. And if we're doing the math correctly, we do have enough parking spaces for the number of people that can actually fit in the space.
Why don't you give us a big picture idea of what you're doing with your project?
Yes. So the property was originally purchased for me being a caterer, because I am a mobile caterer and I go from location to create people visions and prepare their meals on site. So a lot of times that leads to me having to subcontract out of others' kitchen, and the location actually had a full-on kitchen hood system and everything that brought us to the property. So it would allow me to alleviate a bill that I pay all the time to make sure that I am able to prepare for my clients, and I can have my own brick and mortar. That'll only open up my clientele to a quality client, what I do look forward to having and that I do have, but it shows that I have a brick and mortar where I can have them to come do their tastings, do small dinner parties, what we allow. We also do a lot of outreach with our church as far as like food giveaways. We pour into the youth, and we use other locations, and this location can be that a physical location where people could come and get their food, get tastings, do things with the community for the youth, things of that sort. So that's the vision for the location, on top of various other things that will go on there as far as women gatherings, men gatherings to uplift, because again, we are very active also in our church. And I have another building in the actual community, so I'm not new to the community. I'm actually a very viable source in the community to create different revenues for the youth to come in and make money while they're, after school to help with their, for instance, the single mom that struggles, or even the parents that don't have the extra for their children. They help me a lot, and I paid them good money to come and help the business. So it will open a lot of opportunity.
All right, thank you for that. I'll give you the floor, state your name and give your comment.
Jesse Davidson. So when you're looking at the location, it's actually a little over 1,200 square feet, but that's the total square footage of the whole building. And the actual area where people will be able to hold small events and everything is only under 500 square feet. So if you look at, we only have 500 square feet for really sitting, that should be enough for the parking spaces that we have. So if you see where those two tables are on the board, that'll be just a small area for the sitting, because we do have actually two bathrooms, kind of like a powder room, and then a kitchen. So the 1,200 square feet is all of those different sections included, but where we're going to have people, if they do book our location for a small gathering, it would be less than 500 square feet, even enough to have tables and a dance floor. So it's really going to be more catered towards business gatherings, more kind of, if we can get open, doing NAA throughout the week, and Bible study, things like that. But the biggest purpose of this is really, like my wife said, the kitchen. Being able to have a place where we don't have to keep renting different locations for her to do her cooking and everything. And the C-Meal and stuff like that is really just a bonus.
Okay, can someone speak to the parking plan?
Like I said, by being only 500 square feet, so that's the usable square footage that we can actually have patrons come and sit. With the amount of parking that we do have, that should be sufficient enough, because I'm thinking that the way they came up with this was the whole square footage of the building, but people can't occupy the kitchen. They can't occupy the little areas right there that's like a powder room and stuff like that. So if you look at the 500, less than 500 square feet where people can actually come, and I want to say 16 parking spaces we have, that should be sufficient.
Okay, we'll turn to board members for any questions.
Madam Chair, I do have documents that were submitted this weekend. We weren't able to put them into the PowerPoint because the deadline was missed. If the chairwoman would like to receive them now.
I would. Thank you. All right, any other questions from the board?
Yes, Madam Chair, if the appellant could speak to your hours of operation, how many staff members you would have on site at any given time?
Yeah. So the hours of operation I don't want it to be open no longer than 11 p.m. I look forward to this being more so for, like we said, like business gathering, small dinner parties, day parties. 11 is really pushing it. When it comes to the staff, it depends on the actual event. So it could be a crowd just for me, where I can handle a crowd. I can handle a crowd of 25 myself. It don't even hold that many people. So, but when it comes to me doing my off-site catering, where I can get anywhere from 25 to 300 people, then I'm able to bring in staff of up to like 4 people, including myself.
So in terms of days of the week, so are you planning on being open just as needed? Is it Monday through Friday, Monday through Sunday?
So I don't want to make it a restaurant where we be open all day during the week, because again, I run other businesses, so it's going to be as needed.
So that's what days of the week as needed?
I would say Monday through Sunday. If an event is hit or miss in catering, so you're not always going to have an event every day of the week. So it just depends
And
on the volume.
and a lot of the events is mainly kind of like weekends.
Mm-hmm.
But like we said, if we're able to open up, we do want to contribute to the community because
Yes.
we are active in our church. I'm a minister, and we do want to do maybe Bible study on maybe a Tuesday, and also offer NA and AA meetings at our location to kind of throughout the week help with things that's needed within our community.
So what would you like your hours to be? So
I would say 8 a.m. to 11 p.m.
8 days a week.
If needed.
If needed, as needed.
And then have you had any conversations with your neighbors? Have there,
Yes.
go ahead.
Yes, we actually walked the community. And again, this property isn't a new property. This is actually over time that we've had this property. We've had this property for 7 years, to be honest. So this has been a journey to get here. So we are very acquainted and affiliated with the community. And we did get out and get as many signatures as we could. And we also communicated with the businesses that's also in the community. So yeah.
And we also let
That note, hold on one second.
Oh,
To
sorry.
that note, I am looking at documents that have been submitted by the appellants. And there are 2 sign-up sheets with approximately 29 signatures.
Mhm.
Do these signatures reflect support for your program?
yes. And that's
Yeah.
actually on the street of Rosewood and a couple of the businesses that's on Warner. And we did attend the councilman meeting with Councilman Bishop and let them know, and I believe Councilman Bishop may have submitted a letter of backing us on. No.
And again, this isn't a new project. Oh, sorry.
Do we have that letter, Madam Secretary?
I do not see a letter in here.
Okay. We don't have that letter, but go right ahead, Rita. You were going to say something.
Again, this isn't a new project. Kevin Bishop has been on board for years. Again, this is just timing. We're just able to get to this point where we're able to come before you all and present a case because we're here now.
Okay, and if your variance is denied, can you describe if you would face any unnecessary hardship?
We can't do anything with the location without the variance. It'll just be a building just sitting. And we pretty much invested our time in trying to bring it up to a standard where it's not an eyesore in the community, and we're trying to bring something to the community. So if we can't open up, then we're just kind of stagnated.
All right, any other questions from the board?
Madam Chair, quick question. I lost my audio for a minute there. So I may have missed this. Do we have a site plan with the parking mapped out?
We turned in our drawings for the.
I think we're trying to put it up on the screen. Do you have any other questions, Ms. Faith?
No, that was it.
That's it? Okay. I think we'll get that on the screen shortly. Any other questions from the board? All right, Ms. Crystal Sierra, I will give you the floor.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Crystal Sear, and I'm the Planning Director for Slavic Village Development. I'm here today to express support for this project and to share that SVD has met with the property owner to discuss their property and the business needs. We're excited about this project, its potential to activate the corridor in a positive way, and we enthusiastically support the variance. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I'll now turn to city planning. Do we have anyone from city planning, or Mr. Bay, do you want to give comment?
Good morning. We do have Kim Scott, the neighborhood planner, is online. And I will also mention their site plan does show that there's about 10 spaces provided.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Ms. Scott, do you want to give comments?
Sure. Good morning. We are
City Planning is supportive of this project. I think that the words that have been spoken by the Slavic Village representative are reflective of, just bringing more energy and activity to this corridor. So City Planning supports the variance in this case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Scott. Ms. Faith, I'll come back to you. I know you had questions about the parking and the site plan. It's my understanding that there have been 10 spaces proposed for parking. Does that raise any additional questions for you, Ms. Faith?
No, I'm good. The only thing I would suggest is that they install tire bumpers so there's no risk of anyone ramming into the building.
Okay, this is noted. If there are no other questions from the board, do you have other questions? Go right ahead.
I think I heard the appellant say they had 16 spaces, but the city is saying 10 are mapped out. Is that?
I thought it was
could just
more than
describe that.
10.
It's more
I
than
thought
10.
it was more than 10.
I
I didn't see it.
but I don't have my drawing in front of me, but
When you go around, it's
when you
more
go
than
around
10.
it, we have
Don't
a
talk, one
handicap
person.
space, we have 4 in the front, and then going around the side, we have spaces also. I believe if it's not 16, it's at least 14, between 14 and if I'm not mistaken.
So we just need to make sure the board understands, because you are asking for a variance for 4 additional parking spaces. So if, this is maybe a question for the city. If they have 16
Or 14.
or 14 spaces, do they still need 4 parking spaces? Xavier?
Oh, no. So basically, I'll pull up the notice of nonconformance that was written. So the use proposed requires 1 space for each seats, or the total parking area equal to 3 times the gross floor area, whichever is greater. And so with the proposal, as they mentioned, they have 14 spaces that should meet the requirements.
So we do not need the second variance.
Correct.
That's all I have, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Roca. Anything from any other board members?
Yes, Madam Chair, through you, and I could have missed it. I did hear the question on unnecessary hardship, but did we ask about the practical difficulty?
We did not. It seems like we may not need that if variance number 2 is no longer needed. So we're just looking at the use variance to have them use the space as an event center.
Yep. You're correct. So I have no other questions.
Okay, all right. If there are no other questions, I'll entertain a motion, please.
Madam Chair, one other question came to mind.
Mhm.
And I may have missed this when I was without audio, but is there any intent that they're going to be serving alcohol?
No.
No. Okay, great. We're good then.
All right, we'll entertain a motion, please.
Madam Chair, given the testimony we've heard today on calendar number 26-005, with the removal of the parking variance needed, since they're satisfying that requirement, I move approval.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Faith. We have a motion. Is there a second?
Board Member Madison, second.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. Can we call the vote?
Ms. Roca,
Yes.
Ms. Holzer,
Yes.
Mr. Madison,
Yes.
Ms. Faith,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
Calendar number 26-005 is granted. It'll be ratified next Monday. We will send you a letter, but you can contact us next Wednesday for further instruction.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for coming down. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
All right, we're next going to call calendar number 26-006. Is there anyone present from Golden Development LLC? Do we have an appellate present from Golden Development LLC? Not hearing anything. Going once, going twice. All right, we're going to put this case to the back of the agenda. We will recall that at a later time. We will have our team try to get in touch with the appellant. I will move to the next case, which is calendar number 26-007. Do we have Gavin Farrell present? All right, perfect. While you come forward, we will go ahead and read in your case. Ms. Holzer?
Our next case is calendar number 26-007. This is at 1538 East 32nd Street. Gavin Farrell, owner, proposes to erect a two-story single-family residence with attached garage in a B1 two-family residential district. The owner appeals for relief from the strict application of the Cleveland Codified Ordinances, as stated in the agenda and the public record, of which there are 6. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Roca for the oath.
Thank you, Ms. Holzer. I'm swearing in all who are present for this case. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give today is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your hand, state your name, spell your name, and give your address.
Yeah, Gavin Farrell, GAVINFARRELL at 5114 Herman Avenue. And yeah, I do.
Thank you.
What was the name of the street?
Herman.
Herman. Okay, thank you.
And is there anyone else in the room for this case? Is there anyone on the call for this case? I'm not seeing anyone. Madam Chair, back to you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Roca. Can we have history of the property, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been no change in the zoning since 1929. In our Records Administration Office, we found that in 1906, a permit was issued to erect a dwelling. 1967, a permit was issued 1971, a permit was issued to maintain 2 dwelling units on the site. 1975, a permit was issued to erect a chain link fence. There is 1 variance on file in calendar 68-424. This board granted a variance to approve the two-family use at the site, contrary to the parking requirements.
What year was that?
And that was in 1968. And then we did see that in the more recent history, there was a violation notice issued to the property condemning the property in 1996. And that's all that I have. Thank you.
All right, can we have legal, please? Did we lose Mary? Mary, are you there?
Yes, sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Madam Chair, members of the board, appellant is requesting area variances from the minimum distance and application requirements of the zoning code. To obtain the area variance, appellant must prove that denying the request will create a practical difficulty not generally shared by other land or buildings in the same district, will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights, and that granting the variance will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code.
All right, thank you for that. I will now turn to you. You want to tell us about your project?
Yeah, sure. This is a land bank project that's been in the work for, I think, close to 2 years now. Just trying to build a house actually for my own living and use on the site. And I like the neighborhood. I like the area. It's close to my work. And so just to put in a new home, I think the site plan here makes pretty good sense and is a reasonable design. The initial land bank application required a site plan, which initially I had the garage front loaded to the street. So there was a comment around from city planning, which made me put the garage loaded to the rear alley. Maintaining a 20-foot setback to the rear alley would just kind of eat up any possible yard and make it kind of a driveway. So that's the reason for the current site plan configuration. Should we just go over the 1 through 6 list then?
Mhm.
So item number 1 is the rear yard, which I would like a variance on that in order to, otherwise the site plan really doesn't work. Item number 2, the fence. You can see the intent is, it might not be easy to see, but the intent is to have a 6-foot wood privacy fence on the alley side. And then the side fences are just almost like a garden critter fence more than a wood privacy fence.
And just so I'm clear, the East 32nd Place is what you mean by the alley side, is that right?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay,
the
perfect.
top of the page there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just while you're on the fence, is the fence, is it open and opaque, the side, for the side
Yes,
of the house?
open.
Okay.
The side front fence is open, yes.
And is it also 6 feet tall?
Yes.
Okay.
And then, number 3, parking spaces behind the setback line. I think this is I'm showing at the front there, kind of accessory or temporary parking spaces. I'm not necessarily married to that. That's a convenience. If denied, that's a nice to have, but if denied, that would just be lawn. It would be nice for, visiting family, friends, guests to have front parking rather than having to go use the alley. But like I say, that's not mandatory necessarily. And then the air conditioning units, that's a easy fix. Right now I'm showing it in the kind of the upper right corner, but it can easily be moved so it's not infringement. And number 6, city planning design review is required. I'm a little confused. I did submit to city planning as part of the land bank, so it has been seen by them, but I guess if necessary, obviously I will submit again to them for review for any finalized site plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that sounds good. Thank you for that. Any questions from the board? And you stated it will be used as a single family home, correct? And not 2-family? Okay. All right. Any comments from city planning?
Good morning, Kim Scott, City Planning. Hi, Gavin. I have met with Mr. Farrell for probably the duration of his process of developing this project. The thing that he did change was the access of the parking to the rear from the alleyway. I am concerned with this configuration of the parking in the front of the building. I mean, I know he made the comment that it's going to, the parking in the rear would take up some of the green space. However, but if you remove the parking from the front, then you would have green space. For a 2-family home and the character of this neighborhood and the street, the parcels are somewhat shallow and the street is very tight. So I don't think that it's appropriate for there to have the parking at the front. I'd be concerned with the precedent that is setting for the neighborhood in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Scott. Any questions from the board?
Madam Chair, I also have some concerns about the parking in the front. If you were to maintain that parking, how would you prevent any possible incidents with pedestrians that would be walking on the street?
I mean, what do you mean by that? Actually striking them with a vehicle when moving in and out of the?
Yeah, so the concern with having parking in the front is that someone's on the sidewalk walking, there's visibility issues if a car's pulling out and pulling in. I guess, is there street parking on the street on?
Yeah, there is. Mhm.
Okay, so help us understand why your guests, is it not available? What's the reasoning behind the parking in the front?
Well, it's easier for somebody to find a house off the main street than off the alley. But like I said, it's a nice to have. I don't want it to be it's easy to make it go away if it's a sticking point. So.
So if we were to remove your request for variance on number, what is it?
4, I think.
4, would you be open to that?
Well, I guess it's 3 and 4 are both related to that.
Well, actually, you would be removing it because you would have to, it's your request, so.
Sure. I mean, is it possible for a conditional approval removing 3 and 4 or?
Yes, you can withdraw your request
Yeah.
for the variance at number 3 and 4 if that's your desire.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like you would want to withdraw the variance request for number 3 and 4, and you would submit an updated site plan that would reflect that parking pad had been removed in the front. Any other questions from the board as it relates to variance numbers 1, 2, and 3? Ms. Scott, do you take any issue with the placement of the air conditioning as described?
Well, the site is very constrained, so I would say no.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions from the board?
Madam Chair, just our standard question for the appellant. If your other variances are not granted today, if you could describe for the board the practical difficulties that you would face with this project.
Yeah, I'd have to significantly redesign the project and possibly reconsider doing it at all. So
All right. If there are no other questions, I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, given the fact that we are removing items 3 and 4, which is the front parking, which seems prudent given the distance from the public sidewalk, I move approval of calendar number 26-007.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Faith. I would just add a friendly amendment that we condition that motion on an updated site plan that would reflect removal of the parking pad in the front of the yard. So we have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Board Member Roca, I second.
All right, thank you, Ms. Roca. Can we call the vote?
Mr. Madison,
Yes.
Ms. Holzer,
Yes.
Ms. Roca,
Yes.
Ms. Faith,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
Calendar number 26 dash, sorry, I'm on the wrong one. 26-007 is granted conditionally. We will hold ratification until we receive that updated site plan. Once we receive the updated site plan, we will ratify it that following Monday.
very good.
All
Thank you.
right, you're quite welcome. Good luck with your project. All right, so let's see.
Of the appellant for the previous case that was called.
Okay, Golden Development LLC.
7120 Dennison, yes.
Perfect. Do we have someone from Golden Development? Oh, please come forward. And while you do that, we'll have Ms. Holzer read in the case.
All right. Just waiting for the slides to catch up. Okay. Our next case is calendar number 26-006. This is at 7120 Dennison Avenue. Golden Development LLC owner proposes to include a smoke shop in an existing retail store in a local retail zoning district. The owner appeals for relief from the strict application of the Cleveland Codified Ordinances as stated in the agenda and the public record, of which there are 3. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Roca for the oath.
Thank you,
Okay.
Ms. Holzer.
Before we do that, I know that we usually have someone from the law department present.
Standing right outside the door.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we have them in the room, as I know they typically are present.
I just saw him standing outside the door.
Is he still out there? Hey, Brittany, can you see if Chief Roberts is still in the hallway?
I just gave him a phone.
Oh, you did? Perfect. He's not. Okay.
You want me to go forward?
Yeah, you can
Swearing
swear him
in?
in.
Okay.
Mhm, mhm.
I'm swearing in all who are present for this case. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your hand, state I do, state your name, spell your name, and give your address.
Steve Ajaltuni.
I'm sorry, Steve.
Speak a little louder for us.
Steve Ajaltuni.
Okay.
AJAL T as in Tom.
Come on. AJALT.
T as in Tom. OU. N as in Nancy. I.
Okay. Go ahead with your address.
7120 Dennison Avenue.
And
Cleveland.
Cleveland. Okay.
Uh,
And do you swear?
I swear.
Great. And is there anyone else in the room who wishes to speak in this case? Is there anyone on the call who wishes to speak in the 7120 Dennison Avenue case? Not seeing anyone, but I think we're still waiting on the city's legal counsel. So I'll turn it over to you, Madam Chair, until we
Have him present. He should be here momentarily, I assume. I suppose we could go to history of the property while we
Like the
wait.
history, yes. Property was originally zoned general industry in 1929. In 1938, it was changed to semi-industry. We didn't find very many records on this property in our records administration office. We found that only in 1977, a permit was issued to erect a single-face sign. There are no variances on file. And then in the more recent history, we see beginning in 1990, there were electrical permits pulled, HVAC in 96 and 95. There was a certificate of occupancy issued in 2019 stating that the authorized use of the property is as a retail store. And then there was a violation notice issued to the property in May of last year regarding unauthorized use as smoke shop.
All right, thank you for that. Can we have legal, please?
Madam Chair, members of the board, appellant is requesting area variances from the minimum distance and application requirements of the zoning code. To obtain the area variances, appellant must prove that denying the request will create a practical difficulty not generally shared by other land or buildings in the same district, will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights, and that granting the variances will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code.
All right, thank you for that. We will allow you to enter an appearance on the record. If you want to grab that mic, yep, and then you can slide that one over to you.
My name is David Roberts. I'm a Chief Assistant Director of Law for Code Enforcement, here to advocate for the city against the variance.
All right, thank you for that. So we've had history, we've had legal. We'll start with you. Why don't you tell us about your variance request?
Asking to get my occupancy permit since we've been operating there for almost 8 years, since 2018. And we had a tobacco license when we first opened. The new licenses were not available for smoke shops. And when these was present, I was out of town. I wasn't able to apply for it.
I think she's having a hard time hearing you. So if you could speak loudly so that your voice carries over to her.
So I'm looking to get my occupancy
louder.
permit. I'm sorry?
A little bit louder.
Yeah, we need to get a occupancy permit in this location. We've been operating there since 2018. We have not had any problems or any. I had my tobacco license in a smoke shop, but the smoke shop licenses were not available then when we opened. And I missed the due date on applying when these were available. So I'm not sure if there's any questions.
Okay, that concludes your comments.
Yes.
All right, Chief Roberts, we'll turn to you.
Can you tell me your name?
Steve Ajoltuni.
Nice to meet you.
Me too.
So to get a variance, you show that there's a practical difficulty for your parcel. What's the practical difficulty for your parcel such that you need to use it as a smoke shop?
Practical difficulty?
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know what that means.
Okay. Is there anything unusual about this parcel such that you need to use it for a smoke shop versus some other use?
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any questions from the board? Any comments from city planning?
Good morning, Madam Chair. We do have Brittany Pabon, the neighborhood planner here, but I also provided a few maps that I can explain in brief detail and then hand it off.
Yes, please.
The first map here is kind of busy, but the star in the center of the screen represents the property in question, and the green bubbles you see on the screen represent the existing smoke shops that already have certificates of occupancy. All the other like red outlines you see are the ends of 2-mile buffers from several other smoke shop locations. And so the purpose of this map is just to show you that this individual property is within 2 miles of several other existing smoke shop locations. And this next map gives you a closer view of the property in question. And this one, the purple buffers indicate the 500-foot buffer from daycares, schools, places of worship, or rec centers. This one primarily, you see on the screen a lot of daycare centers nearby. There's one just next door, and there's one across the street in the Dave's parking lot. And then up the street and around the corner on the eastern side of the screen, the purple buffers coming off of a city park.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Bay. Ms. Pabon, I will give you the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, I'm the city planner of the area. So when it comes to the legislation that was passed April 16th of last year, these are just regulations that we're going through for permitting for the smoke shops to have occupancy permits so that they're correctly permitted. And due to oversaturation of the area and overexposure to places of gather or schools, we would concede to the legislation, which is not in support.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Pabon. Any questions from the board? All right,
I do have a letter, Madam Chair,
please.
from Councilwoman Nikki Hudson, Ward 11. I am reaching out about the smoke shop Oasis at 7120 Dennison Avenue, owned by Steve Ajaltuni. Mr. Ajaltuni has owned several businesses in the area for many years, including a Giorgio's Pizza on Detroit that my family and I have been patronizing for over 20 years. I consulted with Councilwoman Jasmine Santana about this business, as she was previously the council member for the area it is located in, and she said that she has never had any complaints about his businesses. He also owns the Giorgio's Pizza, in addition to the smoke shop. Councilwoman Santana added that his businesses contribute positively to the surrounding community by maintaining landscaping, keeping the area clean, and being mindful of their impact on the neighborhood, which is also my experience with his business on Detroit Avenue. For these reasons, I am in support of the Smoke Oasis at 7120 and hope that the city will renew his occupancy permit. Nikki Hudson. Thank you.
All right, does that raise any questions for the board? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, just before we move forward, with regard to the practical difficulties that you were asked about by the city's council, if this variance is not granted today, what difficulty will you face? I think we do need that answered. Are you able to, will your shop operate as something else? I mean, if you don't get your variance today, you will not be able to operate a smoke shop. You do understand that?
Yes.
And the legal standard is there on the screen if you want to review it. It is your burden to prove that there is a practical difficulty. And without proving that, it makes it difficult for the board to grant a variance. So we'll give you another opportunity to address that question.
You want to make sure you're speaking up loudly.
Okay. I'm not sure about I am.
No,
Oh, he's
no, I
speaking
think
to
you
I didn't
himself.
say anything. No, I'm sorry. Are we talking about that there's other smoke shops in the area, or it's just the actual building?
So we're talking about your smoke shop, and you have the burden to show to the board through your testimony and facts that you will face a difficulty if
If there's, if there's anything we can correct, I'm assuming that the problem is the zoning, but on Dennis,
Hold on
on
a second.
Dennison.
Hold on a second. Hey, Candace Harris, we can hear your background. If you could please place yourself on mute. Thank you. Okay, you can continue.
Is that because of the zoning and the same area on the street, or because
so
of
right
the
now,
actual building?
as of the zoning as enacted in last year, you are not permitted to operate a smoke shop in this location. What you are asking us to
get the occupancy
to
permit, yeah.
overcome that and
Yes.
to get a variance so you can operate a smoke shop. To do
Yes.
that, you have to show us that you have to meet the standard. So that if you don't get your variances today, that it'll create a practical difficulty not shared by
Right.
other lands or buildings. It will deprive you of your substantial property rights. And that granting the variances is not contrary to the purpose of the zoning code. So we're giving you one last opportunity to try to meet this standard. So stated another way, what challenge would you face if these variances are not granted today?
We will have to shut down, no?
That is a potential outcome of this, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's my only business I have in the area, although I had pizza stores for 25 years there. And I'll be out of business if I can't get this license. And we were probably the first smoke shops in the area since 2018, before anyone else was there. So
And when the
Yeah.
law changed, were you aware that you needed to?
I was out of town. I didn't know.
Okay. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
All right. Any other questions from the board? All right. Hearing no questions, I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I'll make the motion, but maybe right before, just to comment to, just for the record, based on today's decision that the board will make, will encourage you to continue to stay in contact with your city planner to talk about next steps
Yes.
for you, based on the vote and how it turns out today.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. With that, Madam Chair, I will move to deny calendar number 26-006 based on today's testimony and discussion for the record.
All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Madison. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Faith. Can we call the vote, please?
Ms. Roca,
Yes.
Ms. Holzer,
Yes.
Ms. Faith,
Yes.
Mr. Madison,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
Count number 26-006 is denied. This decision will be ratified next Monday, and we will send you a letter.
All right. That concludes that matter. We now have calendar number 25-243. Is there someone? I assume there is. Ms. Holzer, we'll have you read in the case, please.
All right, our next case is calendar number 25-243. This is at 11409 Wade Park Avenue. Pavada University Circle owner proposes to establish use as a place of worship and construct a 1,782 square foot rear addition in a limited one-family residential district. The owner appeals for relief from the strict application of the Cleveland Codified Ordinances as stated in the agenda and the public record, of which there are 3. And I'll just note that this case was postponed from February 2nd at the request of the city due to an error in the adjudication. And with that, I will hand it over to Ms. Roca for the oath.
All right. So before we swear in, just so we have a sense of who all is here for this matter, please raise your hand if you intend to testify in this case. Pretty much everyone. All right. So we're gonna,
Yeah.
and there's more. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry.
Where's my bond?
What's that?
Where's my bond? I don't.
He said his word is his bond.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. So we'll start with the appellant and then we'll swear everyone else in the room in. Ms. Roca?
Okay, thank you. I'm swearing in all who are present for this case. We're going to try to do this in an orderly fashion. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your hand, reply with I do, state your name and spell your name, and keep in mind, please, that our court reporter.
Wait. Hold on one second. If you're speaking, hold on a second. Please mute yourself until we call you. Thank you.
Okay. We have a court reporter in the corner there. She needs to be able to hear you, so please speak up loudly and clearly. We'll start with you, sir.
Yes, my name is John Slater. It's Slagter. I'm legal counsel.
You don't need to swear in.
Correct.
Thank you. And legal counsel for the appellant, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. To you, sir.
Menachem Alevsky,
And can
One
you spell
five-
that, please?
Menachem.
Whoa, too fast.
Yep. M-A-N-A.
Mena.
Oh, M.
Enachem.
E.
Hem.
Okay.
Last name Alevsky, Alevsky, also known as Mendy. So I go by Mendy.
Great. And your address, please?
1524 East 115th Street.
And do you swear?
Yes, I affirm.
You affirm. Okay, thank you. And then do you? Go ahead.
Sarah Alevsky, same address, 1524 East 115th Street, and I affirm.
And you'll need to spell your name, please.
And just raise your voice a little
And
bit.
raise your
for
voice.
the court.
SARAHALEVSKY.
A-L-E. Okay. And sir?
Jim J.P. Patachek, P-T-A-C-E-K, and I'm with Larson Architects, L-A-R-S-E-N, and the address is 12815 Detroit Avenue, Lakewood, Ohio, and I'm the architect for the project.
And you swear?
I do swear.
And can you, to pronounce your last name again?
Patachek.
Patachek. Okay, thank you. And you are the architect. Great. Just one second and we'll move forward with, all right, let's see. I think we're gonna start on this side of the room. Oh, we have one other person for the appellant. Go ahead.
Gavi Septon, Gavisepton,
S. Can you,
EP like Peter, T
uh-huh.
like Tom, O-N.
Okay.
Address?
And your address?
4420 University Parkway,
Okay.
University Heights, Ohio.
And do you swear to tell the truth?
Affirm.
Okay, thank you. And we're gonna start over here with the council person.
Councilmember, Cleveland City Councilman Kevin Conwell, KVINCONWELL.
Thank you, sir. And if you want to pass, well.
Who else? Testifying.
So everyone has to swear in, is that right? Uh-huh. If you are going to give comment today, if you would like your voice to be heard, you must swear in. If you do not want to speak today, then pass the mic. Okay, go ahead.
Dylan Pines, DYLANPINES, 11601 Euclid Avenue, Building 1, Apartment 304. And I
Swear to tell the truth?
I swear, yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could pass the mic to the,
I missed him. I missed.
oh, I'm sorry.
Parents. I'm sorry, sir. I miss you.
That's okay. White Paris spelled DWYTPARIS. 11215 Wade Park Avenue, 44106.
Can you say your name again?
Dwight Harris. Dwight is spelled DWYTE.
And sir, do you swear to tell the truth?
I swear.
Thank you. If you could pass the mic. Reminder that you're only swearing in if you wish to speak today. Go ahead.
Yes. My name is Reda Rifi, REDARIFFI. I live in 11110 Ashbury Avenue in the same area.
And do you swear?
I swear.
Thank you. Go ahead. Sir in the back, are you planning on speaking? If you could, let's go to him next.
My name is Sean White, S-E-A-N, White like the color. I live in 1520 East 115th Street, and I do swear.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Adam Brooks, ADAMBROOKS. I live on 1516 East 115th Street, and I swear.
Thank you.
My name is Charles Kahn, CHARLES KAHN. I live at 1520 East 115th Street, and I do swear.
Thank you.
Smila Traore, SMAILATRA.
Yeah, I didn't hear your name at all.
Do it again.
Ismaila Traore, ISMAILA. Last name TRAORE.
TRAORE.
Address 10527 Orville. And I swear.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Samuel Dorfman, Samuel Dorfman.
RFMAN Dorfman.
Yes, Dorf. And I live at 1596 East 115th, and I swear.
Thank you for using your loud voice.
Hi, my name is
Level we need people so, to hear you.
Hi, my name is Ronald Smith. I live at 11605 Wade Park Avenue, and my name is spelled NALDSMITH.
And do you swear?
And I swear.
Thank you.
My name is Edward Levine, Levine. I live at 11601 Wade Park Avenue, and I swear.
Thank you.
My name is John Mudry, Mudry. I live at 10624 Wade Park Avenue,
Is
and
that
I
John
swear.
with an H or
John with an H, yes.
John with an H. Okay, thank you.
My name is Akil Brown.
Did you swear?
I swear.
Thank you.
My name is Akil Brown, AQEELBROWN. I live at 10618 Wade Park Avenue, and I swear.
Thank you.
Joel, JOELWARGER.
UAR.
GER.
Okay.
I live at 10709 Ashbury Avenue, and I swear.
You.
Alexandra Einhorn, ALEXANDRA and I live at 1667 East 115th Street.
Do you swear?
I swear.
Thank you.
My name is Shahar Zeltzer.
Way louder.
My name is Shahar Zeltzer, SHACHARZELTSER.
Your last name again for me?
ZELTSER.
ELTSER.
Okay. Like Alka-Seltzer.
Okay.
And I live on 11417 Wade Park Avenue, and I swear.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kyan Howe, Kyan, last name Howe, HOWE. I live at 1999 Circle Drive, and I swear.
You.
My name is Jordan Pittman, and I stay at 12344 Castlewood Avenue. JORDANPITTMAN. I swear.
Thank you
Nice
for the
volume. Thank
yes,
you.
the loudness there.
Follow suit.
Yep.
Give us the volume.
Yeah, give us the volume.
Good morning.
My name is Brooke, BROOKE.
No, here it will be all right.
Wait a second. Hold on. Somebody's off of mute.
Again.
She go back?
Yeah, she
Okay.
did.
I think we're good. Sorry about that, Brooke. Please go right ahead.
Brooke Yanai, YANAI. I live at 11417 Wade Park Avenue, and I do swear.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak, sir? No? Wait, no, we skipped
Wait,
that
keep
row.
the row. Yeah. Is there anyone else in that second row who
No.
wishes to speak in this matter? Let's pass the mic down to them.
Good morning. I'm Jan Ridgway, RIDGEWAY. I live at 1568 East 108th Street, and I swear.
Thank you.
Ariel Washington, 601 Lakeside. I swear.
Thank you.
Donald. DU.
What was your last name?
Durah. DURAH. And I swear.
And your address?
11309 Wade Park.
Thank you. And you swear?
I swear.
Next person.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Lashana Lawler. That's LASHANNA LAWLER. And I live at 1567 East 108th Street, and I swear.
Thank you.
Nice volume. Thank you for that.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Pittman. That's DEBORAH, Pittman, and I live at 12344 Castlewood, and I swear.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Cassie Pittman Clater, Cassi, no E, Pittman, Pittman, Clater, Claytor. My address is 1497 East 108th Street, and I swear.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nick, M-I-K, Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R, and I live at 1512 East 118th Street.
And do you swear?
I swear, yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Well, we'll go to you and then,
I'm not speaking, thank you.
you're not speaking. No. Okay, anyone else? I see some people are standing outside of the room. Are you here for this case? Anybody else speaking? No? Okay, we're gonna move to online. There, thank you. All right, raise your hand on your screen if you are here to speak in this matter and need to be sworn in. Use the raise hand function, please. Okay, I will start with the Rob Norton.
My name is Robert Norton. My address is 11305 Wade Park Avenue, and I swear.
Thank you.
My name is Barbara Wiltshire Norton, WILCHER-NORTON.
Hold on. I'm sorry. We've got some feedback. Fatima, can you please hit your mute button? We're getting some feedback. Thank you so much. Okay, Barbara, can you please continue with spelling your last name?
Last name is WILCHER-NORTON. I live at 11305 Wade Park Avenue, and I swear.
Thank you. We'll now move to Iman Edwards.
Good morning. My name is Iman Edwards. IMANEDWARDS, and I live at 11019 Wade Park Avenue, and I do swear.
Thank you very much. We will move to Jonathan Schaefer.
Jonathan Schaefer, JONATHANSCHAEFER. I live at 32705 Shadowbrook Drive in Solon. I own many properties in this immediate neighborhood, and I swear.
Thank you. And Miss Weathers, Fatima Weathers, I see you're on the screen, but you didn't raise your hand. Do you wish to speak in this matter? You can unmute yourself.
Hear me. You get feed.
Or do you wish to speak it? Yes, so you have to raise your hand. Okay.
Fatima Weathers.
Okay, spell your name.
M-A Weathers, WEATHERS.
And do you swear?
I swear.
Okay, and then we'll have you keep yourself on mute until.
We didn't get the address.
Oh, I'm sorry, the address. We need your address.
219 Wade Park Avenue.
Thank you very much. So we'll have you mute your microphone until we call on you to speak.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else on the call, now is your opportunity to raise your hand and let us know if you wish to speak.
I'm unable to raise my hand, but it's Sherry Callahan, 10820 Wade Park Avenue, Cleveland 44106, and I swear.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else?
Sherry, can you spell Callahan for us?
CALLAHAN.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the call? I am not seeing any more hands or anyone else come off mute. Oh, one more hand. Thomas Cavan, if you could. Oh, now I'm seeing all sorts of hands. Okay. Thomas Cavan, go ahead.
My name is Thomas Cavan, THOMAS, C is on Charlie, AVIN. I'm at 1506 East 108th Street.
And do you swear?
I swear.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move to Mark Anthony.
Hi, it says Mark Anthony, but I am with him. My name is Portia Brown. That's Portia, last name Brown. My address is 1507 East 107, and I swear.
And that's Brown, BROWN. Yep, okay, great, thank you. All right, final call.
Portia, is Mark going to speak as well, or will you be the only one speaking?
I am the only one. Mark's on mute.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Scott, I know that you want to swear in. Please go right ahead.
Kim Scott, City Planning. KIM, SCOTT. I swear.
Thank you.
Has everyone sworn in who wishes to speak today? Okay, I'm not seeing any more hands or anyone standing up. So back to you, Madam Chair.
All right, here we go. Can we start with history of the property, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This property was originally zoned one family in 1929, and then in 1943, it was changed to the limited one family district. In our Records Administration Office, we found that in 1916, a permit was issued to erect a two-story dwelling. There was one variance applied for in 2021. They requested to change use to a four-family, but that variance was withdrawn, and that was in 2021. And we have a certificate of disclosure on file from 2016 stating that the authorized use of the property is as single family. And then, Madam Chair, in 2025, in December 2025, there were violation notices issued regarding maintenance investigation. That's all that I have. Thank you.
All right, legal, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, appellant is requesting a use variance and area variances from the minimum distance and parking requirements of the zoning code. To obtain the use variance, appellant must prove that denying the request will result in an unnecessary hardship, particular to the property, such that there will be no economically feasible use of the property without the variance, will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights, and that granting the variance will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code. To obtain the area variances, appellant must prove that denying the request will create a practical difficulty not generally shared by other land or buildings in the same district, will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights, and that granting the variances will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code.
All right, thank you for that. We'll now turn to the appellant. Attorney Slater, would you like to start?
Yes. I'll move this microphone near me. Hopefully everyone can hear. First of all, I want to thank the board and the city councilmen and neighbors for their presence today. By way of background, my client has spent significant time in conversations with the councilmen and also with the neighbors. There's been multiple meetings. Unfortunately, as you can see here today from the attendance in the meeting, we're moving forward and our individuals that are objecting to this. I've seen the records that were submitted to you. I do want to start though with, one clarity that's critically important. The legal standard that was stated to you is the wrong one. There's a lot of confusion over this matter. Let me explain why. We're here for 2 area variances, and we're here for 1 review of a permitted use, which is a house of worship. We are not here for a use variance, which requires a higher standard of unnecessary hardship. It is clear
By that, because it's my understanding that you are here for a use variance.
You're
So I
not.
want to make sure that we're setting the right standard here. Can someone speak to that, Mr. Bay, or I don't know if you want to speak to that. Does the use variance apply in this case?
That is correct. The use variance does apply to this case. If you give me one moment, I could pull up the notice of nonconformance that was written up.
Okay.
If just while he's doing that, so real quick.
Your mic is off. Thanks.
I will just point to specifically this property under the limited one family zoning. It lists section 33.01A2 as permitted uses, the single family homes, but also under the same use, permitted uses are places of worship in addition to schools or otherwise. We are not here for use variance. Simple.
Can you cite that section?
Yes, it's section 337.01A.
Thank you.
All right, if you want to continue while he pulls that up, you can feel free to go right ahead.
Sure. Thank you very much. We are here, however, so there's three requests. One is review of the permitted use. And the standard is set forth in your code. It requires you to review and apply appropriate safeguards and such special conditions as you determine are appropriate when looking at this use and determining whether it's appropriately located and designed and will meet the community need without adversely affecting the neighborhood. So that's for the house of worship portion of this. Second of all, we're requesting 2 area variances, which are area requirements. One of them is the setback of a non-residential building needs to be 15 feet as opposed to 5 feet, which is what the current building is. And the second area variance that's required is that we're requesting is for parking. We're asking that we not have off-street parking, and we'll explain the reason and justification for that. And so we will have testimony here from my clients, from our architect, from a real estate professional, in addition to testimony, because my obviously discussion is not the facts in this case. So they will need to follow up on my comments just to confirm them. But they will discuss this particular use. You will hear that, one, even though it's a permitted use in your code, a house of worship, as we all know, not all houses of worship or churches are the same. And so you need to look at the specific request, and the protection that you can build in for the community is to ensure that the use as we are representing to you is what gets carried out on this particular site. What's important in that review and determination, you look at 2 things. One is, whether it meets the need of the community. Okay, the term community is specifically stated in your zoning code, not neighborhood, community. If you look at, and every piece of property, we all know it's fundamental, is different. It's all about location, location, location. This particular piece of property, which is located on Wade Park, is directly across the street from Case Western Reserve University. And Case Western Reserve University owned assets. It is catty corner to a major baseball field. Directly behind that is a massive parking garage where a lot of the students that come to exercise their religious beliefs at this site park their cars. And so those are unique characteristics and facts about this. My client will talk about the current activity that they have at their home and residence that's directly adjacent to this property. They have been successful in welcoming the Case Western students and community of the Jewish faith into their home. I have had the experience of working with, shuls, temples, synagogues, or otherwise, and they're not all the same. Just like Catholic churches are not the same, Baptist churches, temples, or otherwise. I have had experience working with all those types of different entities, in particular in this area relating to land use. In early 2000, the federal government passed what's known as RLUIPA, the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, which specifically protects religious organizations and, by the way, institutionalized persons, but we're not here for that, specifically protects them and requires strict scrutiny, a higher level of review to be applied when you're looking at land use regulation of these kind of uses. And if it creates a substantial burden, they're prohibited from doing that. And that's why, one, it's important to understand that this is not a use variance. There's been discussions and comments that we are asking this is somehow spot zoning. Well, by definition, it's not. This is zoned to allow houses of worship. This zoning allows it. We're not changing the zoning. We're not here for a rezoning or a use variance, which are completely different things. We're here for your review to see for this particular use whether it's appropriate. And we believe that it is. And, you know, one, it meets the community need. You will hear, because we're next to the university, it allows the students that are of the Jewish faith to have basically a home away from home. That's what my clients offer. That is what community is about. Just because they don't necessarily full-time live and reside in Ohio or even at Case Western, some of them may, doesn't mean that they're not part of the community. The community is part of Case Western. And in fact, the Landmark Commission and the Landmark area designates not only this part of the single family homes, but also designated in the area as part of Case Western Reserve, part of what's around that area. Across the street, just down a little bit, we have the Music Settlement, which is a commercial use daycare. We have a parking lot across the street. We have right behind the building behind us, one of the closest buildings to us is a large, substantial residential dorm for Case Western. If this was on 106th Street or 108th Street in the middle of that residential neighborhood, it may be a different decision or a different issue. But every piece of property is different and unique. And my clients will talk about that. So we're going to talk about that, what exactly we plan on doing, why we plan on doing it, the unique characteristics of this property that create a practical difficulty. You know, it's adjacency to the university. It's directly across the street. It's a long, narrow piece of property that has on it a home that the Landmarks Commission in the city wants us, and the neighborhood, by the way, to maintain and preserve. We have gone through, architect will testify this, a substantial amount of revisions, a substantial amount of meetings with the Landmarks Commission and otherwise to ensure that the look of this home will be preserved. We're extending it in the back, but from the street and otherwise, you will not see any difference or change. We're not going to move the building another 10 feet or make it thinner in order to avoid getting a variance on setback. That's unnecessary. Additionally, what's unique is the side where the variance is required or necessary, which would be to the right of the screen. That's the backyard of a property we own. Next to it, a neighbor who has no objection to us. And behind that is where my clients live. So the adjacent properties on the line where you need a setback are either owned by us or there's no objection. That's the 15-foot variance. Again, why do we need it? Because we don't want to destroy or modify this building for a use that's permitted. Second of all, parking. We don't want to put
Do we all have to stop today?
Candace, can you please mute your microphone? We can hear your background.
Next is a parking field is simply unnecessary, as my clients will testify. This is going to serve primarily the students of Case Western Reserve University. They will talk about the activities that they have had. There has never been an issue with parking or a complaint about parking, and they'll talk about this. It's simply just not needed. We do own the property next door. If we need, as a condition, if it becomes a problem, some type of surplus parking or something, it could be reviewed by this board. So right to the 11417. So if you see where the red dot is, go to the right, and we have that property right next door. And then right behind that to the north, I would say, or it would be just above it, is owned by adjacent property that has no objection. They represented that to my client. And then my clients live at 1520. So, correct? 1524. Third house, the third house.
Okay. So the one to the left of 114.
Yes. You have 1147, and then we have 1530, and then the next one up.
No, it's fine.
We
Got it.
we get it.
Okay, right. So again, the reason we're asking for the variance on parking, it's simply not necessary, and there'll be explanation about that. One, the close proximity of Case Western's parking garage. I mean, practically, people aren't going to go get their car in the parking garage, drive less than a block, and then park on the street. It'd be just as easy to get here, and the students are here will testify to that. Second of all, it's just the religious observance as it's exercised. We simply have never had a parking issue, and they'll talk about that. So for these reasons and more that you will hear about today, we believe that a variance is appropriate, an area variance for the parking and the setback. And also we believe that this permitted use should be approved because it one provides a clear service to the community, and it's not going to adversely affect the adjacent property owners. How do we know that? Because my client has been having these types of activities going on in their home. And they'll talk about that without objection, without complaint. I understand that there's a fear and a pride that this neighborhood has. They're worried because other people have tried to come in, knock down the buildings. My client originally, I think, tried to submit and knock down the building. Years ago, it was objected to, decided the community didn't want that. The architect will explain how we went with that building to preserve it. And under those circumstances, we believe that this would be appropriate exercise of governmental power. Understanding no one's going to always want something happening next to it. I handle these kind of matters and have been doing it for 30 years. It's not unusual to have objections, otherwise, as I'm sure this board is aware, but under the law, we believe this would be an appropriate use, especially for a religious house of worship of this type because of its low intensity impacts. So I will let my client testify, talk about, follow up on what I had covered, and then we'll go through. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Before we do that, let me turn back to the city to discuss.
Chooks Okoye,
Yes.
City Planning Zoning.
Mhm.
The presentation of the code here is straightforward. It's for the board to make a determination on this particular issue. The code left it for the board to make a determination. And the situation here that we are facing is the setbacks. The building is existing, but the issue here will be parking, mainly parking. In every church services, practical experience is showing that a lot of parking is needed, and the neighborhood is around the neighborhood, the parking will be an issue even for the passerbys. We have seen that in many occasions, but it's for the board to consider what is the advantage to the neighborhood and what is the disadvantage to the neighborhood, and make a decision on this.
Okay, and so I guess the question from the board, and Mary, do we have Mary online?
Did I miss anything?
Yes.
Okay, so there's been a question raised regarding the legal standard that is needed for this case in terms of whether we would need to hear testimony on unnecessary hardship, which would be appropriate for a use variance, or whether this would simply be a permitted use under 337.01. Can you please advise the board as to the proper standard?
Well, what was presented to me as far as the violations, it indicate that there was a use variance needed.
Okay, and a use variance would be needed to establish a place of worship? Is that what you're saying?
Mary, I could answer that a little better. So the code reference here doesn't necessarily state that the use isn't permissible in the zoning district. It's stating that this use, along with others, specifically if permitted by the Board of Zoning Appeals after public notice and public hearing under appropriate safeguards and such special conditions as the board deems necessary. And if in the judgment of the board, such uses and buildings are appropriately located and designed and will meet a community need without adversely affecting the neighborhood. So this specific use does require this body's approval to be established legally.
Okay. I'm sorry. I had a little side chat with Liz. So forgive me for this if I ask something that you literally just said. So it's my understanding that a place of worship is permitted under 337.01. But the board still has to have a standard by which we decide whether or not this is permitted.
Correct. The board still has to determine approval for the use to be permissible.
On the basis of the language that's in
337.01 limited one family districts in the Cleveland zoning code.
So it's under appropriate safeguards, and whether it would adversely affect the neighborhood. So do we need to consider whether there's any unnecessary hardship?
I believe Mary actually would be the right body to answer that.
I would say no, I think you're correct. I think it would be the other standard.
You're stating that for us to permit a place of worship under 337.01, we would have to hear testimony about practical difficulty?
No, those are for the area variances.
Yeah, that's for the area variances. It would be not this use variance standard that I said, but the other one,
Well, what do we mean the other one? Do you mean the area variance standard?
No, the one that the attorney was citing, that it's if you follow all the things in there, you can allow it.
Okay, let's do this. Mary, can you tell the board what standard we should use to consider this request?
Okay, Xavier, can you tell? I don't have it in front of me. Can you tell me what the section was again?
Yep, this is
2.
Code section 337.01A2.
Okay, which states that a place of worship, if permitted by the Board of Zoning Appeals after public notice and public hearing under appropriate safeguards and such community need without adversely affecting the neighborhood. So that is the standard that the board will consider today. Will mainly be focused on appropriate safeguards and whether this meets a community need without adversely affecting the neighborhood. Now that we've gotten that clear, I will give you the floor. Please give us your comments, state your name, and then give us your comments.
Very loud.
Did we go through the presentation? Chabad is a Jewish group. If you want our legal details, we're a Hebrew letters of a system of Jewish philosophy, but practically worldwide, Chabad is known as a Jewish outreach group. We do programs and events. We create communities and try to provide love and care for other people. Next, is there a clicker I could use, or
Who's manning the PowerPoint?
We are. It's a little delayed, so give it time.
Okay. This is my wife and I when we moved here in 2012 to establish this chapter of Chabad. We called it Chabad University Circle. We serve the entire University Circle area and the students at Case Western Reserve. Our purpose to inspire and engage the Jewish people. It's no secret that faith is down, especially among youth, and we are here to teach and inspire and encourage people to engage with their faith. We first lived at Cedar Glen Condos, which is on the bottom of the screen actually. In 2016, we purchased the current property as 11409 Wade Park Avenue. At the same time, we actually moved to rent a home at Cornell on 115. We purchased a property to live there and to host religious events and gatherings in our home, as Chabads do all around the world. Our unique brand of Chabad, because we focus so much on students, is not so much the famous synagogue or temple as as our attorney described, it's much more of a home away from home and gathering as a family. So you have some temples which are huge, some temples which are small, and some temples which we gather as a family. That's how we do our programs are family oriented. So the students come to our home and other residents who are here in the neighborhood will join us and we'll worship together around the table. Sometimes we'll sit out in the backyard with prayers. Sometimes we'll sit around our dining room table, our living room table. Matter of fact, I didn't prepare this 10 years ago when I made the yarmulkes, but we actually wrote, "Where every Jew is family." That is our tagline. And so this is how we've been operating for the last 13 years here in Cleveland. This particular property, 11409, as our attorney mentioned, and JP will testify, we've spent many years with Landmarks Commission, making sure that it would honor the historic district, including the local design review. Multiple reviews have passed, and we were ready to pull permits. And then we ended up, the house next door came up for sale, and we ended up moving next door, as I'll show you in a moment. What do we do? As I shared, Sabbath dinners, holidays, Bible study. We're the closest Jewish group in the neighborhood, so hospital visitations, we get calls all the time. I was there this morning. Communal gatherings and prayer services. When do we meet?
And just real quick, the hospital, the people don't come to.
No. People call from all around the world. Hi, there's a Jewish patient at the hospital. Can you visit them and help them and pray with them or encourage them? So yeah, we're at the hospital twice a month. Sometimes
They don't come.
Yeah, they're not. When do we gather? Friday nights is a Sabbath dinner. We have 40 to 50 guests at our home every week. The Jewish holidays are in October and April, the major holidays, and that's where we have week-long events, mostly happening out of our home, or if we can't fit in the house, we'll go outside in the back. Bible study is, 3 to 5 people a few times a week. Hospital is off-site. Communal gatherings, social events. Sometimes there's a minor Jewish holiday and we'll have an event. As a matter of fact, tonight is a minor Jewish holiday, and so we'll have an event at our home tonight, which is a weekday event, which is not usual. And the prayer services are almost all in September, October during the Jewish holidays. The executive staff at Chabad, it's telling the truth that our family runs the whole thing. We all get together as a family. The kids are all part of it, and together as a family, we reach out and invite the local residents and community to worship. Chabad worldwide, we're one chapter of I think 5,000 or 6,000 chapters all around the world. In Cleveland alone, there's 17 chapters of Chabad, many of them by my own siblings. We all raised as part of this mission. And Solon, Akron, Pepper Pike, and Kent. Yeah.
They all serve different communities, and we're the only ones who serve a student community.
And just your name for the court reporter.
Sarah Alevsky. His wife. We run this together, and just to say there's 17 Chabad centers, but they all serve different communities and different needs, and we're the only ones who will serve a student community.
Mm-hmm.
So that's unique about what we're proposing here, particularly because of its location to Case Western. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. I think the big synagogues and big.
Hold on a second. I don't want to confuse our court reporter. And if we've got multiple people speaking at once, she'll get confused. So if you could just let him testify and then we'll pass you the floor and you can add, okay?
In 2021, as mentioned, the house, we purchased 11409 intending to live there and have our gatherings there. And in the end, 1524 opened up for sale. And for various reasons, we purchased that. We did a huge gut renovation. And we moved there we lived there for the last 5 years. This is what it looked like, or it looked much worse, but some of what it looked like beforehand. And of course, this is what it looks like now. And this is where we live, and we gather everyone to our home. And they all come every Friday night, 40 to 50 people, mostly students. And during the holidays, we're all in here. And it's become a lot, you know, when your home is the house of worship, it's become a lot. So now at this, and also as soon as you're hitting 40 to 50 people, it becomes a single family gathering. It's time to do the right thing and establish this as a house of worship. And indeed, we do own the property next door, 11409, and this would be a perfect spot for our community to move our dining room and our living room next door and worship there, just like we've been worshiping here for the last 5 years. Because this is going to be a gathering space and not a place for people to live, we are telling the city the truth and asking the city to let us use the permitted use, which is a house of worship. Practically, because of everything I explained, we are really a family, and our worship operates like a family. The house that we'll renovate and make beautiful will still look like a single family home, and all the residents who join us and the students who come will worship there as a family. We believe that it fits right into the residential neighborhood, and it's a great asset for the entire neighborhood, and especially for those of the Jewish faith who live in our neighborhood and who are students directly across the street. It's
Just stop and interrupt you when you're on this slide. When this says 40 to 50 guests each week, is that for every gathering that you have? You're gonna have 40 to 50 people?
once a week on Friday night.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Now, why here? So practically there's a demonstrable need. We've been worshiping here for 5 years. Our family lives here. I'll talk about Shabbat observance in a moment, and more importantly, you'll hear a broad testimony from our neighbors, and there's letters have been submitted from neighbors who some of them don't even know that there's a community worshiping here, and that's how residential we are. It fits right into the neighborhood. One of the niche Shabbat observances, which you'll have to trust me on this, or get some research, or just do a quick Google search, is that we don't travel on Shabbat on the Jewish Sabbath. We don't use any electric vehicles or gas vehicles. More importantly, there's even more specific, is we don't carry things outdoors. It's a big Sabbath restriction, which most people don't know. But if you have small children or you want to take things from house to house, there is a Sabbath prohibition of carrying things outdoors. Spend time with your family and be present. If you have to go, go, but don't bring things back and forth and back and forth. That's the theory of no carrying outdoors. So if we were to have a house of worship a block away, we wouldn't be able to serve our community because we have small children and we have stuff we have to bring back and forth. It creates a tremendous hardship. You go crazy. I asked our colleagues who run Chabad houses on campus all around the United States yesterday a poll, which I can submit to the board. How many of you live in your Chabad house or live right next door or back-to-back adjacent? It's 70%. 70% of close to 100 respondents live right next door. I move in every week. It's a mile away. They move in with their family. It's crazy. It's a little much. There is a very practical necessity, and I would call it a practical hardship, were we not to be able to use the property immediately next door for our worship. The house, as you saw in the pictures, is not in good shape. Indeed, it's not in good shape at all. We were waiting to decide exactly what to do. We had this plan, that plan, we weren't sure. Now we know, and we're ready. And indeed, there were violations of the house. The house is certainly secured, and it's not open, vacant, and vandalized, but it is not in good shape. And of course, with the approval of this board and building and housing and the building permits, it'll look beautiful. It will be a wonderful addition to the neighborhood, an anchor for a community that needs a place of worship, and great neighbors that who we've been here for 5 years and will take good care of the neighborhood. This is the proposed addition, which which our architect will discuss more about. And as you can see, we live in the backyard. Our backyard's touch. We worked with Landmarks Commission for many, many years. As our architect will testify, and Landmarks has given multiple approvals to this project, that it honors the neighborhood historic and with the setbacks and everything that the architect will decide. It is no secret that the Wade Park community, oh, sorry, one last thing, and of course, a place of worship is a permitted use in this limited
Go back.
one-family district.
See that? I'm gonna ask you a couple about that. Go back one more. All right, and I just want to ask, it's John Slater, legal counsel for the applicant. Ellen, I just want to ask.
John, it's off.
Sorry, I just want to ask some direct questions because I know we wanted to give you the history of exactly what's happening here. And it would be, a condition of approval, if it's approved, that it be consistent with what's represented to you. We want to make sure of that. Because again, all churches may not be the same, but because the location is so critical, I want my client to provide testimony. You're on Wade Park Avenue, is that correct?
Yes.
And there is public parking that's permitted on the street at certain times, correct?
There is after 6 p.m.
And what is that?
After 6 p.m.
Okay, hold on a second. If you don't have the floor, just save your comment until we call your name and you can express what it is that you'd like to express.
Okay. So it's your understanding that after 6 p.m. you're permitted to park on Wade Park?
On the north side of the street after 6 p.m.
Okay. And again, you've lived in this area for how long?
5 years.
And you're familiar with the parking restrictions?
I am.
Okay. There is also parking that's permitted on 115th Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you've been, again, I'm pointing to where you currently live and where some of these activities are occurring, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And next door is an adjacent property owner, correct?
That's correct.
You've spoken to him and they had no objection to this?
I spoke to him and he submitted a letter of full support and testimony of us as good neighbors and of the quiet nature of our worship. And as the most impacted neighbor, he provides full support for this project.
And you also own this property on the corner, correct?
We do.
So not only are we requesting the approval of the house of worship, but also two variances, which are one is the side yard. The current building is 5 feet off, correct?
Correct.
So to preserve the home, you're maintaining that current distance, correct?
Correct.
But also what's unique is next to the property is not another home. So unlike some of the homes, for example, along here, that might be 5 feet away from the building and structure, that's not the case where we're requesting the variance, correct?
That's correct.
You have the building substantially further, correct?
Yes, sir.
Other than your garage here.
That's correct.
But again, that's next to you and you don't have an objection to this, correct?
We fully support this project.
All right. In addition, the parking area, I think that's probably a big question. Can you explain to us about why parking is not needed? Where will people park? How do you address that?
Right. One of the things we have broad testimony from both local residents who are here today and students and other residents who attend, as well as our neighbors who have written testimony that never even noticed parking issues ever at our home. And that's because the community is a walking community. It is. Everyone is walking. And all the local residents who live around the block, some of them are younger, alumni, professionals, mostly students from Case Western Reserve, who are all going to be walking because we live a 1 minute walk from the north residential village. And if they come from the south residential village, which is a mile and 30 minutes walk away, if they have a car, they have to park it right here by this garage, which the attorney mentioned. So they're not coming, they're going to take a bus and they're going to get off at the bus stop, which you can't see, it's south, about a half a block, and they're going to walk over. And this has happened consistently for the last 5 years right here. Certainly, we've been here for 13 years, and this is our experience forever. Cornell and 115, where we used to live, was a tiny street, two-way, which you couldn't even fit cars to. We never, ever had parking issues, ever. Nobody comes by car.
Interject real quick. The bus stop is on Wade Park Avenue?
No, it's a University Circle or a Case Western Reserve shuttle, and it's on 115th Street, about 100 yards or 200 yards south.
That's
It's not. It's a Case Western Reserve shuttle or a University Circle shuttle. It's one of those. They call it a.
Event shuttle, not the public transit.
It's a public shuttle available for anyone who works in the neighborhood. The students can testify better. I've never taken it, but yeah, you can ask that question to someone else. I'm not 100% sure, but it's a shuttle that everyone takes all the time in the neighborhood. It goes all around.
You answered my question. It's not the RTA public
No.
transit. It's a different thing.
Correct.
And in terms of Wade Park Avenue and even 115th Street, can you describe the type of streets those are?
Wade Park Avenue is a large, a main street, a thoroughfare, I guess you can call it. It's both busy and quiet. There's cars coming through all the time, but it's also a residential neighborhood. It's both. 115th Street indeed is probably busier than Wade Park Avenue, to be honest, because it goes from Superior to Euclid. It's a direct. So we have ambulances 5 times a day all along. 115th Street is busy, maybe busier than Wade Park Avenue, but it's when our kids play in the front, it's a little scary on 115th Street. Wade Park Avenue is a little calmer.
And are those streets, Wade Park Avenue and 115th, would you agree with me that they're different than, let's say, 108th Street or some of the other residential streets in the area?
Certainly, those are much quieter streets. 115th is a very busy street, and Wade Park is a well-known main road that goes for many miles.
Okay. And have there been any parking complaints that you've received, violations you've received because of the activities that you have at your home?
No, never.
All right. And we don't see it here, but do you know what is across Wade Park Avenue from?
Exactly where you're asking.
So let's see right here on the corner. What is right here?
That's
on
a
direct
ballpark.
corner? A large ballpark. And what's behind that?
The parking garage for the students at Case Western Reserve.
Okay. And then directly across the street from this property that you own, what is there?
It's called Wade Manor. It's a house that's an old home owned by Case Western Reserve, and I believe they have people living.
And directly behind that is 100 feet across the street.
Large residence hall, the beginning of the entire residential village, which has a dozen residence halls.
Okay. And again, now directly across the street, is what would be here?
That is currently called the Wade Park Community Engagement Center. It's owned by Case Western Reserve. The CWRU Wade Park Community Engagement Center, owned by Case Western Reserve. It used to be a single-family home that operated as a church for maybe 50 years. I know some residents here before when we came, it was vacant when we moved. And even when we purchased that home, it was already vacant. But it was operated as a church for about 50 years. Now Case Western Reserve uses it for office and commercial space as well as a community center.
And behind that
is the residence hall, which is the beginning of the
behind the Wade Park Center.
There's a parking lot, which
and what's that for? Is
used for the community center.
Okay. And then there's right over here is another building, correct?
No.
Do you know what Music Settlement is?
There's no building there. It's empty. The next 200 yards is a parking lot that.
And then what's next to that?
That's used by the Music Settlement, which is directly.
And what's Music Settlement?
Music Settlement is they give music classes and they have a preschool, I believe.
Okay. Is that a residential home?
No.
Okay. What is that used for?
Communal commercial activities.
Okay.
Is that the right answer?
So that describes the neighborhood of where this particular property is, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you're not surrounded by residential all around you. You're directly next to the university and some of these more intensive uses we've talked about, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right.
All right. Does that conclude your comment?
Let me check. I think I had 3 more slides.
Okay.
I would only add to the questioning of the attorney is that indeed it is a very commercial area in nature immediately right around us. But on the other hand, we all operate as a family and as a residence, and so it will look like a residence. It'll talk like a residence. It'll smell like a residence. Yet the usage will be for religious gatherings, which is a permitted use, and therefore we ask the board to allow us to use this as a permitted use.
And in terms of serving the community, how do you, I know you've talked about, but how do you, maybe you're covering it now.
Right. Community engagement. Well, we are a Jewish community with the Jewish faith, and we serve our people as best as we know how. We belong to a broader community that has a lot of diversity, and we're not the only ones there. There's multiple communities here. I guess not the legal term community, but the neighborhood, we're multiple communities here. And so we can offer incredible diversity experiences for local residents. One of the things we've committed to do and meetings is we'll make sure the snow is removed from the entire mile radius from Wade Park to Ashbury, 115th to 108th. We already did it last week during the snowstorm. Many of our students are very, very bright. And we would love to do a mentorship and tutoring program with local children. In addition, we have barbecues sometimes out in the back with our family and a couple of friends. And the kids on the street come by on their bikes and they've come in the back and enjoy our barbecues. So that's something we could do, which would be a great asset to everybody.
Now, there have been some concerns that this is going to negatively impact the property values of the homes around. You've purchased homes in this area, correct?
We have.
And you own a home in this area, correct? I mean, have you seen any evidence that your current operations, or do you believe these operations are going to negatively impact your property values?
Absolutely not. I think that having a beautiful anchor of the community will only enhance the property values in the entire neighborhood. It only should.
And in terms of, there's been also discussion about, we talked about, there's arguably parking's one, but impact based on traffic. You've talked about basically the traffic impact that you don't have a lot of people driving here, correct?
Correct.
I mean, on average, when you have your busier times Friday, how many people drive here?
0.
No one does?
0.
I thought you did a survey and it showed 1 or 2 cars or something like that.
We did do a survey which is submitted. Those people who submitted, they come by car. They come like once a year. So
and so you had a survey done, and some of the people that I'm sure or have knowledge about it will talk about that. But you know when people come and park or otherwise, correct?
We do.
Okay. And also there's been a discussion somehow that foot traffic's going to cause some type of nuisance or negatively impact the neighborhood. Have you witnessed any negative impacts because people are walking to your home or would walk to this particular use?
I have not witnessed any negative impact. On the contrary, I think foot traffic in our neighborhood would be good to show that the place is alive, it's not vacant, and this is a safe place for people to be.
Okay, and practically, most of the students are coming from the university, which is north directly across the street from you. So they're not traversing through, let's say 108th Street or 106th Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
They're coming directly across the street, right?
Yes, correct. They're coming straight north from across the street.
And there are public sidewalks that are there.
Yes,
that
sir.
The students use, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
They're not walking through yards or lawns or otherwise, is that correct?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. And then,
should we finish?
Sure. And we've had substantial testimony, but, and I'll just say, because I know we want to be respectful of your time, we don't need complete repetitive testimony, but if there's backup testimony that helps enhance what we've talked about, please discuss that. So I will, Sarah, state your name for the record. And I just think
I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay. if you could just confirm for us if there's anything additional as it relates to the character of the area or these particular, the parking, the setback, or the house of worship issues before this board.
Yeah, Sarah Olewski. The same way so parking we discussed, I think, at length, and the pedestrian complaint is the same way they walk to our house now is the same way they would walk to our center, house of worship, because they would, instead of just going straight down East 115, they would just turn the corner and just pass the house that we own and then straight to the Chabados. No one has ever walked down Wade Park from the other side to come to us. So those neighbors have never been impacted by anyone walking down Wade Park. I think that's all I can add.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. We'll now turn to the architect. Please give us your comment.
Again, thank you. Jim J.P. Potacek with Larson Architects. I've actually had the pleasure of working with the Olewskis now for 10 years on this project. I met them in their driveway. I don't remember if you had 1 or 2 kids at the time. And they're like, well, we're going to envision this house and we just bought it and it's going to be great. And this is what we do. The same excitement and passion that you have seen demonstrated. And their first request was, well, you know, this is an old house. It has a lot of structural concerns. Let's start by, you know, taking it down and we're going to build this new vision. We took that to Landmarks. Landmarks was very clear. This is part of a neighborhood. This is a contributing factor to the neighbors and this neighborhood. No, don't. So we then revisited, I think, 3 other times, looking through different program considerations before they purchased the house on 115th. So I think there was 1 or 2 variations on a theme where we were looking at expanding this house with much larger expansion plans that triggered Board of Zoning Appeals appearances that were then tabled. But it was basically establishing it as a larger residential home. Sarah comes from a family of 13, U10. So when family comes to visit, regardless of whether or not students are there, that's a large impact. So the house itself was, I think, growing to be like 7,000 or 8,000 square feet with bedrooms, first floor, second floor, and attic suites that would have visiting family in it. The pivot came when they were offered the opportunity to buy the house next door on 115th. And as such, they turned around and I renovated the house with them, did the drawings for that. And since that time in 2021, they have gone through and hosted this Chabad program literally next door with hopes that we're going to come back to this. We're going to revisit this and see what is the appropriate thing. And as the program has grown, the conversation, as Rabbi Mendy said, is that this is the appropriate time. They're getting substantial numbers of people that are overwhelming the size of their home to accommodate. And as this is from an architect's perspective, I've been doing this for 33 years. The notion that this really should be housed in a commercial application is really where this pivot has gone through. And so the turn to move away from let's just do this as a residential condition feels disingenuous to the code, and we should treat this as a commercial assembly space. And so any of the plans that are proposed for this are looking at conversion of that house, holding that existing box of the existing home sacred. That's part of the contributing factor of this neighborhood. And then adding on to it in a sympathetic way that basically is scaled appropriately, honors that original home. And, you know, some of the hardship conditions we have is that if we're keeping the box of the home 5 feet away from the property line right now, we're not going to move that house. We're not going to change that relationship to it. So it automatically creates that 15-foot hardship to start with for this to be. It is a permitted use. We did submit, and in a sense of brevity, I submitted a document that shows other neighboring churches that all would be subject to the same condition of 15 feet away. Ms. Kukla, I don't know, I'm not sure if there's any point of just bringing that up just briefly, just to show them in reference.
Mr. Bay and Ms. Jones may be able to.
We need the map of the very.
Correct. And there's just one oversight shot.
All your submitted documents are in this presentation.
You're
gonna have to, slide back and forth. I can try to exit out and.
No, we'll try to be patient with it, the order. Oh, what's this one? Yes.
Which
presentation
are you looking for?
This is the letter of our immediate neighbor, which I think is worth reading into the record.
You'll need to state your name.
sorry.
If you're gonna.
Okay, wait, we'll let the
Yes.
architect give
Finish,
us
finish.
details
Okay.
regarding the plans.
So the next sheet, basically in this neighborhood, including the overlaying area that is limited single family, the church in Cleveland on Magnolia is a church that operates within 15 feet of adjacent premises, and all the rest of those are churches. The rest of the presentation, includes references to specific ones and how they, abut residential in all cases. So for this to say, well, we're the only condition that this would apply to in this transition to become a church, house of worship, place of worship, there's neighborhood context for that to be true anyways, including the history of the fact that the facility that was across the street operated as a church for 50 years as well, also in this neighborhood context. So the fact that this is a permitted use and is demonstrated as being an existing use in the neighborhood feels commiserate with uses that exist already. And again, this will be slow to advance, but these were just looking at them as they abut residential. Sorry, it is slow and laggy. But in essence, and with apologies, it's.
We go that way. The might be behind you.
All of these places of worship in the neighborhood all exist within 15 feet of adjacent residential. So this does not feel out of context with the surrounding neighborhood whatsoever. And in terms of an architect's approach to what was presented, Landmarks has seen this project in various iterations over a number of years. The most recent appearance, they actually complimented, they have some issues that we will go back to adjust. They had some concerns about the color, and they had some concerns about some of the proportions of the windows that we presented in our package. But generally, they complimented the fact that this program is reduced from the earlier one. It is more sympathetic to the original house that we're keeping. In fact, the ridge line of the revised proposal is lower than the existing ridge of the house, which was not the case in previous iterations of this. And it steps down as it goes further back. So the second floor transitions down to a back deck that in this case is almost the same height of the neighboring garage for the Alevskis. So
What is that height?
I can tell you, I just don't have it off the top of my head. Maybe 15, 20 feet at this point. So a single family with a deck rail. So
Yeah.
yeah. This one right on Magnolia. So, and this a little hard to read, but this was the transportation survey. This at the time when we filed it had 75 people commenting on the transportation survey that they had produced. It's gone up to 90 some people, 91. Do you own a car? 80% no, 20% yes. How do you get to events at Chabad? 76% walk, 21.3% walk or bus. And drive your own car was the two respondents who apparently only come once a year. So, and that's also part of the submittal as well. So. And all of the undersigned were in support of the project as well.
Is this?
Yeah, and for reference, we also recently, last fall, the rabbi had provided documentation, a similar project at Carnegie Mellon, where the Chabad serves the campus in Pittsburgh of Carnegie Mellon. Very, very parallel condition where basically they operated in their home Chabad. They purchased a property adjacent, probably one of the 70% right next door. In their case, it was not a landmarks district. They tore down the home and presented this, was recently approved by a similar body in Pittsburgh that basically approved a program that is almost identical in their plans, and that was submitted as part of this as well. Not necessarily commiserate with the architecture of the adjoining things, but the program and the lot limitations in their case forced it to be a larger vertical condition that doesn't exactly align, but doesn't have the sensitivity that we're trying to play into as a landmarks district and out of consideration for the neighborhood and the context that we're building it. But it was approved, and they are going forward with the construction of that as well. Maybe not as sensitive, but very, very similar programs and similar use case with an adjoining property operated by the rabbi there, who is experiencing similar growth that is outstripping his ability to have tables and chairs in his home, and they are pursuing this project. So
Can you give us more context around this particular project and sort of what it is that you've drawn, like what's going to be built? I understand that there is a
Yes.
addition that will be built. Can you just kind of give us those basic details?
Yes, and I don't know that we actually submitted the landmarks submittal, but
Or the one that shows, it may be that.
I did bring copies of what was presented to Landmark. And with apologies to those online, is this submitted?
Yeah, it should be in the.
Oh, it is in there? Okay, sorry. Okay, we're gonna go.
Probably close
I was
to
gonna
the
say, can you?
Yeah, let me try to.
Yes.
We can see something.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's the same presentation that went before Landmarks as well. So that would have been, pardon?
Updated?
No, same presentation that was submitted to Landmarks.
All right, so just for the sake of moving us along.
Yes.
Do you want to tell us what it is that you're proposing?
So yes, in this, again, it is a preservation of the existing home, and this title shot functionally shows that's the house that's there now with new windows, restoration, same shape, shingles for it, new roof, repairing the functional items of disrepair in the house right now.
And the reason the setback is being requested irrelevant, the reason why we need the setback variance?
For the 15 feet?
Yes.
It's an existing home. We cannot move the house, and honor the neighborhood condition of that existing home.
So it's to preserve that home, that landmarks and the.
I don't see a variance request for a setback.
The-
Am I missing something?
The 15 feet for, if this is to become a house of worship, there's a requirement, it's item 2, 337.02 F1, churches.
The area, okay. I'm
Sorry,
with you.
The area variance, correct.
Yeah.
There's 2 area
The
variances.
existing home sits 5 feet off of the property line to the east. So we are out of compliance by,
That was an existing condition.
it's an existing condition.
Okay.
We are 10 feet out of compliance from meeting the standard. The garage for the property that the Olevskis own on Wade Park at the corner of 115th is approximately 30 feet to that existing garage. The neighboring property directly behind, that is between the Olevskis' home and the corner of Wade Park at 115th, is 38 or so feet from the property line to the back of the house. This is actually a really good view. If you closed your eye to anything that's sort of behind the gable coming down on the back of the existing house, that's our attempt to hold the house as existing. Again, sacred is the word I'm using. We're holding on to that as the house. And anything that we're doing behind there is trying to take a different architectural take that is not trying to be slavish to a historical context, so it's of its own time, but it is deferential to the existing house in that the existing porch, there's a 1-story sunroom on the back. We're pushing the house and the addition back away further to the east, so that that corner and that view, because the neighboring property, that is a vacant lot right now, and it's observable. So we took great care and sensitivity in trying to play with the massing so that the addition steps down. You can see that in the very back, where there's a long horizontal set of windows. That's the kitchen and an outside deck. So this house continues to terrace down out of respect for moving further and further into the neighborhood context.
All right, so just want to make sure that I understand
Yes.
what you're proposing. So it looks like we're just going to renovate this house. Is this the addition?
No, actually, the addition starts right to the back of the gable end portion of the home.
Okay, so
Why
up here?
don't you point it so it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Will this do pointer?
I don't think
So you'll have to go to the board. Yeah,
Let's go to the board,
Yes.
explain it, and bring your
I
mic.
will bring my mic. So in this case, if you close your eyes, this is what exists right now.
Okay.
This is the house that we're preserving. This is the addition that's going on that will tie into it. It's a cross gable that dies into the back of this gable end condition. This is an existing one-story sun porch that goes across the back of the house for, 10, 15 feet. We're preserving that corner, we're holding on to that visually, and we're making it a balcony for this second condition. Landmarks objected to the size and proportion of this window. Not going to disagree. And they wanted us to study this, and they wanted us to study different colors. Other than that, they thought this was an appropriate use that was deferential to the house, in fact, respectful of that. And this iteration of program is certainly an improvement over past versions where we basically would have been in a situation where this addition was much more massive, had a two-story volume with roof all the way back. So this is a much more sympathetic condition because its pivot is no longer trying to hold it as a residential use and place of worship. This is a commercial assembly use to support the efforts of Chabad. But to anyone driving by this house, would they know that this is no longer a residential house if we're being so slavish to holding on to this condition and preserving it? As you drive by Wade Park, to the casual observer, you're not going to see this as being any different. And the same walk traffic that's going to 115th is just going to come here. And we're making accommodations with stairs and ramps so that ADA compliance can be held as well as a commercial structure. But we're also pulling it to the very back, so it's not altering anything in the front of it. And we're again holding on to this existing porch, existing access condition. It's going to be functionally diverted to the back. Does that help explain the scope?
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Mhm.
So the only variance needed for this is the 15 feet.
15 feet to the properties to the east, and technically parking condition, which again has been demonstrated that,
Get to that.
yes, so
But for the house itself.
correct.
Thank you.
All right, so now let's start to call for testimony. I have next on the list.
I just have a couple of follow-up
Your
questions.
mic's not on.
Oh, I just have a couple of follow-up questions.
Yeah.
And just because I know we're trying to move through this fairly quickly, you've heard my description of the area, and was I accurate in indicating what we have across the street or otherwise? You're familiar with the area?
I'm very familiar with the area.
And in your opinion, would this, from an architectural design standpoint, do you see that this approval would adversely affect the neighborhood at all?
No. I mean, we are doing this to be sensitive to the existing context of what's here, and functionally it's moving as the crow flies 25, 30 feet. So the same program is just going to happen in a commercially appropriate space.
Okay, and what you said the word unnecessary hardship. I know there's been some confusion here, but as we've talked about, we're here for an area variance, correct? You know what an area variance is?
I do.
You actually gave an opinion in writing to this board, correct?
Yes.
And did you review the standard, correct one, and what is that?
Sorry.
For an area variance with the standard?
There would have to be a hardship for this.
Okay, it's practical difficulties.
Yes.
We've covered
Okay.
this. Do you have something different that?
I just want to make sure for the record it's clear. And you talk about the Duncan versus Middlefield. Those are what you understand to be practical difficulty standards, correct? Okay. And I just want to make sure for the record we have this in there. And also, in your opinion, does this meet a community need?
Yes.
And what would that be?
It's a functional community need that services the community of students at Case. It is going to become a community asset in terms of their outreach opportunities. This is strengthening and taking what is currently a vacant property and making it back to usable condition.
And you're familiar with the operations of Chabad?
I am.
Okay, and you're familiar with the neighborhood, correct?
I am.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We're now going to call Gavi Septon, and please excuse me if I butcher any names, y'all. But you have the floor. If you could borrow a mic from someone.
Maybe we could have everyone's, if you have this mic.
Yes. Oh, he's got several mics coming his way. All right, just state your name and give your comment.
My name is Gavi Septon. It's nice to meet the whole Wade Park community here. I'm a real estate agent in primarily University Heights. I sell hundreds of homes there, primarily to Orthodox Jews who need to live in proximity to the synagogue. I've been doing this since 2017. It's the second time that John has called on me to testify. We went through this in another neighborhood one time. And last time and this time I ran reports just to verify it. I mean, it's obvious without running a report, but we ran reports to show that property values are only effective positively when there's a synagogue in its proximity. And ran this report last night, University Heights, the difference between the low price per square foot near the synagogue and not near the synagogue is 26% difference, meaning near the synagogue is 26% higher. The average square foot near the synagogue is 13% higher than the rest of University Heights. So someone sells a property, if someone owns a property near an Orthodox synagogue, they will get 13% more. And then the high price per square foot was actually 17% more versus near the synagogue and before and not near the synagogue. And just to point something out, I just realized when I came here this morning, when we did this it was a couple of years ago, I think it was only 3% difference. And now it's 13% difference. Because as the prices go up, it's just what happens.
All right, thank you for that. The next person
And
I
if
have.
I just to follow up, so how long have you been in the real estate business?
2017.
Okay. And so you're familiar with these types of operations, a synagogue or a shul, for example, and a Chabad, correct?
That's what I do for a living.
Okay. And in your experience, have you seen any adverse effects from a decrease in property values as a result of these kind of uses?
The property values are much, much higher.
Okay.
I just gave average numbers.
So in your opinion, there will not be a negative impact. Is that correct?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to call the next person on the list, which is Dylan Pines. Will you please grab the mic and tell us your comments? Dylan Pines, are you still with us?
Yeah, right here.
Okay. Do you have a microphone next to you? Perfect.
Is that on?
Okay. I'm a student at Case Western Reserve University. I go to Chabad every week. Back home before I came to college, I would go to my grandmother's and have Shabbat dinner with her and my cousins and my family at home. Here, I don't have the opportunity to have dinner with my family, so I go to Chabad. When Mendy says that it absolutely acts as a family-like community, he is not misrepresenting the truth in any way. That's absolutely the reason people come, the reason people come back week after week. Absolutely, the community acts like a family. And the main way that people interact is eating dinner together on a Friday night. In terms of parking, again, I'm a student at Case Western Reserve University. I do have a car. I have never once driven to Chabad. It just wouldn't make sense. It is, like was said, it's more of a pain to go to the parking lot, drive a single block, try to find on-street parking than it is to walk the 5 minutes. That's true of everybody that I know. Nobody drives. It's just the case that everybody who's part of this community either walks or takes the bus. Yeah, I think that's all the comments that I have.
Okay,
I
thank you
just
so
have
much
a
for your
quick
comment.
follow-up question.
We really want to move
I will,
on.
just one quick question.
Ask the question.
At the council meetings already, committee meeting.
Yeah, Okay, if you start to ask questions that he's already testified to, I'm just gonna move along. So go ahead and ask your questions.
So you referenced the parking garage, correct?
Yes.
If you could, just so we understand where that's located at.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Pointing it out here, it would be, wait, sorry, where's Chabad? It would be like
The Chabad's right there.
So if this is the parking garage is like right here.
Okay. Is there also a parking garage located right here on 118th?
I'm sorry, yeah, that's where the parking lot is.
Okay. So just so it's clear for the record, the parking garage you say that the students use, you use is located there.
Absolutely,
correct?
yes.
All right, thank you for
That's
that.
it.
The councilman, said you might need to, with one here for the.
You know, with all due respect, I have 12 o'clock chairman meeting, billions of dollars. Gotta eventually go.
Do you want to give your comment
now?
now? Understood. Do you want to give your comment now? Okay, hold on a second, because I don't want, we have to maintain order, okay? And the way that we maintain order is one person talks at a time, and we go by according to who I call to the floor. Now, my question to you, Mr. Councilman, is do you want to give your comment now, or do you want to wait to give your comment?
You think we'll be finished? Cause
I have no way to predict. I'm so sorry.
It'll be
We
at least
probably
30
got
minutes.
about 20 people on the list, and the more we stop, the more time it's gonna take us.
That's how I get streets, the bridges, things like that. Take care of back here for my residents.
We're off the record for a moment.
Ask the chairwoman, you told me to continue. Yeah.
All right, so it sounds like you're gonna give your comment now?
I'll give it now.
Okay, back on the record.
Back on the record. You know,
And start with your,
Councilmember Kevin Conwell,
thank you.
my residents, the lawyer is right on this point. They have fought time and time again to maintain their community and their area. They don't want it to be like, we have lost a lot of avenues and boulevards in communities throughout the city of Cleveland. Yeah, as you know, once I was even a council member in Little Italy, and they battled against trying to protect their neighborhood. Now, with this parking, that's where you keep mentioning parking and parking again. Residents have reached out to me because they have had issues on Wade Park with parking. Even when the building was being built on 118th Street, sir, we met with the developers there and discussed parking with them. And then the developers work with the residents so that they can continue to have better parking. They work with them. My residents have even called me and said, Councilman, we're getting ready to have an event on Wade Park. Can you talk with the commander or someone so that we don't receive tickets? See, you don't live there in the community. You're talking about parking.
Special
but-
comments to the board.
Oh, to the board. Sorry, Madam Chairwoman. As you know, I walk the neighborhood all the time. I'm there in the community. The residents have reached out to me, Madam Chairwoman, time and time again. I've talked with the commander about having congestions with parking there. The parking is so important. And as it was mentioned earlier, people come in and they say that it's not going to affect their projects with parking. And then when you pass it, guess what happened? It was just narrated, the parking get worse. It get worse. They're narrating, and you having the rabbi to talk about parking without even a parking study. Without even a parking study. You have to have a parking study. And then he's making assumptions that, because I already told you, I had issues when he pointed to a Case Western Reserve that they can use, that's what he made his assumption. They can use the parking at Case Western Reserve. You need to have a parking study, the stuff he's talking about, so that he can have supporting evidence to give to you, Madam Chairwoman, and your committee. It will destroy the historic with the parking and the smog that it's going to bring in that area, more congestion in that area. It's going to affect the homes and the historic houses in Wade Park area. it will affect them. It would definitely do that.
Do you think it would affect them adversely?
I think so. I think so. You know, with the smog and they would be there. It would affect them with parking. It will also affect the beautiful homes just in that area. We have to have a study to see and not go on assumptions to the chair and the committee. Sorry, I'm at my back to you guys. I respect you so much. But and that's where we're at. And you have to listen to my residents, people that live in that area. You got people from around Euclid, Solon, whatever the case may be. No, it's the ones that's there that it's affecting. My bosses, my board of directors. That's where I'm here now. Listen to them, please. They have fought churches over there, Madam Chair, on 108th Street, you know, dealing with zoning there. As I mentioned, 118th, even across the street at Case Western Reserve University. And the reason that some of the people that's up here now, because they don't come to the meetings to help and support what's going on. Even you think so bad about the neighborhood, I had to ride with Sally O'Toole of Building and Housing to get them to cite the rabbi. And if he cared, and if he was a neighbor that he's talking about, he wouldn't leave open and vacant and vandalized houses until you have to get cited. Until you have to get cited for something. So when you care about a neighborhood, you don't have to have the city to send you any notices. You just actually do it because you care. You see what I'm saying? I know as the councilman since 2001. I had to deal with these several times and again. If we don't get that traffic study, let's not go by assumptions. And that's where I'm at.
Okay, let me ask you one question.
Yes, Madam Chairwoman.
To your testimony that this project will adversely affect the neighborhood due to smog and, you know, parking issues. We've heard testimony
Density.
that many of the users of this house of worship will arrive without cars. They'll arrive as walkers. So can you speak to how that is reconciled?
Well, he showed you the holidays, not all the time. You have down, he said, the appellant said 127 people. And our codes says this also, that you must have, not me, that you must have 22 parking spaces. That's what it said. So we have an issue right there. 22 parking spaces. He said 127 people will be there. Isn't that correct? When you read it? So I'm not making assumptions. I'm just coming to tell you what was said and what was narrated. So it will affect it. And then they walk to worship, but you're not walking all the time. You're not. And it's in the code with 127 people per 22 parking spaces. And that's why he keep talking about the parking spaces, because they don't have a solution.
Madam Chair, I just have a follow-up question if you're.
Yeah, please go right ahead.
With respect to the parking study, is that something that you and the city would initiate, or are you requesting that the developer, the appellant, would initiate that study?
Well, you know, when you do a project, you look at issues and concerns when you do project management. And so they know when they come up here to talk with us, they know you look at the implementation of the plan, you look at the planning. He should have had the study in the planning when you introduced it to us. They introduced everything else in the planning, but he did not introduce the parking.
Okay.
They know that's a risk.
So it's your testimony that the appellant should have done a parking study and that was not completed?
You're right.
And you are in opposition to the project as a result of that?
Yes, that's first thing first. And it will affect the culture of the community.
Thank you.
All right, does that conclude your comments?
I gotta get down to the chairman meeting.
You gotta go. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks so much for
Take
being
care.
here. We appreciate
God bless,
it.
God bless.
All right, so now I'm gonna go back up to the top of the list. What's your name? Donald, I know you're on this list somewhere. Give me a second to locate you. State your name one more time for the court
Donald.
reporter.
Durrah,
Durrah.
Durrah.
All right, perfect. Go right ahead with your comment.
Okay, I am the property exactly just west of the project.
Okay,
And I'd like to state that I'm a real estate broker
okay,
and a real estate certified general appraiser, and I've been that since 1963. Some of the examples, and I have hardships too. I may have hardships with this project.
okay.
Some of the examples that were given are all true, but they're not. They're not in the zoning area that we're talking about. So there are churches around, but they're not in that limited one-family zoning area. And that's the ones we're concerned about, at least I am. And I'm concerned about changing that zoning. I'm concerned about the house next door being a single-family residential. I have a single-family residential. I also have religious church meetings in my house. You know, I have people come over and we do what, but I don't want to change anything because I do that. The house across the street, 11310, that they said was used as a church, it was used as a church illegally. It's always been a single family residential with bedrooms and bathrooms upstairs, and the people came in and used it as a single family residential illegally. So it was never a legal thing done. I look at the hardships that I may have is changing zoning. Is my value changing in the area? And my colleague here is in real estate since 2017, I think he said. I've been in real estate since 1963. And I've done over thousands of houses in this community. And I notice in the Cleveland Heights, University Heights community, yes, the values will go up because a synagogue would be valuable to that community, so that community could walk to the synagogue. But this is not that kind of community necessarily at this point. I see that a lot of students in the times that I've been there, there's a lot of students that, yes, they walk places, but I saw evidence of them parking their cars at 3 o'clock and then walking at 6 o'clock and all day Saturday, and then coming back, getting their cars on Sunday or a sundown on Saturday. So the cars are there. It's not a big problem. The cars are not a big problem, but there are some cars that are parked at 2 or 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock on Friday and picked up later. Now, I recognize that there's, in the time that I've been there, 4 communities in that Wade Park area. The one community is the Case Western Reserve community. They've been there a long time. The second community is the residential community, people who live in their homes, raise families in their homes, have children in their homes, that community. The third community is what's lately is become a Jewish community. And I recognize that. And I'm a neighbor with the rabbi and we talk back and forth, you know, and we commune together. But there's a fourth community. And I don't want that fourth community to grow. It's the fourth community of lawbreakers. Lawbreakers meaning Airbnbs that are not registered, student housing that they're advertising freely, that if you buy this house, you can move students in and you get $1,000 a bed. They advertise that freely, right? Put it right on the post so they can get that done. And that to me, and in some of your codes, it says, this is considered a gainful business. And in this zoning, you're not supposed to have a gainful business. Gainful business meaning Airbnbs, they're very
You know, they make good business. Student housing, if you have 5, 6 bedrooms and you get $1,000 a bedroom, you get $5,000, $6,000 a month. We can't compete with that. I'm before the the board taxes now that they're trying to compare homes with homes that are making $5,000 or $6,000 a month. And we're residentials, we don't make any money. That's a gainful business. So with that, as long as this project is done and there's no zoning change, no you know, I guess most people get mixed up in zoning change, variances and temporaries and all that, but leave it just like it is, single family. If he wants to have a service in his house, have it. I have it in mind. I tell the church, come over next Saturday and we'll do this and that, you know, fine. But I don't want to change the zoning because that's going to affect my values and who knows what it may affect. We find now that there's Airbnbs, there's rooming houses, and the city is not doing a thing about those now. Not a thing. And for your information, I want to admit that I sold the rabbi that house years ago. I was the broker. And I sold the house he's living in now. I was the broker. So I've been there, I've done that, but I had no idea, and I imagine that rabbi had no idea that he was going to change, he was going to have a need to change zoning at the time he purchased the house. That was not his intentions. But for that's all I have to say because I'm going to have to leave.
So are we hearing that you are in support of this project or do you?
I'm in support of anything that's not change zoning or variances. If it doesn't change, if this house is a single family residential house and the drawings that you were just handed does not have a bedroom in that house. And it does not have a bathroom in that house. So as long as it has bedrooms and bathrooms and he wants to have services in there, I'm in support of that. But if it needs to change the zoning to have that, I'm not in support of that.
Okay.
And it says that it's permissible, I understand it's permissible, if you say we're going to change the zoning or give a variance, it's permissible. Other than that, it's not permissible. Is that correct? Okay. Well, I expect you to go by your rules. If you say okay and it's permissible, then hey, that's what your rules say. But I can't support changing the zoning because it's going to put a hardship on my family and my home and my investment. I moved there in 1974. So I've been there, the math, 52 years. So I don't know how long I'm going to be there after today, but that's where I am right now.
Okay.
So my support is, I don't have support on changing the zoning, period. If it's changing the zoning, it means a variance and changing the zoning, because I see now that if this zoning is changed and the variance is changed, you're opening the door for the fourth community, the lawbreakers. They'll come in and do everything the same way. And they'll probably buy me out, you know, because they're calling now, asking to buy your house. They'll buy me out, next door, it'll be another Airbnb or, you know, whatever they want to put there.
6 times a day.
Yeah, 6 times, yeah. They call.
Yeah.
So unless you have any questions, I'd like to answer your questions if you
No
have any.
questions, but thank you for your comments.
Okay,
I do
thank you.
appreciate that.
And thanks for letting me speak because I'm going
Absolutely.
to have to leave.
All right, so
Okay.
we're now gonna go to
I should ask a question.
Dwight Paris. Not at this time. Dwight Paris? Do you have a
Do you have a
microphone? Oh,
microphone?
let's get him a microphone, please. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My grandparents bought that house that I live in now in 1957, so we've been there since 1957. The house was built in 1910. I'm going to speak from a personal point of view, a fear point of view. You folks are really violent. You just bombed Iran and killed a whole bunch of folks. So I'm really scared to have you all in my neighborhood.
Can we stay focused on the issue?
The issue is I'm afraid.
One person who has the floor.
I am afraid. Fridays and Saturdays are the days that we cut grass. We have family outings. We're going to be parking all up and down the street. That's going to block us from having family. I am really afraid. That's all I got to say.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Paris. The next person I have on the list, Riva Rifi. I hope I didn't mispronounce your name.
REVA.
Okay, go right ahead. Rita,
So should I sit or just talk from here?
whatever your
Wherever you
preference.
are.
Okay. So there are 2 points I would like to discuss. The first point is regarding the parking, and the second point was regarding the person who said. So I am a Case Western alumni. I'm a resident in the same street. I am not there because I'm affiliated to Case Western. I graduated in 2025, so I'm not an active student anymore. I am a resident in the street, and I attend a Chabad dinner sometimes in Rabbi Mendy. First thing, we don't use cars, not because we don't want to, but because we don't need the cars, and also for religious purposes. I don't use my phone, I don't use my car to go to Chabad. It's a religious thing. In my house, we have 2 cars, we have 6 parking spots. We don't need parking. My house to the Chabad house, it's 2 minutes walking. I've been on campus before for 4 years. We don't need cars to move because the campus is small and we all walk. So the idea of using cars is not an issue at all. One more thing, I didn't take the survey. I'm one of the people who attend Chabad sometimes. I didn't take the survey and I walk. So this is to say that this is more than 70% of people. I also feel that there is something more than just policies and rules. And many people express this explicitly. It's not just because of rules, but because of the Jewish community. And many people express it this clearly right now. So I think it's clear because it was just a bias before. We were thinking that some people, they don't want the Jewish community, but we had no evidence to say that, but now many people said that they don't want this because they don't want the Jewish community, which is a different story. And at this point, I don't have to prove that it's the issue of parking or because of this or because of this. So this is something else, and it's beyond my capacity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I'll now go to the next person I have on my list, and that is Sean White.
My name is Sean White, and I'm the direct adjacent property. I live there next to both Mendy and the property that's in question at the moment. And so the one thing I can say is I can't really see any significant changes to the neighborhood. I've lived there for 3 years now, I believe. And the change would be just moving the place of worship as his house to the one right next to it. So I don't see any way in which the neighborhood would be impacted by parking or anything like that. And as the person who lives directly next to the current place of worship, his house. I haven't seen any significant issues with parking or anything like that. When I first got into the house, there was a little bit of parking issues, but almost all of that was not from Rabbi Mendy or anything from Chabad. It was mostly just, as someone stated earlier, college students, unrelated, who would just park their cars there for extended periods of times. And even that seems to have largely been resolved. So generally, I see a fair amount of parking space available. And this change wouldn't change any of the parking at all, because it's just moving from one house to the other, which are directly next to one another. And for anyone who's concerned about like noise or anything like that, again, it's changing from one house to the other, and they're extremely quiet. I live right next to where they have all their events, and I never have any issues with noise. I'm probably louder myself playing my video games. So, yeah.
All right, thank you for your comment.
I just had a just
Is it something he's already testified to?
no.
Briefly, please.
Just it's two quick questions. You're not a member of the Chabad, or
no, I'm not a member.
Are you Jewish?
I am not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next person on the list, Adam Brooks.
On the website, it said that we were about 2 minutes to give our statements. Is there anyone keeping time on these statements to make sure everything's been said within 2 minutes?
Yeah.
So they gave 2 hours, something like an hour.
Okay, I'm gonna keep us moving. Give me 1 second and we'll get around to you all and you can give your comments.
As a representative of the neighbors organization, so.
Hold on 1 second and you'll have an opportunity to speak. All right, so we've heard from Sean White. I would now call on Adam Brooks.
Hi, my name is Adam Brooks. I'll try to keep my comments brief.
Speak up.
Hi, my name is Adam. I'll try to keep my comments brief. I live in the house directly next to Sean here, and I'd just like to echo some of his statements that noise has never been an issue. These people are extremely quiet. I didn't even know if they had as many as 50 people in that house ever, because the parking never really changes visibly at all. I have friends in the Case Western Jewish community, and they do see there's a need for this, and that's all I have to say, really.
All right, thank you for that. Charles Kahn.
Yes, stepped out. He doesn't have.
Oh, he had to leave. Okay. What about Ismailia Traor? Sorry if I butchered your name.
No, you good. I'm in support of like everybody, practicing whatever they want to believe. Now, I don't know nothing about like the ins and outs as far as parking and all that technical stuff. But, I support, people having the right to, believe what they want to believe and, practice their religion. So as far as that go, I'm all right with that. And also the development of the community, that's also important as far as this matter goes. But as far as this, I supported them building something for worship. But, I don't know the technicals and stuff like that.
Are you a neighbor?
Yeah. Yeah, I live at the Davis.
You live where? At the Davis?
At the Davis,
And
yeah.
what is that?
It's an apartment complex.
And where is it?
It's on 105 in Orville.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right, does that conclude your comments?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I'll next call Samuel Dorfman. Samuel Dorfman, are you still with us? Okay. What about Ronald Smith?
Hello. Does this microphone work?
Project into the room, it's going online.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Project your voice so that we can hear you.
Okay, gotcha. My name is Ronald Smith. I live at 11605 Wade Park Avenue. That's probably 3-4 houses down from the house in question. I totally support this effort. I have no problems with a house of worship down the street from me. I've been living there for over 21 years, and I never knew that there was a house of worship there. There was never a parking issue, never a noise issue. So I don't really see the issue. I just, it's a house of worship. It's not like it's and I further support it, when they're saying that they're going to provide tutoring sessions for these kids. So that's gravely needed in this city. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you for that. Next is Edward Levine.
Good, I guess, afternoon now at this point. Thank you for letting me speak. I am Ron's neighbor. I live one house closer to the proposed property. I live at 11601 Wade Park Avenue. I live in the house that used to be a museum exhibit at before I got here. It's a passive house with smart home, whatever they called it before my time living in it. I will say that the only thing that I see on Fridays are kids walking in groups down to the current house now. They don't jaywalk. They wait for the light to say cross the street. When they leave, you have no idea they're leaving. It is, and at any time you can get college kids to get together and do something they did at home, it's a positive thing. The fact that the rabbi went to such lengths to make sure that the new house will look the same from the street is remarkable. I think, given the location, given that Case Western has non-residential a non-residential property there, that they community meeting center, whatever it is, and parking. And the fact that someone testified there's a potential of a 36% increase in the value of our houses is good news. Chabad, from what I've witnessed, are a bunch of good kids led by a good rabbi and his family. And the rabbi, in case you didn't know, he has 7 kids. They're little, and to be able to go into a house that is connected to theirs at a right angle, albeit, to be able to cook for 40 or 50 college kids once a week is a blessing. It is not anything that anybody has to be scared about or nervous about, and it's not going to change the neighborhood. I am in full support of this. I'm in full support of projects like this. And as Ron said, if the kids are going to help tutor the local kids at the elementary school or do things that are community positive, that is even more of a reason to be in support of this overall project. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments.
Excuse me.
I'll call John Mudry.
Madam Chair, there's an individual that needs to leave. If we could.
What's that person's name?
Well, Nick Jordan Pittman, I gotta leave.
Okay.
Okay,
And
I can call you.
again,
after
we have
you.
no objection to people if they have to go. So
What's your name?
Okay. I just want to say that I'm a resident.
No, you gotta hear.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nick Miller. I live on 1512 18th Street. And this has been a wonderful experience for me, knowing these people and the way they live their lives and the examples they set for other people in the community. It gives me a real feeling of community, of a home. It's unbelievable. And it would be doing a big disservice if they don't get the chance to do this again with the new building. The parking is insane, and there's no problems with parking. There's no problems with more people in the neighborhood or anything like that. And on Sabbath, nobody drives, so there's no problem with the smog and things like that. So I just wanted to, say that it's a really wonderful thing. I've been here, I've stayed. One of the reasons I'm still staying is because I have this opportunity, because I can't walk anyplace else to go to the temple on Shabbos, on Sabbath. So to me, it's a very positive experience that I've had since I've been here, and because of Chabad.
Thank you so much for that comment. And then we also had someone who had to go. Sir, state your name and give your comment.
Yeah, my name is Jordan Pittman. And first of all, I would like to say thank you everyone for coming down. This is a very important neighborhood issue, community issue. I don't like from the very beginning the way that they came in and tried to be deceptive with the language. They tried to use confusing language. They tried to say that it was not a variance. We had to go over the terms. It is a variance. It's needed to be, they're trying to make changes. They're not respecting the community. All of us got things to do. They're going to take a bunch of time filibustering. They're not respecting the community. The parking is going to be a problem. It's already jammed up in that area. We don't have enough space for our own community gatherings. Now they're going to bring in a bunch of this. The deception is the problem for me. Oh, we're not going to be driving. We're not driving. We walking. 100-something people that don't live in the area walking from where? From nowhere? Come on, this is deception. This is how they sneak off. They start off with these sneaky tactics, and then it becomes a bigger thing. And I'm saying, listen, we got to stand together and unite against this type of fraud and deception. It's been going on for too long. Okay, and this is another incidence of it. They try to come in nice and smooth and cool, and that's not the case. It's lies, deception. It started off the whole meeting, 2 hours, wasted time about this variance. Now, I don't appreciate it, and it's not respectful to the community.
Do you live in the neighborhood?
Yes, I live in the neighborhood.
Where
I
are
live
you?
12344 Castlewood Avenue.
Is that,
It's in the area,
Okay.
44106.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. I'm now going to go back up to the top of my list, and I'm calling now John Mudry.
Hi, I'm John Mudry. I live on 10624 Wade Park Avenue. And I just have a few comments. One, I want to say, unfortunately, I am opposed to the variance. I think the good rabbi does wonderful things. There's no guarantee the rabbi's not going to get called to another community or somewhere else. And I'm concerned about what happens in the event that happens. We're turning that property from a residential into a facility. And to the counselor's point, if you notice, all the facilities in the area are south, on the south side of Wade Park. There are no facilities on the north side of Wade Park. So it's not just a simple little, it's just. And then finally, Case Western Reserve is already grabbing up land in that area. There's a long history of it. And if you notice, there's a line now that residential property is at Wade Park, and below Wade Park is Case. And we don't need to encroach into the neighborhood. And my big concern is the good rabbi, in the event that he leaves, he does wonderful things for the community. What's to prevent the next group to totally dismantle what the good rabbi is doing? And he cannot guarantee me that he'll be there forever. And that's my concern.
All right, thank you for that. Next, I have Akil Brown.
Yes, thank you. So just like my neighbor John, I have the same concern and opposed to the variance due to the dangerous precedent it is going to set. We are talking about a residential neighborhood and you're asking it to be switched to commercial. That precedent, as Mr. Dura said, as many others have said, is going to let other developers potentially come in and change our residential historic neighborhood into a commercial use property. Like council said, he tried to use only one part of the community, which is Case Western Reserve, which is a higher institution, as the sole example of the community. The community is represented. He also interchangeably used neighborhood, which is a district within the city. Our neighborhood and our community of historic Wade Park is a group of residents, as people have said, varied in background, ethnicity, ancestral lineage, professionalism, socioeconomic status. The birth and varied diversity of our neighborhood is that. It is vast and unique. As Mr. Mendy said, they already are doing Chabad at his own personal home. So there is no opposition to a Jewish community being there. Otherwise, there would have already been problems. There has been none, as been proven Mr. Mindy and all of his attendees. There has been no issue with religious gathering in the neighborhood. That is not the problem, and that is not the opposition. The opposition is to the dangerous precedent being set by switching it to commercial. And also, when it comes to community, the residents of this community stand by each other. When we have accidents, when there is problems, when there is show snubbling, we go out and do it, not because we were asked to, because we automatically do it. So I appreciate Mr. Mindy saying he will do it, but where have you been for the last decade? Not doing it when you showed your home, which is very beautiful, and I'm glad you're a part of the neighborhood and beautifying the neighborhood, but the property being stated and the property at positioned, this is a rendering. As you stated, it has been in disrepair for a decade. So where was that same energy when you were not living in that home? You appointed your home. My concern is, again, that of the precedent being set by others if we allow this variance to continue, the precedent being set of transitioning this neighborhood from one of a beautiful residential diverse neighborhood to one that is people who are coming to invest who have no intention of staying long term and turning it into a commercial mixed use property resident neighborhood and not a residential one anymore. That's it.
All right, thank you for your comments. I will now go to.
That's a first.
It is a first, right? Joel Warger. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Warger. I live at 10709 Ashbury Avenue. My family has lived there for 8 years. My son was 2. My daughter, it's the only house she's ever known. One of the reasons we chose that neighborhood is because we wanted our kids to grow up in a diverse community like Glenville. Having said that, if the changes being proposed to the house would make it very hard to sell to a single family if the property were to ever change hands. We believe that there are other facilities already zoned for this type of use in the neighborhood, just as close, if not closer to Case. We also don't have any guarantees if there's any other events that would happen outside of Shabbat, on a weekday or other holidays, other gatherings. So it's definitely a question of zoning of what would happen if the property changes hands. Now it's zoned for this use and we don't have control who takes it over, and we don't know that yet. And then that's why it's what we would like to do is continue to build up this neighborhood to its once prominence, and keeping it a single family home I think is in the best interest of the neighborhood at large.
All right, thank you so much for your comment. I'm going to now call Alexandra Einhorn. She left. All right, what about Zeltzer? I don't know if I did your first name right, so please say it.
People say everything shakar, it's shahar. Means dawn in Hebrew. And I'm a incoming student at Case Western. But basically, first of all, I just want to say thank you, at least to Chabad, to you guys, for providing truly home and family for me, because I remember the first moment that I stepped on campus in Cleveland and I didn't feel like I had a community, and I just knew that everything would be okay the moment I met you guys, because you really invest in us. You're not trying to make a profit off of us. You're not here to make a profit. You're here to literally serve your lives, to help us, to better the community, to instill morals in people, to help people have a reason and sense of meaning in their lives. And I thank you for that, because I have not felt any sense of home until I met you guys. And you have only operated in a home style way. I know you guys didn't come into the neighborhood intending to gentrify and make the neighborhood, I don't know, like Crown Heights. You wanted to just serve the Jewish community that is there, make them feel like they have a home too, because we are here too. I am an observant student. I don't have a shul, a synagogue that I can go to. There is no place for me to pray. There's no place for me to be observant. And many Jewish students experience this, that we cannot have the connection and the community that we want to have because there are restrictions that we follow. And I live on 11417 Wade Park Avenue. I would technically, in many ways, be most affected by people that would be parking because I live right next door. It's right outside my bedroom window, like one of the parking spaces that could be used up to park right in front of, if it were to be approved, the Chabad house. And that's the thing, that Chabad, we have houses. It's called Chabad House. It's not Chabad Ginormous Learning Center and we attract so many people. We literally just want a place to be together, to be safe. We don't feel safe. This is a place for us to just learn to, feel like we can be Jewish without experiencing anti-Semitism, without experiencing just the hatred and the assumptions that are actually being made for us. And I can assure you that, I know other the other students that I see, I looked out for if students drive. I'm just curious because I live in the neighborhood. I care. I also can't sleep very well. And so when people are driving, I hate it. And it's not good for a neighborhood to have smog and congestion and traffic, especially for kids. Kids die because of that. I can tell you that Chabad does not want to contribute in that way. They literally want Jewish students to feel safe, to feel like they have a community, because we really don't feel like we have any. We don't want to encroach on the neighbors. In fact, I'd be happy to get to know everyone, not because getting to know you would benefit Chabad or whatever, just because I care. And I think that actually, the beautiful character of the Wade Park community is African Americans and Jewish people. Historically, we've had so many, common struggles, fights, we have stood up for each other. And so I don't want it to feel like we as Jews are coming into your neighborhood with our sneaky tactics. No, we don't have sneaky tactics. We literally just want a place to pray, and they literally can't hold all of us. There are things that we literally can't do because they don't have the capacity for it, not because they don't want it, it's literally in their home. There's just not much they can do. And so I can assure you probably one of the quietest houses on the street will be the learning center, the synagogue. It's not meant to, its own thing separate from the neighborhood. The last thing we want to do is cause harm or, take away from the neighborhood. We literally we come here to learn, to study, to contribute, to learn about Cleveland, to learn about the people here and be productive members of society. And for us, I understand traffic, and I can tell you that, I'm sure Rabbi Mendy would literally tell all the students, don't drive. If, he would tell them outright, all the concerns you have, I'm sure he would tell them, we're not trying to take up houses, whatever. I live here. I just want a place to pray. I want a place to be observant and spend time with other Jewish students. And, I look forward to talking with you guys more. But I just want whatever assumptions there are to just be broken down and just talk to each other as human beings. That's all.
All right, thank you for that. I'm just going to call a brief recess.
Yes,
Let's take about 5 minutes, please. Thanks.
Laptop, is that okay? Oh, yeah, no problem. Yeah, as long as I know it's there, we don't trip over it.
So. So it's like you change. My family lives in rural area, so I just talk to the banker and go, hey, you know,
You need something to eat? I would love that. Thank you so much. I feel so understood at this moment. We got some carbs. Exactly.
yeah, no,
Case. I wonder if they're still, if we should ask them if they are okay waiting or if they wanna, yeah. They wanna reschedule. I know they were kind of sticking around.
no.
Let me see if they would like to. Because we probably got another hour.
I want to say it's a young lady with the back there, but I can ask, but I'm not sure. She's talking to people from. I don't remember.
Yeah, because she didn't swear in, so that might be possibly her.
When we asked
McDonald. Yeah, I mean, if they want to postpone, we can. Okay.
I'm gonna head out shortly, but I figured I'd ask you if it would make sense just because I noticed a lot of the complaints are about a change in zoning law. And as far as I'm aware, that's not happening.
Right.
So I was wondering if it might help after the break to just, just want to let you guys know there's no actual change in zoning law here. There is not. It's a difference in the precedent that they're talking about. It might save you some time.
Yeah.
So the meeting just got muted for people that are on Zoom.
My gavel's falling apart. Order. I'm gonna call us back to order. Order. All right. Everybody back? We left off with testimony. We're gonna now go back on the record. I'm gonna call to the microphone Cayenne Howe. All right, go ahead and give your comment.
Yeah, Cayenne Howe.
Okay, I still hear a little bit of chatter. If we could please quiet the room so that we can hear the speaker.
Yep. So Cayenne Howe, I'd just like to speak and give my total and unwavering support for this project. So a little background on me. I'm a K student. You know, I am of African American, white, and Jewish heritage, and Chabad is a community. You know, it was here, and I was able to go with my Jewish friends and to connect with part of my ancestry that I'd never connected with. I wasn't even raised religious, and Chabad, you know, opened up its doors to me. I've never felt out of place. I felt like it's a part of the community, and I've been able to join it. So if we want to talk about diversity for the community and keeping the historicity of Wade Park, you know, I feel like Chabad is helping with that. Let's not forget, Glenville used to have plenty of Jews back in the early 1900s, in the 1800s. And, you know, I'm also, in a way, a member of this community. I live in the area, but my grandfather attended Case Western in the 60s and lived in Glenville. My aunt was born here in Cleveland, was raised in Glenville before they went back to Boston. I don't think that this is harming the community whatsoever. You know, I have a car, but I don't drive to Chabad. I walk there. It's a 15-minute walk. Everyone walks. If someone does drive, they're coming from 30, 40 minutes away, and that's not every week. So I just want to say that, you know, let's just be careful that the zoning commission and the community, we are acting in a manner that is arbitrary and capricious. So completely and in total support of this project.
Yeah, you did it better than my high school graduation. So, my name is Brooke. I've been attending Case Western for the past 5 years. I now live on Wade Park. And I would be the next door neighbor to the new building. I'm in support of it. It not only provides a place of worship for me and my community, and, you know, community for Wade Park. It also is a place of convenience, would be, you know, less than a 30-second walk for me. Versus getting to a synagogue now, as I am religious, is an hour walk each way to get to a place where I can worship, which is just not always doable, especially with the weather as it is, though it is sunny right now. I have also seen Chabad places across the country. I'm originally from Washington State. My family attends a Chabad where we are, and they have been there for a long time. Building a synagogue here or a place of worship would just allow them to stay rather than leave and find a different place. As well as they have many kids who could take over for them afterwards and build a generational community here as well, like many other people here have experienced. So this is just an opportunity to grow the community. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Janet Ridgway at 1568 East 108th Street. I bought my house in 1999. And I led the campaign with 3 other residents, stood before the then board to have that area declared a local historic district. It was national, but the national did not come with some of the restrictions that we felt were needed to help preserve that neighborhood. So we knocked on doors, we talked to every resident, we educated, because there were reluctant homeowners who were concerned about if it becomes a local historic district, what kind of impact it would make in terms of the costs that they have to pay out to upgrade their homes. So we worked with this community. We became neighbors, we became friends. Neighbor to neighbor was an opportunity for us to talk together, to support each other, to eat together, to meet together, and to understand what a true community is. I appreciate the clarification that legal counsel gave. See, he said he made a difference between community and neighborhood. See, Case has a community. It has a community of students. We have a neighborhood. We can't go over in Case and determine what happens over there. And they are coming into our neighborhood saying what would happen in our neighborhood. I would like to ask the question before everybody left. How many residents in this local historic district live there? A lot of the students who have spoken don't live there. They're living in that fourth group that Don Dura described. They have encroached, not the students, but outside investors, local investors who bought multiple homes and made them rooming houses, made them Airbnb, and they don't even live there. And the students who have spoken, for the most part, live in those houses. They don't vote. They don't pay taxes. We support the streets. We support garbage pickup. That's us. We have singer women, almost 80 years old. I live by myself. Well, my daughter just moved in. I live by myself for the most part. I have to pay rising taxes on $10,000 this year on my house. This nonprofit isn't going to support that. We pay that. We support this neighborhood. And I'm not concerned about the religious aspect because I've worked in Beechwood for 10 years. I visited every synagogue that was there, every temple that was there. I mediated between Orthodox Jews and Reformed Jews in Beechwood when they were trying to build the Green Road campus. Facilitated a mediation to bring those two groups together. So I think it was regretful that someone would bring up a tired trope about anti-Semitism. I regret that because that's not what this is about. This is about heritage. This is about history. This is about generational wealth. This is about community, building a community, not people who may be here this year and next year may be off to another school. This isn't about a religious institution. Case has a community. The average student at Case may pay up to $90,000 with tuition and fees this year. Case makes it known through their vision and their mission that they provide an opportunity for all their students to be made whole. They have an interreligious board on Case. Have these students petitioned that board? Have you petitioned that board for a space for you to pray, to worship, to feel a home away from home? They have it there. Have you petitioned for that? If you're paying $90-some thousand a year, then you have a right to ask for what you need to be made whole. This community has no obligation to bear the brunt for Case students. We don't have that responsibility. We don't have that responsibility. What we ask is that a variance is denied. What we also ask is there is a recommitment to this local historic district that was granted in 2011 when we knocked on every single door in the Wade Park Magnolia area. We fought against a Black church. You all talk about these churches. Those churches were grandfathered in when that designation was granted. There has been no new church built in this area was single family residential housing. None whatsoever. So what you see either was grandfathered in at that time or it was built in another part of a historic district that may have been two family, but not in our one family residential district. History, heritage, preservation, protection, generational wealth, community build, family orientation. This is what we are about, and this is what we have to stand before the then board and speak passionately about, to convince you of the worth of designating this a single family residential district. And that's what we want you to do today, deny a variance and instead recommit to this neighborhood that you entrusted to us under a local historical district. That's what we need. We need our families to stay intact. We have young families, old families, 50-year residents, 5-year residents, 3-year residents. We have Black, white, Jewish, Asian homeowners. I'm not even talking about all the out-of-state and the local investors who buy 4 and 5 houses and then put people in to rent them. Right. It's all about the money, you see. And we struggle to pay our taxes. We struggle for the repair of these houses to stay in compliance with the district's regulations. Nobody helps us. We don't even qualify for half the heat programs in these because this area was once considered the Gold Coast of Cleveland. This is where the more affluent Blacks lived and moved into. We didn't flee. Other communities fled the area. When we came in, we stayed. We are here to stay. This is our neighborhood, and it's a difference so clearly defined between community and neighborhood. We are a neighborhood of individual families. Chase is a community unto itself of students. That's the difference. We ask you to deny this variance. Me. All right. Alrighty. Hello, everyone. My name is LaShawna Lawler. I live at 1567 East 108th Street. I'm Jan Ridgway's neighbor. All right. Oh, yes. So, when I graduated college, I could have lived in any city I wanted to. But I moved back to Cleveland because Cleveland is a special place. And one of the things that makes Cleveland special is its character and unique historic homes. I'd like to thank former Councilman Jeff Johnson for creating the Magnolia Way East Park Historic District at the local level in 2011. I would also like to thank current Councilman Kevin Conwell for drafting the legislation to make that historic district official. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve this community as a volunteer member of the Design Review Committee in since 2011. In 2016, Design Review did not support the proposed changes to 11409 Way Park Avenue. And ultimately, the Planning Commission at the time did not issue a variance on the basis that the project would be for a multifamily use space, not single-family occupancy. Today, I ask the Board of Zoning Appeals to uphold the 2016 decision. The proposed project is in direct violation of the zoning code and the local historic designation. The current proposal will convert the home from residential use to commercial use. This kind of building should not be granted a variance because it is not appropriate in a limited residential neighborhood. Additionally, the proposed building fails to provide any benefit to the local community and should not be granted a variance. The project is meant to serve Case Western Reserve University students who, on their 267-acre campus in University Circle,
have all the services and amenities one could desire at their disposal. There is no need to alter the local zoning code to accommodate transient college students who have not established permanent residency here. They pay tuition, upwards of $74,000 a year, to participate in life on campus, not off campus. In closing, please consider the needs and concerns of the local community. Help keep our historic residential neighborhood intact for future generations of Clevelanders who love Cleveland history and beautiful historic homes. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna call Deborah Pittman next. Okay.
So I had a PowerPoint and I'm hoping, I didn't have a PowerPoint, I had a slide deck. And so I'm hoping that that could be brought up and perhaps I could sit at the table with the pointer.
We have it in our packet. I reviewed it.
Okay. You haven't seen it, Ms. Wilson?
No, I want to make sure that we have it
Loaded.
available.
Ms. Jones says she had it up.
You guys too. One she sent this morning, you guys did not see. I explained everything after the
And we can use the old one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Want to go?
Sure, thank you. Actually, I can sit with the architect sitting. That's what the councilman said. So I don't need this microphone. Should I give it to someone?
You can give it to Brittany.
And then can I have the clicker? So will it click through?
It's right there.
Oh.
It's for next year. Yeah, presentation.
Okay. Now, the rabbi and the council, they had about an hour to present, and I do not have an hour. But how much time do I have? Because
Only 2 minutes, but if you need to go over 2 minutes, then I will give you some clues.
okay, thank you. Because I've watched previous hearings, and the community groups, some have equal time. So if they have, okay, I just want to make sure it's fair.
I just want to be clear that you do not have an hour.
I got you, and that won't take that long. So while she's bringing this up, I'll just say I've lived in the neighborhood. My husband and I purchased our house in 2015. We were dating at the time. And since then, we have gotten married. We have 2 children, Lula, who is 4, who goes to the music settlement. So I'm very familiar. We walk her there to school. Sometimes she rides her bike. And Lily, who can't wait to go to the music settlement because her big sister goes there. So I've lived in this neighborhood since basically the rabbi bought his house in 2016, I bought my house in 2015. So we've been here around the same time. But I would argue we have very different ideas about the neighborhood and the homes. So I'm not going to start until my presentation is up, but I can talk if I don't want to go into my time. So
Is this not your?
But they don't have the slides up.
Oh.
Do you have the slides in front of you? You can just speak and we can see them because we submitted them. So let's go right ahead.
Sure. I think it would be helpful to see them visually. I'm a visual learner, but if you can't pull them up, that's fine. Okay, so first of all, I would just like to say that the sorry, one second, it's getting me off because there's no slides. I just want to provide some historical context. So we are a community group, a group of neighbors, and we strongly oppose the issuance of a variance to convert this historic home into institutional use. So Neighbor to Neighbor is an organization that's entirely volunteer, that's been in operation since 2000, and the leadership of Neighbor to Neighbor, among other neighbors, have worked tirelessly to preserve the residential character of this community. So some historical context, even though the attorney focused on the areas like across the street from Wade Park, the Wade Park Historic District is bound by much broader areas. So it's bound by Asbury Avenue, East 118th Street, Wade Park, Mistletoe, Magnolia, and East 105. In 1990, we became a National Historic District. So we've been a National Historic District for close to 40 years. This is a prominent feature of our community, the historic character. In 2011, we became a Landmarks Commission at the local level. Again, this
is a prominent and unique feature of our neighborhood, the historic homes. Now, there has been and there continues to be a barrage of outside investors and institutions looking to develop in our community, right? And I would argue this has nothing to do with the residents and the community's needs and everything to do with what serves them best. So Mr. Doerr talked about lawbreakers, and that is essentially what we have often encountered. And our community is constantly fighting against to preserve the family residential character and the historic character. Now, if you were to look at or drive by, I don't know if the council, Mr. I'm sorry, I forgot your name, have ever been by, but this house is in total disrepair. They purchased this house in 2016 for $60,000. That's nothing. There was a house that sold on Wade Park within the past 6 months for close to $600,000. So they purchased this house for nothing. And in the time they've owned it, they've made no repairs. Let me correct myself. The house has at present 18 housing code violations on the exterior. I've not been in the interior, but I spoke with the woman at the Hillel she has. She says it's in horrific condition. This is not someone who wants to preserve the historic character of the home. This is someone who wants to alter it permanently. Now, one of the special features of our neighborhood is its historic character. They are proposing an elevator, separate men and women's bathrooms on the first floor and the garden level. They're proposing a banquet hall to fit 80 people. This is not preserving the historic character, nor is it consistent with the Secretary of Interior's recommendations for additions to historic buildings, which argue they should be kept consistent with the character and historic use of homes. Now, according to the law, I'm not a lawyer. Now, he has a lawyer. I don't know how much he gets paid an hour. It's probably a lot. So, of course, he's going to have a lot of understanding of case law. But I can read. And the law says, and this is settled law, a property owner who's applying for a variance must show proof that the property is inequitable. There are 7 factors that determine whether or not a property could be considered inevitable, and therefore these are the 7 criteria which a variance the applicant must meet. I'm not going to go into all 7 of them because I don't get 2 hours to talk, but I will go over some of them. Number 1, beneficial use. They have to show there is no other beneficial use of this property other than what they're seeking for in the variance. Yes, please take note. This house could be sold on the market. It could sell to a family. So the house is sold profitably. So he bought it for 60. He could sell this house probably for, who knows, I'm not a realtor, but according to the realtor they brought it could sell for a lot of money, right? So therefore there is use. Now, there are additional factors. I'm going to skip neighborhood impact and come back to it because a variance should automatically be denied if the person had prior knowledge that the area was zoned as single-family residential. And in this case, Donald Doerr, the realtor who sold the property, signed an affidavit saying that the rabbi knew this area was zoned single-family residential. He still tried to demolish the property. He knew this was in a historic district. He still tried to apply to get it to be a multifamily home. These are public records. You can check with the Board of Zoning. He does not care about maintaining the historic district, or this is a single family home. And that also means he had this prior knowledge. So that should automatically disqualify him. We shouldn't even be spending hours discussing this. This is the law. We're asking you to apply the law fairly and evenly. The third thing that is one of the 7 factors is that neighborhood impact. Now, there are so many adverse conditions that are to the neighborhood. This isn't clicking.
It's a delay.
Okay.
It's delayed, yeah.
So, first of all, I like to say that this current house is itself a nuisance property. It is poorly maintained. It is unsecure. And the reason that this is a nuisance is because there's all types of vermin that may be accessing it. And In addition to this being a nuisance, okay, so these are some of the other houses and what they sold for. So there's a viable market for single family homes in this area. Okay, so I would like to come up here
There's
and
supposed to be a
show you.
2-minute limit.
Yes. Oh, now we said I can get more time, Mr. Shafter.
Take your time, Kansas. Take your time. Okay, order in the room, please.
This is not.
It's delayed.
It's delayed.
30 seconds.
These are homes.
You get the email over here this way.
Yeah. Oh.
These are the 7 factors. Prior knowledge being one. There is a viable market for single family homes in this area. This home sold for $485. This home sold for $589. I think they might have paid $40,000. So they made a substantial profit. I think it was probably more than what that realtor was saying. I think that's more than whatever he was saying, 30%. 21,000.
221,000.
221,000. There's a viable market. It's not clicking.
It is.
Okay,
It's delayed.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Aim it this way. Okay, adverse impact on neighbor. This is one of the 7 criteria that you all need to evaluate. Again, it's a derelict property. This is an eyesore. If you go down Wade Park, this is the worst looking house on the street. He's not doing us a service to the community. If he was doing us a service to the community, when he bought his home, which is just 1 year after I bought my home, he would have fixed this property up. He's also invested over Sarah corrected me. The Shabab has invested over $1.3 million in buying properties in our community. He has the ability to repair this house, and he has not. He totally gutted and renovated his own house, but this house remains an eyesore and a nuisance property. It is unsecured. Now, Mr. Durr talked about people who are breaking the rules. This is the posting on the Case Western Reserve off-campus housing portal. Our area is zoned limited single family. That means that you cannot have more than 2 boarders in a family. Or if it's a residential facility, it can have no more than 5 persons. I think some of the students that might have testified might have lived here. But the rabbi is Mr. What does he prefer to be called? Rabbi? 7 residents. Contact Mindy Abowski. This is violating the neighborhood rule. This is violating the law, but it's also against what the neighborhood feels is important. We want single families. We don't want you to rent out to 7 people to make $7,000 a month. You can make your money, but follow the rules. The rules clearly say no more than 5. That's a nuisance to the community. This will convert this historic home institutional use in order for him to achieve his objectives. Now, look, I'm sympathetic. This Sarah is pregnant. They got 7 kids, having 50 people over your house. I have a family. If I have 20 people over my house, I'm overwhelmed. That's a lot of people to feed in and out your house. I would be adamant too. I would be telling my husband, you promised me this is not going to be permanent. I would be adamant too. But in order to achieve the objectives that they want, they would have to substantially alter this home. That it would have to change significantly. Now, the architect didn't mention the elevator. He didn't mention the banquet hall. He didn't mention the commercial kitchen, the separate men's and women's bathrooms. I live in a home. I have a lot of bathrooms. I don't have no separate men's and women's bathrooms, so no bedrooms. This is forever changing this historic home. And I didn't mention the history of the home, and nor did they, but this is actually a really interesting property, the owners of which their family went on to buy the New York Yankees. This is a part of Cleveland history. And if we alter it forever, this is not to preserve the character of this historic district or this historic home or to honor it. This is to change it for the needs of their family. Now, the needs of their family are not related to the property itself or the zoning. That's their own personal need, right? They have to prove that the property in itself imposes a hardship. The property itself does not pose a hardship. Their need and their personal need makes them want to use it in this way, but the zoning says single family.
And that's inconsistent with this. This will alter the integrity of this home historically. It also is grand. It would be quite large and it would take up most of the lot. So it would really make for, I know that architect said it won't be visible, this and that, but I think that this would be quite notable, especially for, you know, other families in the neighborhood down Wade Park. And I know they focused on what's happened here and the softball field, but the people on Wade Park, 35 of them said they oppose this variance and signed a petition for it. Because Wade Park and their council suggested, oh, every neighborhood is different. Yes, and every street is different. And they don't want this on their street. So if the people on 115th say it's not a problem, they won't be impacted. If anything, they will get a benefit. They'll have less people on their street, right? If I lived on 115th, I would say, yeah, I don't have no issue because it would move over here, the issue. Even Mr. Taylor has said that. If people are going in the front door, then they'll be going in this way. And that improves his ability to have quiet, peace, and enjoyment of his property. So everybody on 115th has an interest in having it moved here. And I should say here, on 115th, it's mostly student housing. It's not residents, it's not property owners, it's mostly student housing. So they're not to say students and their interests aren't valid, but they don't pay property taxes. They're here, there, and gone tomorrow. And I live next to students, so I can say this, I can confirm this is the case. They're not permanent residents, they're transient. This is the historic preservation brief. The Secretary of the Interior, which sets the standard for preservation, says a property shall be used for its historic purposes, which is a single family home, or be placed in a new use that requires minimal change to the defining characteristics of the building and its site and its environment. This is not being met. I'm not really sure why Landmark Submission approved this, but I think it's because they only saw one side of the story. Residents were not aware that this was being reviewed. They've been reviewing this since August. Rabbi Benny didn't inform the community of this until, what was that, January 27th? He's been working on this all this time. He hasn't even communicated his intentions. So he was working with design review, but he wasn't working with the people who live in the neighborhood. I have just a few more slides. How long have I been going on?
Just finish your slides.
Okay. Negative impact. They say noise. I don't understand how, in an email correspondence, Sarah said that they have 300 members and that 70 to 110 weekly dinners. I don't understand. I don't care how quiet you are. 70 people eating and gathering makes noise. They said that they will not impact foot traffic. I walked my daughter to school along Wade Park. When our dog was alive, my husband walked him along Wade Park. 70 people would cause my dog to have anxiety, okay? That's a lot of foot traffic. That's a lot of foot traffic on a residential street. It will be noisy. People are going to be interacting. My 2 children are noisy, let alone 70 to 100 students. Our community cannot sustain this. We cannot sustain this. They say, I want to address the parking. They said the students will park at that parking lot. The student said it's more of a pain. They're going to park on the street. You got to pay to park in that parking lot. You think they're going to pay how much, whatever it is, $20 to pay in that parking lot and walk? They're not paying in that parking lot. They said their students don't have cars. Yeah, students don't have cars. You know what they use? They have this thing called Safe Ride. It will pick them up on campus and it will take them off campus. And when Safe Ride comes, it flashes the lights. They may not have a car, but they may very well be using a car to get there. He said they have a service tonight. This ain't Sabbath. You don't think they're using Safe Ride in cold winter weather? That's going to cause a disturbance. Let's be honest. Convo said we need a traffic study, but if they wanted to do a traffic study, they would have already done it. They don't want to do a traffic study. They did a survey of their membership, but they didn't even disclose that to the community. And I would argue that it has a negative impact because I wouldn't want to live next to a place that has 300 people. Let's say it's a funeral or something. 300 people, they both said they have out of town relatives, 100, 10 sisters, 12 sisters. They have all these family members that, I don't know about you, my family comes to visit me for Thanksgiving. Where are they going to park? He mentioned at that one meeting that they might install lights. I don't know what kind of lights, but because of the security nature of them, I believe they might be something like a floodlight. There are people who suggest that this is a necessary feature for a house of worship to be secure, to have lighting. This causes a problem of light pollution and light trespass. Now, he will probably say, I'm not going to do that, but we have no guarantee of that. And excessive lighting will impact neighboring homes. It will impact the environment in negative ways. It will impact people's ability to sleep. And there's really been no solution posed to this. He bears the burden of proving that these impacts will not exist, and he is not even acknowledged. Let me rephrase, not him. The Chabad and the applicant is supposed to prove that these things will not impact the people who lived here and bought homes here, their ability to have quiet enjoyment in their homes. He has not proven that. He has not proven that. All we've heard is word of mouth from people who might be his tenants or members of his congregation. This would also have this impact of variance. Our neighborhood is under siege. They mentioned these places already exist on Magnolia. Magnolia used to be a community like ours with residents. Now it's entirely institutional, right? So basically, if we allow this, our community might be entirely institutional. Case has tried and come before us in the past. They wanted to build a police station. They wanted to build an alumni house, converting these historic homes to use their institutional needs, right? So we do have this as a threat, and we should take this very seriously. And as taxpaying citizens, we want you to uphold and evaluate those 7 factors and tell us it won't have an adverse impact on us. This is going to have a huge negative adverse impact. And again, this is a self-created hardship. This is not a hardship related to the property itself. That house has no property. I'll find you a buyer today who will give the rabbi his money back 2.5 times. That's not due to the property. That's due to their personal need. And hey, I get it. I wouldn't want to have 100 people in my house. I'm pregnant. I got to cook and clean. Oh my God, I would be adamant if I was her too. I sympathize with her. But there are other properties. There are vacant properties. There are other vacant parcels. They could literally locate a block away and it would be done differently. It would not require a variance. Okay, there are those existing houses of worship. They could go to one of them, propose to buy it, right? Because most of them are not fully occupied. Right. Most of them are not fully utilized, right? But now the lady just said the reason why they want this so badly is they could connect the backyards, and then therefore they could carry things. That's what they were saying earlier. They can't carry things on the Sabbath. So the reason why they want this property, it really serves their need to be pious, in that they can carry things to the backyards and they can connect the backyards. But that doesn't have anything to do with this property, and it certainly doesn't have anything to do with our community. And when I say our community, the people who live on Wade Park, the people who live on 108, all the 90 plus people who signed the opposition petition. So again, 35 neighbors who live on Wade Park said we don't want this here. 90 plus neighbors, and I didn't check before I came here, but it's already been, people are still signing the petition, the online petition. And guess what? If more people knew about this, I think you would have 250 people. I think you would have far more people. If they want to do a survey of people, do a survey of everyone in this community. Right. And I bet you will find that if there's 230 homes in our historic district, I bet you will find some high percentage, I'm guessing 75, 85, 90, don't want this here. I thank the board for hearing me and hearing our community. We came because this is something we value. I will just say, I can rely on my neighbors. If something were to happen in an emergency, I can call my neighbors, they'll watch my children for me. I trust my neighbors. This is a unique community. And like LaShawna said, I could live anywhere, but I live here because it's a special place. It's a special place because of these historic homes. My home is beautiful and it is unique. All of the homes in this community were designed by architects, not just the homes, the garages, which I'm not sure whether or not he's planning on tearing down, right? Our homes are special. Our community is special because it is zoned single family. And we are constantly being intruded on by what Mr. Dura says are lawbreakers. You all are supposed to uphold the law. They have not demonstrated. They bear a burden, which will then require a variance. If anything, the fact that they have held this property for 10 years in disrepair shows that they are not people who care about historic preservation. They are not good neighbors. This house has, from my hearing, has, animals. It's unsecured. You can't leave a house abandoned. He said the house was vacant. The house has been vacant. If he cared about the community, he would repair that house so it wasn't an eyesore. So I just say, uphold the law. Don't apply special permission, especially special permission to someone who's not following the law as it is. I know that they need this for their community. I would need it too if I was in her shoes and his shoes and the Chabad shoes. But there's other available places. I teach in the Hillel. The Hillel is underutilized. There are other properties on Case's campus. If you want to say proximity to students, the old Hillel, there's a new Hillel, which is called Geller Hall, and there's the old Hillel. The old Hillel is completely and totally empty and available. So there are other places. They should feel a sense of community. They should have the ability to worship and do all the things that they want. But that doesn't mean our needs as a community should be put aside. There are other available parcels. There's other places, and he has not met the legal standard. And this is settled law. I'm not an attorney, but I do know this is settled law. Thank you so much, and I will get the slickers and whoever goes.
Madam Chair.
Wanted to make you aware of something. Ms. Holzer will need to leave at 2 p.m. So we will lose 5 members. We'll still have quorum, but we will lose 5 members at 2. So, and the appellant should be aware that at that time, he runs the risk of a tied vote. If there's a tied vote, then the variance is denied. We've got.
Then maybe you shouldn't let people talk for a half an hour.
Thank you for that, Madam Secretary. We will note that we will lose a board member at 2 p.m.
We'd like to post your microphone's not on.
Sorry. All right, so I'm gonna try to get through the rest of our list. We just have a few more people who need to speak. So I'll give the floor now to Robert Norton.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I do want to thank you for all of the time devoted to this topic. I'm only going to mention a couple of observations. Again, my name is Robert Norton. I'm a longtime resident on Wade Park Avenue. Very familiar with Rabbi Mindy and his project that they're proposing. The couple of observations I want to make is to the rabbi's credit. Their programming has thrived since arriving on East 115th Street. And I am not aware of any instances that has impeded the progress they've made with their program. When the rabbi first purchased the home on Wade Park Avenue, our understanding was that it was going to be his personal residence, and he was going to be engaged in the programming that he has been engaged in since moving on East 115th Street. The observations I want to point out are that his thriving programming has existed in the neighborhood without any zoning variance changes. He has an opportunity to take care of the property on Wade Park Avenue continue his programming, and he can do all of that without changing the zoning on the property. And we've discussed that face to face. If the zoning variance is approved, my opinion is that it is a risk to the rest of the property owners, because it in effect would open up potentially a Pandora's box for any other property owner that has a special interest for changing the zoning. I believe it would set a terrible precedent to open the door to any property owner to make a similar zoning variance request that I believe would adversely affect the neighborhood, as several speakers before me have mentioned today. So for the record, I am not in support of the project as it relates to the change in the zoning from limited single-family residential. That would not be in the best interest of our neighborhood, in my opinion. And again, I would oppose that part of the request for changing the zoning in any manner from what it currently is.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Norton. Next, I have Barbara on the list. Please go right ahead with your comments.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I want to thank our residents and neighbors for sticking in so long for this process. Because yes, some of the presentations did go on very long in the very beginning. However, there are just a couple of points based on those earlier presentations that I would like to sort of give clarity to. We have, it's already been stated, Cassie hit a whole lot of the points in terms of the disrepair of property, the lack of investment in that property for 10 years. One of the statements that was made in the earlier comment was that for community engagement, they would start having barbecues and they would start tutoring children and they would start shoveling snow. That is all very admirable insights. However, you've had 5 years to do that. And the first time it was evident was last month. That point was pointed out by their attorney about the other institutions around us, which to me is perfect example of why this is so dangerous. Each of those institutions, one by one, got spot variances, got use variances, got something that was specific to what they needed to do just at that time. And now they are all around us. We are the only thing holding them back from taking over Wade Park. There have already been inquiries to the zoning department about how frat houses can now put in for zoning changes to move on to Wade Park because they've run out of space on Magnolia and the side streets behind us. It would truly be an adverse effect on our neighborhood community, since we are delineating communities, to have this project go through. We honor Rabbi Mindy and Sarah's effort. We are happy that the Jewish population is growing and they have found peace in the worship that they are doing with the rabbi and Sarah. And we want it to continue, just not on Wade Park. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. I am now going to call the next person on my list, and that is going to be Iman Edwards.
Good afternoon. My name is Iman Edwards. I'm at 11019 Wade Park, so I'm about 6 doors down from the proposed property. My husband and I bought our land a little over 2 years ago, and we finished our build and officially moved in July of last year, so we're pretty new to the neighborhood. I'm originally from Washington, D.C. My husband is a Cleveland native. So when I got here, we kind of hit the ground running looking for a home. Our realtor calls us and tells us, hey, come see this lot. It's in this really beautiful, special, historic neighborhood, very family focused, very calm, very quiet. You'll love it. We came to see it and we loved it. Our first time visiting here, the families were walking their dogs, neighbors were waving, children were riding their bikes, couples sitting on their porches, just literally everything I wanted in the place where I was going to raise my 2-year-old son. So we bought the lot, and the rest is history. However, when we built our house here, we built it under the impression that it would remain a historic residential area, a place where we all pretty much know one another. Our kids play together. We look out for each other. Everything that it is today. Approving this will definitely and completely change our neighborhood as we know it and as we love it, causing an adverse impact from noise to traffic, even if the traffic is just foot traffic. But more than anything, pushing against the historical preservation of our neighborhood. With that said, I respectfully ask the board to protect the historic residential character of our community.
Okay, thank you, Iman. I'm now going to call Jonathan Schaefer.
Hi, unlike some people, I will respect the 2-minute rule. I completely support this project, and I think the reason is you're talking about community, and what they are trying to create is community. It doesn't, not necessarily every part of the community is exactly the same. They're trying to, peace and love sounds like something I would want in my community. As someone that's invested heavily in this area, not just money, but time and helping of people, I think it's very important that we continue to have projects like this happen. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Schaefer, just one question to you. I have your address listed in Solon. Can you help us understand what your ties or connections are to this neighborhood?
Yeah, I own many properties in the area and have rehabilitated properties that were in disrepair and made the community better from that perspective. I've run projects where I distributed gift cards to the neighborhood for in the times where people, during the holiday times where people need food that they maybe can't afford. I've supported many projects, and you can check with Kevin Conwell on this. When the neighborhood groups came up empty, I've been there to support the diversity and inclusion and a lot of different things in the neighborhood, including, as I mentioned, a food drive, like raising money for food, helping museums when they've needed money, and many other things. You don't have to live in a neighborhood to be part of a community.
Okay, are you saying you own property on Way Park or?
I do not own property on Wade Park. I own property on Ashbury and on 115th.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, does that conclude your comments, Mr. Schaefer?
Yes, thank you for your time.
No problem. I have Fatima, hold on, there's a lot of chatter, please. I have Fatima Weathers next on the list. Are you still present?
I don't see her.
Fatima Weathers. Oh, she came off of mute so many times, and I'm so
know.
sorry
Yeah.
that now you have the floor. You can't be with us. All right, I'll call next Sherry Callahan.
Hi, I want to echo a lot of what my neighbors have said in not requesting any variances or zoning changes to this property. The hardship to the neighborhood is the property values are higher, mainly because the properties that were purchased by the rabbi and his family or the Shabbat, the property lines all connect. So he has a group of homes where he's not going to get opposition from the neighbor because he actually owns the home. But the properties were purchased in many cases way above what their appraised value would have been. I was circumvented selling a home because they went straight to the owner and said, we'll give you what you want. You don't have to deal with paying a real estate commission or anything like that. So the property values have gone up. That is a positive if we wanted to sell our homes. But the negative is that it has raised our property taxes higher than we ever thought they would be. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Callahan. I now have Thomas Cavan on the list.
I like to echo all of my neighbors' sentiment as well with regard to the property values. It will cause our taxes to go up even higher than they already are right now. Additionally, my concern is if you look at Magnolia, that's been turned completely institutional and commercial. And it's starting on Wade Park already. And if we allow it, then where is it going to stop? So I think that we should deny this variance, not because we don't want a house of worship. I think that's fine. You can still do that activity there, but I don't think it should be rezoned.
All right, thank you for your comments. I'll now turn to Portia Brown.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for this. I want to expand on a few things that have already been said. First off, in a January meeting with the community, the rabbi himself said that he was purchasing these homes because he wanted to determine who is going to be living near him. In doing so, as two people just mentioned, the inflated prices that were paid for the purchases of those homes have now excluded a population of people who can no longer afford to purchase homes in this neighborhood because those inflated prices, over $400,000 that two homes that he owns were paid for, that has knocked people out of the market to purchase homes. So there's that piece in addition to our property taxes. Cassie had a question. Yes, the garage will be demolished. That was stated by the architect in a meeting with Landmark Design in November. That goes against the historical landmark designation, the commercial kitchen, the commercial designation for the house. That goes against the Landmark Commission. For those reasons and more that have been stated, I am in complete opposition to this not first time attempt to change the zoning. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I will now go to, I have one other person who did not speak, and let me just give you the floor once more. I think it's Deborah Pittman. No comments passing? Okay. So then I have Ariel Washington.
So Ariel Washington.
Let's get you the mic.
I'm speaking up.
Well, the people on Zoom have to hear you.
I apologize. Speaking of Ariel Washington, one of the neighborhood planners, I will be brief in respect of the time we have left and all of the things that have been said that I agree with. Also, I will stick with my one biggest issue with the project since learning about it. I'm sticking with zoning. The issue with zoning, I keep hearing one family, this is limited, one family, just so people understand. The issue is that it is limited, one family. I don't want to see a precedent set either in this area. I really feel that if something happens today, this is the last chance for this neighborhood, this community, as far as protecting their zoning, possibly being encroached on by other uses that many people have stated about the illegals, or whatever you want to call it. Someone coming in wanting to do Airbnbs or institutional uses or mixed uses. Again, I know this variance is not, people are speaking of parking. It is not to change the zoning of the neighborhood. It's to change the zoning for this one property. But we understand that it is an issue of a variance being given to this one property, and when it's sold, what can come after? The neighborhood is trying to protect its future of what happens here. We can't tell the future, so understand that I am against a variance because of zoning and what can happen in the future, whether it's another seller or the encroachments of CWRU, with the property that they're buying up and different things like that. Again, it's just the zoning, and we are very crunched protecting this area, and I'll end my limited time. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Washington. I also have Kim Scott on the list. I will give you the floor next. Oh, I thought she was on my list. Okay.
Just making sure.
Appreciate your thoroughness.
Thank you for the time and consideration. I'm not going to be long, but I do have a couple of points that I wish to make. So I want to start off just by saying that every action is but an intention. And so the question that I have is what the true intention when this project first was brought to the city's attention. I understand that the initial desire was to demolish the structure. That's where we started. You had to go through the process. That was denied. So that was the first thing. But beyond that, beyond this 11409 Wade Park, I am curious as to what other properties have been acquired under the same ownership. I do know that 11501 East 115th Street, which is at the northeast corner of 115th and Wade Park, had been, I don't know if it's still being used as an Airbnb. I had concerns when I discovered that cars were being parked on the grass area of that property. And this was 2 years ago or so. I first met with the rabbi and his wife on March 14th of 2024 in UCI's offices. We had the conversations about what could be done with the Wade Park property. My recommendation at that time was because it looked in such disrepair, maybe you can do something with the landscape. You've owned it all this time. Maybe you can do something with the landscape that says you have an intention to invest in this. For 10 years, going through this process of applying, resubmitting, updating plans, that's fine, well and good. And I don't have a problem with the activity going on with your operation. But what I do have a problem with is people that have business acumen that go around the requirements for what is needed to become permitted for whatever it is that they want to do. And that's what I see. That's what I see with the house on 115th with the cars parked on the grass. Subsequent to that, the cars on the grass was they took the cars off the grass and then they put up a chain link fence. This is a historic district. That's what's there, right? That's what's there in the Google Maps. And matter of fact, I took pictures and I took pictures of the chain link fence around the property. So, I mean, it's there, the cars are not there. That's fine, but was there ever a permit pulled for the chain link fence? Was there ever the permission for an Airbnb? Was there ever permits for, I don't know the property holdings. I don't know what the portfolio is, but I know that it's more than just the Wade Park property and the property that they're living in and having, the activity. So I would just say, considering the concerns, and the final thing is, we use the zoning to regulate, we use a future land use plan to guide what development takes place. The future land use plan for this property that no one has talked about is for single and two family. That was what was decided as through the process of a community engagement. This is what the residents wanted to see as the citywide plan was being developed. So from that perspective and all of these other considerations and the comments from the community that live and own property in the neighborhood, as well as with the folks that participate in the activities, city planning does not support this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Scott. And I am just going over my list once more. I believe I've called everyone who wants to speak. Is there anyone who has not been called upon and they want to speak on this matter?
What?
Okay, do you want to give comment on this project? Yeah. Okay, we'll have you sworn in. Ms. Roca, if you
I
could
missed what
swear
happened
in.
here.
What's that?
I'm sorry, I missed what. we're-
She's from Landmarks. She wants to be sworn in so she can give testimony.
Sure. Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Please raise your hand, state I do, state your name, spell your name, and give your address.
I do. Jessica Beam, 601 Lakeside Avenue. Do I need to spell it as well?
Yes.
BEAM. First name's Jessica.
Okay, great.
Just to state, the property is located in the in the historic district. And just to kind of comment and add on to the comments that have already said about the process, which have been great. The current version of the project was reviewed schematically by the Greater Northeast Historic Design Review Advisory Committee on November 4th and schematically by the Landmarks Commission on November 13th of last year. So there's no approvals have been granted. The schematic review is feedback only. And so that is the furthest that this latest iteration has been reviewed by Landmarks Commission.
Thank you for that clarity. I think there has been a different understanding in the room, so that is really helpful. Is it currently scheduled to be reviewed for approval at all?
Not as of yet, no.
Okay, and in order for them to move forward, is that a requirement?
So yeah, the applicants will reach out when they're ready for final review at the time that they determine.
Okay, and should they decide to move forward, does your office notify all of the neighbors that there will be a public hearing?
We do not have a process for that. Our meetings are not public hearings, they're public meetings. So we do rely on the local community development organizations and the applicants to kind of get that information out there. We do have our agendas up on the website, usually a week in advance of the meetings for our Landmarks Commission meetings and design review meetings. But we don't have a process the same as the Board of Zoning Appeals does.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much for that, and thank you for being here. We appreciate your comments. All right, so we've given everybody an opportunity to talk. There have been lots of comments going back and forth. I am going to ask you not to repeat testimony that you have already given, but I will give you an opportunity to respond to anything that you've heard that you would want the board to consider your position on.
Before we do that, can we maybe potentially ask some board questions so he could hit all of it all at one time?
Yes.
Sure, absolutely. So which board member we'll let you
I'll
start. Go right ahead.
So the broad themes that I heard throughout, issues with expansion of use, not enough parking for residents as is, and the impacts that that will have potentially if these variances are granted. Does the community need this expansion? And that the appellant may or may not have prior knowledge of the zoning. And will this use run with the land? So if you as the attorney could address, first of all, is it possible to use this property for worship without the variances? If you cease to use this property for this purpose and you sell it, will it still be a house of worship? Will this use be expanded beyond the Chabad? So will you have, broader Jewish community events here, a broader synagogue use? Can anybody from the Jewish community come and worship here? Or is it going to be limited to student use? And did you know about
questions? I don't think you'll remember all those questions. I think we should do them one by one.
Okay.
Yeah, just ask one question.
Well,
they're all easy.
Here we go.
yeah,
State
go
your
ahead.
name and then start off with the.
Menachem Alevsky, known as Rabbi Mendy. Should we go backwards? No.
start with, is it possible to use this property for worship without your variances?
I don't believe so. We met with the city officials on Friday morning and we asked them, myself and some of the other neighbors, we were all here together with the councilman and city planning and zoning and the secretary of the Board of Zoning Appeals, can we use this property as a gathering space without a permit? And the answer is no. That was Shannon Leonard's answer, unequivocally.
So
You need permission to use a residence as a house of worship, as a place of worship.
Okay. Second question, if you sell this property, will it continue to be a house of worship?
You mean after?
Yeah.
If the variance is approved and the expansion, once we sell it afterwards, is that the question?
Yes.
I don't know that he
Oh,
can
can you?
Might be a question for the city.
Here's an interesting thing, if it's relevant, about what happened in Pittsburgh. The Board of Zoning Appeals in Pittsburgh, because they gave them all the parking zoning variances for all the same reasons, they said you cannot sell it to any other religious institution, only a Chabad at CMU, because if you sell it to another synagogue, they're going to use it and they're going to have parking issues. And so the city made a protection, safeguard in the neighborhood that you can use this only for this particular purpose. So for us, it would be Chabad at CWRU and University Circle, but it can't be sold to any other religious institution. And that's something which I thought was very thoughtful of the city of Pittsburgh, and certainly we would support that. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that was what I was getting to or add, is that could this be, a Baptist church next or some other type of house of worship? Is it limited to your specific use? And it sounds like it could be sold again, but we could condition it.
Right, if I may respond too, because and I know we're mixing some of these concepts. We're really here, as you know, for two different things, 2 area variances, parking and setback. So hardship and even some of the standards that were talked about, whether they bought it with knowledge, beneficial use, that review ties specifically to area variances, not.
We have area variances.
We do. But I just want to make clear, because there's been clearly a mixing of, it's a rezoning, it really has. And I know, so the main point is that I want to make is, as it relates to the house of worship, which, by the way, we are not here rezoning. The knowledge that they bought this property with was, whether they knew about it or not, it's irrelevant. There's knowledge because you're zoning. But if you read the zoning, it says you're allowed single-family homes and schools, churches, otherwise, subject to you going through and making sure there's not that impact. It's probably best like a conditional use or a special use. That may make it easier, which is much different than a variance, which are some of the standards that are talking about.
I get to the rest of her questions.
Sure. So I just want to make sure, as we talk about it, as it relates to the use, we're talking about those 2 standards that are identified, which I know you
And I
appreciate.
think that, under the area variances, the Duncan factors would still apply.
They apply to it's not because of the church, it's because of the area, meaning the distance required.
And the parking.
And the parking,
Yes,
right.
yes. So what I'm getting at here are some of the Duncan factor
Correct.
issues related to the parking and the
Area.
the setback,
Setback.
side yard setback.
So, right. It's our belief from a, beneficial use that this cannot be used for a permitted house of worship without the variance because of the width of the property, the house. And the fact that we're trying to preserve the look in the historic home in this landmark area. I mean, that's why we could knock another 10 feet off it and we would need that variance, but I don't think anyone would want that, and it would destroy the look of the home, which we're trying to preserve.
The reality is it's an existing condition.
Right.
So we understand that. With regard to the parking, we've heard extensive testimony from people in support and people in opposition, and to discuss appropriate safeguards. Are there any, so in the event there are people that need to park, we've heard testimony from residents that there are issues with parking for them and their family members and their own friends coming. What safeguards could you put in place to allow for parking for your participants who are going to drive. They may not all drive, and you may have many people that are walking, but if you do have people that are driving, if there's a paid garage, will you offer vouchers to them? Will you cover that cost? How can you ensure that the people that do need to park have a place to park because you do not have enough space?
The garage that was mentioned was also conflated. People said that people would go park there and pay the parking.
I just want you to raise your.
Yeah, the garage mentioned was also conflated because it's actually where all the students leave their cars parked. It's not that they go park there to come join our events. So this was misrepresented. They have their cars all parked there, and that's why they're all walking, because they only take it when they go home or when they go to Walmart or to Target or to Whole Foods.
So if I may interrupt, though, the question is, if there is a problem with parking, first of all, if there's a change in use from a house of worship that is serving this community as we've defined it, the Case Western students or otherwise, if there's a change in use like that, then, you know, the parking, we would agree, could be reassessed by this board to make sure adequate parking is provided.
Correct.
Is that as a condition?
Absolutely.
And then second, if the complaints come in, do you have any way to remedy it?
So that I just want to make that clear about the parking garage. There's no parking that people come in the park in the garage and come here. To answer your question directly, is there's a long driveway. It can fit 4 or 5 cars if necessary, and it's never necessary. In addition, as documented, we own the house immediately adjacent, which has parking spots that are if necessary. The street parking in front is permitted after 6 p.m. according to the city ordinances, which is a half mile of city, and it's never used. But it is permitted parking, and all of our events are in the evening. All Jewish Sabbath and holidays start in the evening, and so it's not necessary. And if it was necessary, like the student said, we would tell students don't come park. And if neighbors or the city notices it, we would be willing to do anything necessary to control for it and have that safeguard in. It's so unrealistic. It's hard for me to provide a safeguard because it's just never, in 13 years we've been here, it's never happened. In terms of family members, I mean, you have family who comes, people come, families come visit. Thanksgiving, those are, I don't think are irrelevant to this conversation. We have family visit, and what we do, they have 3 minivans, it's true. Yeah, but.
Will there be any other people that come outside of the Chabad community that will drive cars there?
No.
Are not from the walking distance?
The answer is no. We are primarily and exclusively Chabad of University Circle and Case Western Reserve, and we do not welcome others. People call, oh, can I attend? I want to see what it's like. We say, this is not for you. It's not for you. We tell people not to come all the time.
So if you have a speaker, you're not going to do any of that type of thing.
We do not have community events, community facing events for the Cleveland community. I don't think we've ever had that. Maybe once on campus at the mall center like 5 years ago. Not in our home. Okay. Have we ever had community
All right,
facing?
I'm going to give the floor now. Does that conclude your questions? I'm sorry.
You had a few more, you said.
Just the I think we addressed the prior knowledge of zoning. You addressed that.
Did he have prior knowledge?
I'm sorry.
Did he have prior knowledge?
And we would say he has prior knowledge of the, well, it doesn't.
I didn't answer the question, but the lawyer argues that it's irrelevant because this is a permitted use. The answer is no, I did not have prior knowledge. We and Don Dura did sign an affidavit. Don is a dear friend and a good man, and perhaps he told that to us. He did tell us that you're not gonna be allowed to tear down the house, the historic district. We felt, as is well documented in the landmark, I think it was in this very room, we said, look, we just want to build a beautiful home, something nicer and easier and more, and we attempted to tear it down for the sake of making something bigger and better. But once the landmarks forbade, we said, no, okay, fine, we'll so I did not have prior knowledge. I did not have prior knowledge to the zoning limitations. As a matter of fact, the first time I knew the words limited single family was after we met with Kim Scott in March of 2014, whatever it was, 2 years ago. And then she told us about limited single family. In addition, I'd like to contest what Ms. Scott is testifying about the chain link fence and cars on 11501 Wade Park Avenue. We have no knowledge of what she's talking about. Perhaps it was before we purchased it, and perhaps it was the people who were doing the construction. The chain link fence has been there for all the 5 years that we've lived there. When it was even vacant. So I don't know what she's referring to.
Those are all my questions.
All right, thank you. I see that we have Chief Leonard has joined the meeting. I can see that your hand is raised, Chief. Do you have comments?
Yes, good morning, or now it's good afternoon. Madam Chair, members of
Oh,
the
really?
board, I apologize. Shannon Leonard, Chief Zoning Administrator. So I did want to address a couple of the statements that had been stated. So regarding the standards for this, the use is permitted if the Board of Zoning appeals after public notice and public hearing under appropriate safeguards and such special conditions as you deem necessary, and if in the judgment of the board, such uses and buildings are appropriately located and designed and will meet a community need without adversely affecting the neighborhood. The second variance is obviously the parcel is within 15 feet, no matter how they add an addition or not. It's the building itself, regardless of where the addition is, that requires that area variance. And then the third variance is that the applicant is proposing 129 seats based on their banquet tables. So that does require the 22 parking spaces. The other thing that I wanted to, and that's also an area variance. The other thing I wanted to address was we did meet with the councilman and the applicant and some of the community members last Friday morning. And the question comes up, I believe, one of you had asked, can we prevent this from selling to another place of worship? Once you give a variance for a place of worship, generally speaking, if the applicant wants to sell it to another place of worship, the city zoning does not get involved into the personal transactions of property sales. Secondly, as it relates to what Pittsburgh did, that's another state with different laws and different regulations. So I'm not aware, and I'll defer to our law department, but I'm not familiar with being able to condition who they sell their property to. However, what I will say is if they do sell their property, it would either be for a place of worship or revert back to a limited single family home. It would have to come back before the board for anything outside of those uses that we're discussing today. And then the third thing can this be a conditional use so it doesn't require variance in perpetuity? I think that's where a lot of the community concern comes from, is that this is a variance in perpetuity, changing the character of the neighborhood and things of that nature. And so one of the things that I suggested to the councilman and the applicant was that perhaps they could change this application rather to establish use. They could establish as a temporary use. A temporary use permit is for 30 days. They could come to the board and you all could condition that for, say, a year. And then within a year, they could come back. And then that would prevent from an in perpetuity variance, if you will. So I just wanted to give you some of that context from that meeting. But there is, outside, if they're establishing this use as long-term, they want to make this permanent in the short term, then they do need the variances here today.
All right, thank you for that, Chief. We appreciate that clarity and those comments. I will now ask other board members if they have questions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have several. First of all, this has been a long and contentious meeting. Usually when this happens, it is a sign that there has not been adequate public engagement that usually involves the council person and the CDC for the area. So I would like either the attorney or the appellant to respond as to how much public engagement there has been, how frequent it has happened, given that there have been several iterations of this project, and what the feedback has been, considering the fact that the council person is not in support.
Thank you. Your name? Menachem Levsky, known as Rabbi Mendy. We met with the community multiple times over the last 3 months. The first was with some of our immediate neighbors, and some who are leaders of the Neighbors to Neighbors, and I asked to please put me on the agenda and present this in the November meeting. The December meeting. We were not on the agenda in the December meeting, and then we called our own community meeting, sent out emails to everybody and asked all the neighborhood communities, please let everyone come January 27th, as was mentioned, and that's when we presented this to the neighborhood. We had a follow-up meeting, then following Monday morning, so I think that was a Wednesday, so Tuesday or a Wednesday. The following, I think a Tuesday night, the following Monday morning, we had a follow-up meeting with some of the neighbors and the councilmen, where we discussed much of all of this. We have two needs in two neighborhoods and two communities within a neighborhood, and there's a real community need, and it's permitted by law. And we are residents, we're outside investors. We deserve a place of worship, and it's permitted. And we want your support. As is well documented, the immediate neighbors are not in support, while much of the broader community, including other immediate neighbors, were in support. The councilman said he would make another meeting, which happened on this past Friday. In between, we had another community at the Neighbors to Neighbors community meeting where they invited us and put us on the agenda to share all this, and all this was shared in all the detail, as you know, that you saw, with not much difference, other than we are a real community with a real need, and we won't adversely affect the neighborhood. And some people in support and some people in opposition, much of what you saw today. So we've had basically 2 full community meetings and 2 half community meetings with the councilman. So that's, I guess, 3 full community meetings, if that counts.
Individual meetings.
All right,
Over
Ms.
what
Faith.
period of time? When did you start the meetings?
The first was January 27.
Right. So January 27th, it's now March 2nd. So this has not been ongoing for a very long period of time. All right.
3 full meetings, but 6.5 hours of conversation where we all agree on the facts. We are a real community with a real need, and we are petitioning the city to allow us to do something permitted, while others want to oppose it. We all agree on the facts, and in reality, that's why we're here, to ask the city to do the right thing and honor the law and do what's right.
Well, I don't think anyone disputes that you have a need for space. Question to your architect. Do we still have him with us?
Yes. We do.
Yes, Ms. Faith.
Great, thank you. If you can address the window that you said, is that a window that goes into the large picture window? And you said the horizontal window, and I believe that is, you mentioned, into the commercial kitchen. So I'm assuming the large picture window is going into the banquet hall, and the horizontal window are going into the commercial kitchen area. And you had feedback that those were requested to be changed. And I need to know the status of that.
Yes, Ms. Faith, the large window actually is part of the communicating stairs, the fire stair that would be required for this to become a commercial facility to meet egress codes and fire codes. That's the large window, so it doesn't face into anything other than the stair itself that links floors together. It's a new element in the design, and the horizontal band windows at the very back of it basically is visual access into the kitchen or a storage area at that point. And that was the feedback at the schematic review for landmarks at that point.
Right. So as the landmarks representative stated, you have not had landmarks approval yet, and you are in a landmarks district. So you've only gone through with schematic review at this point.
That is correct. Knowing that the importance of granting these variances, we're going to basically set the direction for the project itself. It didn't seem to be a wise use of time and effort to finalize a design when the underlying variances, could change the outcome of the project. Oh, yeah, and yes, Ms. Faith, there were previous versions of this that had been approved through local design review and landmarks previously, but there were also then Board of Zoning Appeals issues with previous iterations that at that point in time stalled the project.
Right, you were before us with the previous iteration.
Yes, ma'am.
You may not have been before every other member on this board, but you were before me at least.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Does that answer the question? I apologize.
So you're making a case that you're not going to need the parking, but you expect to have active transit, meaning foot traffic, and you are taking advantage of the circulator bus. I would expect also that you might have transit using active transit being bike and scooters. And what contingency have you made for parking for those man-powered vehicles?
So in Menachem Alevsky, known as Rabbi Mendy, we almost never have bikes and scooters, maybe once in a while. What can be done? I think the right thing to do is to have a bike rack in the back, so it's not, or maybe that railing which goes down the steps in the back can be used as a bike rack. We never have bike parking. It can be as well documented by all the neighbors who have submitted letters in support saying they've never seen anything like it. So in 13 years, we've never had like an influx of bikes and scooters. Once in a while. What would the Board of Zoning Appeals want us to do to safeguard that?
Well, I would question whether, you're going to have some staff working in this kitchen, are you not?
How do I say this? Sadly or beautifully, we are a family. We do this a lot on our own, and so it's a lot of work. But it's mostly the four hands here. Sometimes we have cleaning help who helps us. So.
So you're telling me it would be a grave inconvenience for you to put in a bike rack?
I didn't say that. I think it's not necessary because it's just not. It's not in aligned with the reality, and we'd be happy to.
So
wait, hold on a second, Ms. Faith, you broke up a little bit. Can you say what you just said again?
It sounds to me like they're not willing to make that concession.
Say that. I said we'd be happy to.
Yeah, he just ended with that they would.
Okay.
I wouldn't want it to be in front of the anywhere visible because I don't think it would honor the residential neighborhood. If anything in the back, and there's already a long railing, which we need for egress. So I think we can use that and it would be very, very useful.
Well, you have an architect, so he is well skilled at placement.
So we would be willing as a condition to install a bike rack, subject to approval of it by landmarks or your planning staff. And, limit the number to as appropriate as determined by the city, correct?
Okay,
And
do you have other questions, Ms. Faith?
One other question with regard to parking in the driveway. It appeared to me that in the photograph where your actual residence was shown, there was a car parked next to the building. So I just want to be sure that you're aware that you cannot park any vehicles with 10 feet of any opening of a structure. And so you would not be able to utilize the driveway for parking within 10 feet of an opening in a structure.
Thank you, ma'am.
That concludes my questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Faith. Any other board member have questions?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, just a question on when you look at programming and sustainability, can you maybe speak, to some of the questions around the Airbnb format and just how do you plan to kind of operationalize this going forward? Seems like you guys have been in practice for some time, but, how do you make sure that, you can continue as you go forward with, your thoughts for this project?
This is going to operate as a house of worship as described, and only that. There's no broader story. The Airbnb that was mentioned is true. We purchased that property, and some people manage it. They rent it from us, and they were meant to apply to the city for the appropriate permits. We did not know that Airbnb was not permitted in this neighborhood until Ms. Scott told us, and it's going to be phased out, without a doubt, obviously, because it's not appropriate. So hopefully within the next 3 months.
Thank you.
And if
So my question is very direct. Okay. We've heard testimony from lots of neighbors regarding the adverse impact that your operation will cause this neighborhood. Specifically, we've heard testimony around the congestion of having an additional 129 people transversing the neighborhood, whether it's by car or by foot. And I think that is a very real concern that this board is going to take very seriously in our decision today. And so what do you say to a neighbor who is concerned about having 129 people in their neighborhood on a Friday evening, not about the noise necessarily, which we know that 120 people could get a little loud, but what do you say to someone who has that concern, and how could that not be an adverse impact?
it's a real question, it's a real concern. The truth is, the testimony of our immediate neighbors who can attest to how we operate and what it's like, including Don Dura, who publicly stated at our meeting, the honest truth is there's never any issue with noise and parking. And there isn't. So this is supported by 13 years of history and 5 years right here in this corner. So my message to the neighbors is if you didn't hear us until now, you won't hear us in the next 5 years. Whatever we've been doing until now will be next door. It's the truth. We don't have issues of noise, parking, and congestion. And those who are worried, are legitimately worried, you just see church, house of worship, yet don't understand the nature of how we operate and what we're doing. And the broad testimony of our community participants and our immediate neighbors who've watched this over 5 years can testify to that truth. It's something the board is going to have to trust the neighbors who we live with, and their letters are on record, and the way we participate, the way we worship.
So there's one thing that's not reconciled for me though, because you right now state that you serve about 40 to 50 people in your home, but this is asking for access to 120 people. That's a huge difference. So to say that your operation is going to be the same, I think is a little unclear, maybe misleading, but clarify that for me.
This is the max amount of seating that JP was able to fit in. Our operations never have 120 people. Currently they have between 40 and 50. Will it grow by 15, 20%? Perhaps, maybe 60 or 70. We've had events with 60 or 70 people, not in the house, you can't fit in the backyard. Over during the high holidays when it's like the major events, none of the neighbors knew over 5 years. So 120 is the very max that is seatable, allowed to be seated. The other truth is that room we are not planning to use as a full room of seating. We actually plan to use it as a lounge area with couches. So it's not going to have 120 seats on a regular week. It'll have between 50 and 70. And that's nowhere, that's very well within the range of what we're doing right now for the last 5 years. And no one has seen any issues, and there won't be in the future. And if there are, then, our neighbors know us, they'll call us, we'll safeguard it in however they want and however the city sees appropriate.
Okay, are there people, the people behind you are your neighbors? Do you know all of them?
We know some of them,
Okay, have you been in contact with all of the people behind you?
with some.
Okay, I think you want to chime in, is that right?
I just want to say regarding the seating, the 129 number was just taken from how many seats we can fit. I just want to reiterate that.
This is at the dining area.
Yes, so it's just trying to see if we need it, not that we have it, but what's the most we can fit. That's number one. Number two, we know that we've spoken to some of the neighbors behind it. The one, Dr. Pittman, this is the first time I'm seeing her face to face.
Let's see, Pittman Clater.
Pittman Clater, sorry.
A little
slower.
Dr. Pittman Clater, she lives on 108, which is half a mile away. It's the first time I've seen her.
Okay, wait, one person can speak at a time.
Can I rebut?
One person can speak.
I have had 4 email exchanges with her, but never face to face.
Okay,
So that's all I want to say.
okay. Any other questions from board members?
She said they.
Oh, wait, you're speaking out of turn. Give me a second. Any other questions from board members?
Madam Chair, I did want to ask, given Ms. Leonard's statement about the fact that this project could potentially receive an approval for temporary use rather than into perpetuity, I'm wondering if the attorney and the appellant would be amenable to accept a temporary use.
Attorney to the appellant.
Either.
It would be, and this is John Slater, I'm the attorney for the appellant. When that issue was brought up on Friday about a 30-day, my response and concern was typically to do a building permit, go through this process and have a 30-day permit, it's very difficult to finance a project like that because you have to go to a bank, right? And that was one of the biggest concerns, to leave that open, build it, and then for some reason it goes away. And that's why I felt practically, and we feel practically, that having very specific safeguards built in, tying it exactly to this, and you do have the authority specifically under your code to do it. So any change in use, and it is true, if another place of worship comes in, if the use doesn't change, but if the intensity or any of that changes, because you're passing this based on this specific use and its representations to you. So if a Catholic or a Baptist church comes in and uses it for the same way without any traffic, you can't deny them because of the type of religion. But if they change, whether it's Jewish, Catholic, Baptist, or something else, if the intensity changes, that's where you can control it. But that's, I think, legal in what you can do. So our initial reaction to it was we just didn't think it would work from a financing. Not that we're trying to be difficult, but that's practically, I think, our concern, is it's significant investment.
All right, any other board members have questions?
And just to that, comment on that, I mean, that is the concern, I think, is the intensity of the use of future uses. I mean, you've expressed to the board exactly what this group wants to do, but we've heard concerns from the residents that, if you expand, if you start adding more people, if your events get bigger, your gatherings get bigger, that poses even a more significant adverse impact on the neighborhood. So what I want to understand from you is must we condition this, that if this variance is approved, it is only approved for the specific amount of people that we have discussed today, and that you are not going to, this is not going to expand beyond that?
You have my confirmation to all of the above. This is a application to use this for the Chabad house the way we operate it now, Chabad at Case Western Reserve and University Circle, and we will keep it that way, and it will not be opened up to any other major community events or other communities, or sold without the permission of this board. Obviously, there's family events, whatever, there's outside of the norm, which I'm not committing to never, ever having a party, but this is exactly what it is, what you see it, and it won't continue further. to anything bigger or different.
All right. Any other board members have questions? All right, I will entertain a motion, please.
I would just like to say, email communication, Sarah indicated they have 300 members. So I feel like they're not necessarily being truthful, and maybe the board can ask for clarification of how many existing members, how do they project growth? Because the 129 seats you just said is just what the architect could fit. But in the email, Sarah said they have 300 people. So how many people do they have?
Okay,
Would you
so
like to ask me that question? Would you like to ask me that question, or should?
so the question is, how many members does your organization have? Hold on 1 second. I want to make sure you okay? Okay, go ahead.
Menachem Alevsky, Rabbi Mendy. The number 300 members is how many people we know that are Jewish at Case Western Reserve and in the surrounding neighborhood. That's the number 300. Attendees, every synagogue has like 1,800 members. They have 25 people on a Friday night. That's normal. And churches have the same thing. Lahavdil. We know of 300 Jewish members of Case Western Reserve University Circle. The attendees are between 50 to 80 on a regular week and throughout in all of history. The projected growth, let's say it's 20%. Only God knows exactly how it's going to grow, but our commitment to this board is this is a use for this neighborhood with these people, and it will not adversely affect the neighborhood because it serves residents, it serves the walking community, and we're here. We are also residents. We'll protect the neighborhood. We're here.
Okay. Briefly, state your name. Go ahead.
I just want to ask more detail that may need more clarification. Why the number of students and people who can attend the dinner of Chabad is limited? I don't know if you know, but for kosher Chabad dinner, food should be cooked by the rabbi himself. He cannot bring the food from the outside. He's cooking the food with his wife. They post the videos on Instagram making every single dish for every single person who will attend, who will be invited. So someone like that can cook for 10, 20, 30, 50 people max, but you can't invite hundreds of people. This is just to say that there is a limited number, not because he will promise you, but because he can't as a person, even if he wants.
Okay. Thank you. All right, order in the room, order in the room, order. I will ask everyone to, no more talking. We're going to go ahead and go to a vote, please. Board, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, given the testimony we've heard today, the extensive testimony, given it's now 2:43 in the afternoon, we've heard from all of the neighbors. We've heard both pro and con. We understand that there's a need for this in the community for those that frequent the Shabbat, particularly the student population. We do not have support from the city council person. We do not have support from either of the city planners that have testified today. They have not had approval from the Landmarks Commission, though they have had review. Parking is an issue. They're required to have 22 spaces. That the testimony is they will not need those, but that is conjecture. They've had a limited amount of time with which they have had public meetings. They do not want to accept a temporary use as a condition, though they will add a bike rack. Given all that, I move denial of, sorry, I have to leaf back several pages. I move denial of calendar number 25-240.
All right, thank you, Ms. Faith. Is there a second?
Board Member Madison, second.
All right, can we call the vote, please?
Ms. Roca,
No.
Mr. Madison,
Yes.
Ms. Faith,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
Calendar number 25-243 is denied. This decision will be ratified next Monday, and we will send the appellants a letter.
All right, that concludes this matter for today. Thank you all for coming down to be heard. We're going to call the final case of the day. Thank you all for being so patient with us. This is calendar number 25-245. I don't think we have Ms. Hoser with us to read in this case.
I can read it.
So we need a volunteer.
I'll do it.
You do
Madam
it? Okay,
Chair.
perfect. Yes, thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
I know.
Calendar number 25.
Okay, thank you.
I can have this.
All right, we're going to ask that everyone lower their voice. We are still conducting business. All right, you have the floor, Madam Secretary.
Calendar number 25-245 at 4284 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. Samuel McDonald, owner, proposes to establish a 5-client residential facility in a B1 2-family residential district. The owner appeals for relief from the strict application of the following sections of the Cleveland Codified Ordinances. Section 337.03H, which states that a small residential facility housing 1 to 5 unrelated persons is a permitted use in a 2-family district if it is located not less than 1,000 feet from another residential facility. Applicant proposes a small residential facility within 1,000 feet of another established residential facility. And this was postponed from February 2nd at the request of the councilman due to a scheduling conflict. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Can I ask Ms. Kukla to repeat that case number for me, please?
25-245.
Thank you very much.
All right, now we will do the oath. Ms. Roca, can you swear in the speakers?
Right now, so.
Oh, that's okay.
I am swearing in all who are present for this case. Do you swear or affirm that you will tell the truth and nothing but the truth? Please state your name, spell your name, quantify you, and give your address.
ALD. My residential address is 23381 Shermer Drive, Warrensville Heights, Ohio. My
Would you say Shermer?
Shermer.
Spell it for me.
SHURMER Drive.
Got it.
Warrensville Heights, Ohio.
Okay.
I swear.
Monique Brownlee, MoniqueBrownlee, address 7222 Hyannis Drive, Oakwood Village, 44146, and I swear.
Spell your street for us.
Hyannis is HYANNIS.
Okay.
Is there anyone on the call who wishes to speak in this case? Stand in your hand, Mr. Orr. I don't think you wanted to be, but I'll let you deal with that separately. Sir, do you want to speak in this case?
I may need to let someone.
Okay, go ahead and swear you in. Bill Watkins, did you spell that?
Yeah, I am.
And your address?
1542 Eddington Road, East Bend, Ohio, 441.
And do you swear?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Oh, you too? Okay, great. Go ahead.
Bill Jackson, 4283 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, Cleveland, Ohio. I swear.
How do you spell your name?
CAMILLE.
LLE Jackson, JACKSON. Okay, thank you. And
Maureen, MAUREEN, Crider, CRIDER, WALLACE, 4288 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, Cleveland, Ohio, 44105.
is that Crider Wallace?
Correct.
Okay, and do you swear? Thank you. I think that's everyone. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you for that. Can we have history of the property, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been no change in the zoning since 1929. We didn't find any records in our administration office. There are no variances on file. And then in the cellar system, we found that in 1995, a permit was issued to apply vinyl siding. 2004, a permit was issued to re-roof. 2006 to HVAC and refrigeration permit was issued. And then we see rental registration being issued to the property beginning in 2015 and again in 2022 and 2024. And that's all that I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can we have legal, please?
Madam Chair, members of the board, appellant is requesting an area variance from the minimum distance requirements of the zoning code. To obtain the area variance, appellant must prove that denying the request will create a practical difficulty not generally shared by other land or buildings in the same district, will deprive the appellant of substantial property rights, and that granting the variance will not be contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning code.
All right, thank you for that. We'll now turn to the project team. Who wants to speak first?
Well, I can speak first just to give background.
Okay, just state your name and give your comments.
Monique Brownlee. I just wanted to walk us through the PowerPoint, if that's okay. Speaking to the agenda, speaking to the mission statement, a little bit about the family home, purpose of the family home, resident base, what it means for the community, and our commitment to the community. So I read through there. So our mission statement is to provide safe, compassionate, and individualized residential care for adult women with developmental and intellectual disabilities, empowering them to reach the next level of independence. Licensing, the facility will be licensed and regulated under the Ohio Department of Mental Health as a Class II residential care facility. A little bit about the property. So the single-family property is located at 4284 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. Okay. And it's owned by Samuel McDonald, retiree. Mr. McDonald has been a longstanding member of the community for over 20 years. Some of the residents on MLK Jr. Drive may remember that this same home previously operated as a licensed family home from approximately 2008 to 2013, during which time it functioned without incident and maintained positive relationships with neighbors. So the purpose of the Joint Journey Family Home provide the following. We are looking to provide the following services: safe, stable housing, nutritional daily meals, assist with daily living skills, personal care assistance, medication management, life skill support, and just help the residents feel valued and included. The resident base will include female adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities who need supportive housing. We already created partnerships with social workers who have a proven track record in thoughtfully and caringly matching residents to help ensure smooth transition and minimal disruption for individuals in the home and in the neighborhood. Our staffing will include, I'm looking to retire April 30th of this year, so I'm looking to be very hands-on. I did complete the residential care training program. I have 30 years of leadership experience in the supervisory role, and I have my MBA in business administration. Mr. McDonald will oversee the property maintenance and safety protocols while meeting local and state requirements, and he has 5 years of family home management experience. We'll also have direct support professionals who will provide daily care and support, and then daily staff support with 24-hour camera monitoring, and all staff is required to be certified by Ohio Department of Mental Health and will receive hands-on training. So what this means for the community. This is a small family style setting, not a large facility. This is not a halfway house for newly released criminals. This home will not provide housing for substance abuse individuals. This family home is being designed to create safe, supervised, and caring environment for no more than 5 developmentally disabled young women. This house will blend into the neighborhood just as it did in the past. Staff will be present to ensure the safety and well-being of residents, and operations will comply with all state, licensing, and regulatory requirements. We believe this home will be a positive re-addition to the community, one that reflects compassion, inclusion, and the belief that everyone deserves the opportunity to thrive as encouraged by the Federal Fair Housing Act and Americans with Disabilities Act. And as we go to wrap up. So our commitment to the community, we are committed to continuing that same standard of respect, safety, and community partnership as shown when the family home operated in the past. We are dedicated to maintaining open communication with neighbors and being responsive to any questions. Our goal is to be good neighbors and to ensure that the home continues to be a peaceful, respectful presence in the community. We would like to support community engagement through open houses, informal sessions, and basic conversations. We hope you will welcome this. Well, we hope the residents of the area will welcome this important service into the neighborhood. Together, we can help create a community where everyone belongs. The one thing I did not address, and this was created prior to the postponement, is that we've since heard that a lot of the residents have concerns because they were intimidated by the zoning sign that was placed in front of the property, which can be a little intimidating because it suggests that there's going to be a change in zoning. And what we understood from some of the neighbors is that they thought that the zoning change would be to their property and not just to Mr. McDonald's property. In addition, we were also made aware that they felt that there would be a change or increase to their property taxes, which is not the case. So we wanted to make mention, we did attend a ward meeting a couple weeks ago where there were 40 plus residents there. We were able to answer any questions that they had at the time. The one question that was asked that we were able to clarify is that these individuals here are part of the classification 2 residential care facility. They have developmental disability. That differs from mental health issues with schizophrenia or issues such as that. This is developmentally disabled individuals that we are looking to provide support to with the goal of them eventually being able to live independent. But that's the population or the residents that will reside in this particular property.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, we'll now give you the floor. Do you have any comments, Mr. McDonald?
No, I think she kind of wrapped it up. You know, I have owned the home for 20 years. Well maintained. And we decided to go back instead of 20 years ago, I had it as a residential group home, family home. And we shut it down, sent the license back to the state, and we decided to open it up. I had it for 15 years with CMHA housing. I had one family in it for 5 years, another family in it for 10 years. And I went back in this last spring and I had to redo the house, bring it back up to code, everything that was just, you know, in disarray. And I decided I didn't want to rent it back out, Section 8. I wanted to do something different. And me and my fiance came up with turning it back into a family home so that I could have hands-on to take it and make sure my property's fully taken care of inside and outside was always taken care of. Some of the things inside, not pertaining to the plumbing, electrical, and everything. I just didn't like the way the people was living in my home. I put a lot of money into it, and I wanted my home to be blend into the neighborhood. And we decided to go a whole different direction as far as going back into the making it a family home and helping some people out. And pretty much that's it. She answered all the other questions. You know, it's not, we're not trying to rezone the area. You know, we're just trying to blend it back in. Like a lot of the people in the area years ago probably don't even remember that it was a family home prior to me using it as a rental property. And I'm just gonna try to turn it back into, if awarded, turn it back into a family home again and blend it back into the community, you know, seamlessly.
Okay.
So that's pretty much it.
Madam Secretary, can I just confirm, I don't recall hearing a past variance was issued. Am I right?
No, yeah, you're correct. You don't
Okay.
have it.
Okay, perfect. All right, we also have Bill Watkins on the list. Do you want to give comment?
No, as of right now,
Okay. All right, Camille Jackson.
So I live.
Why don't you get pass her one of those microphones for me? And you can feel free to come to the table if you like.
Or scoot on up.
Yeah, roll on up.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, hello.
So I live directly in front of your property. And I wasn't at the meeting a couple of weeks ago, didn't know what was happening, but regardless, I'm coming to talk about my truth. And my truth is that prior to you all kind of defining here for me what it was that you all were doing and thinking about, my mind was all over the place with just the limited information that I heard. One of my biggest issues were going to be if it was residential, who would it encompass, and what stops it from being just that set of individuals? What if later on you all decide that you want to branch out? Because again, that once you allow it, it can allow for any change of mind if there's nothing that says, okay, it's only for this. And not only that, my question is, I know that you all said that you all were going to be hands on the 24-hour monitoring. Will there be someone living in the house at all times with the people?
Just to answer the one question.
Turn your mic. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
say your name.
Samuel McDonald. To answer the one question about if someone living in the house, what I did in the past, 20 years ago, we went to the homeless shelter, and we inquired about finding someone in the homeless shelter, a young woman that was qualified to want to live on her own. So on my 5th floor, I actually have 4 bedrooms, 4 on the 2nd floor, and a finished bedroom on the 5th floor, on the 3rd floor. So we hired a live-in resident. She did the cooking, and my late wife came down and administered the medicine. I kept the property up, and there was someone always there on the property at all time. And when that person wasn't there, then we had another lady that was at a homeless shelter would come in and spell her on the weekend. But yes, there was someone that was there at all times.
But that was 20 years ago. I'm
Right.
talking about.
I want to make sure, what is your plan for this particular property? Like someone on staff?
Yes, we intended pursue the same avenue, and with my fiance, we already had a couple of people that was going to be that we had interviewed with the perspective of being there 24 hours. Yes, and of course, handling the meals and the medication. If a lot of the people that we were having there is self-medicated. You don't actually hand the medication out to them. You just hand their supplies out to them and watch them get their own medicine out, and you lock it back up in a safe keeping lock, so that you basically monitor them. But yes, there will always be someone there at all times.
I did, Monique Brownlee. So at the ward meeting, we shared with the residents that there's a resident in the area who has her own community outreach program, and she will also be a part of the staff. And so she's right there in the area for whenever our live-in manager wants to take time. Then we have Ms. Cooper, who attended the ward meeting, and she'll be one of the individuals. My son has staff that we would have the option of also rotating in. He currently has 6 family homes, and so he has staff. So if there were ever an emergency that we couldn't be at the property hands-on, we have people in place to ensure that our residents are taken care of.
All right. Does that complete your comment?
Can I speak to, you made a comment, or Ms. Camille made a comment about us expanding. There's not gonna be
Not
expansion.
expanding.
Oh.
Sorry. Conversations coming to the.
Right.
Great.
Mhm.
So I'll give you the floor. If you have additional comments, you can make your comments, and then we'll go to the next one. Not expanding per se, but a change of mind, a change of who you would like to live, because right now it is the 18, if I wasn't mistaken, it was 18 to whatever age of, what makes it that permanent? What if, and just as a thought, what if it was a situation where, okay, we're getting $800 for the women that are mentally and then now you can get 1,500 for men that are just coming out of prison that, so what change and I'm
So,
just asking.
Monique Brownlee,
I
okay.
guess what I'm asking is, in this process, once it goes back to you and maybe you approve it, is there something in there that says, okay, it's gonna just be this demographic of people, or do they have the ability in the process of it to change their mind and bring other people in? And how do we kind of, because it's a concern.
Right.
It is a
It's
concern.
valid.
Definitely not a concern. What we're here today to consider is just a 5-person residential facility. So once the variance is granted, it will be granted for a 5-person residential facility. So I'll give you an opportunity to follow.
So, Monique Brownlee, so with this, we have a passion for it. Okay, I want to help young women learn and grow. I don't have the capacity to change this to men being released from prison or any other type of population. So this is the only type of facility that we will manage at that property.
We'll now give the floor to you, Ms. Maureen Wallace. Just press that button so it lights up green.
Again, Maureen Crider Wallace. I've been knowing Sam for as long as he's owned the property. I was around when he had the original group home years ago. And we never had a problem out of Sam and running his properties. The problem that we have an issue with right now is, why does the zoning code have to be changed?
So it has to be changed because right now the only permissible operation is for it to be a 2-family residential home. And this is not a 2-family residential home. So if the board grants the variance today, it'll change their ability to operate into a residential facility. It doesn't change the zoning in your home, doesn't change the zoning in your home. It'll just change the zoning at 4284 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. And it'll make permissible a 5-person residential facility if it's granted today.
Only for that one property.
Correct.
And that's only for Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, correct?
Just for
Or
4284. Mhm.
But I'll just add to that too. Part of the reason for the variance too is because it's within 1,000 feet of another residential facility, meaning we haven't seen the map, but there must be some other residential facilities nearby that are triggering this.
This one down on Miles Avenue.
Okay, maybe that's
Probably
the
the
one.
saturation.
However,
Since we're at this point, why don't we give Mr. Bay the floor to talk to us about the saturations? It just easily popped up on the screen. Is he available?
Good afternoon.
Oh, he's there. Okay, perfect.
I'm
Thanks, Mr.
still
Bay.
on.
Thank you.
Yep, this is Xavier Bay. I'm with Cleveland City Planning in the zoning section, and I put together these 2 maps that you're about to see on the screen to explain the saturation of existing residential care facilities. And so on the screen now, you can see the property in question is pointed out by the star in the center of the screen. And this map primarily shows you the saturation of the ward. So you see Ward 2 and how there's more density of these facilities further north in the ward. But we are located, or this property is located just at the edge of an existing residential care facility. Let me pull up the address. Actually, if you can go to the next slide, this next map zooms in a little closer. And so there you can see on Robertson Avenue is where the existing facility is, and they're just 921 feet away from the parcel line of 11409 Wade Park Avenue.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, it's adjacent to Martin Luther King Jr.?
Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, it looks like the title here is from
Oh,
the
okay, I see that.
previous
Yep.
case. But yeah, on the actual map, the 4284 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive it is the parcel that's highlighted in blue here. And then you can see that they're just at the edge of that 1,000-foot buffer.
Okay.
My
All right, thank
apologies,
you
I
for
had
that.
some trouble with the presentation because of all the slides.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Thanks for clarifying that. Okay, any questions from the board?
I guess just to follow up, so that's where the circle is it's within that range where it's less than 1,000 feet from.
I understand.
Okay.
I
Wanna make sure.
understand.
Yeah, we're just within the 1,000 foot.
Yeah, just literally barely. Yeah.
You steps could have changed this.
Right.
20
Okay.
years ago, when we applied, we didn't have to go through the zoning
Ah.
thing because we
Exactly.
was the only one in that area at the time, so we didn't have
Okay.
to go through this.
And that was my
situation.
question too, Sam, is why is it that they have to do this now? What is the difference
That was the difference.
in what's going on?
We can't have multiple
Oh,
people
I'm
talking at
sorry.
once.
Right.
You-
Yeah,
you-
because I've been there for over 40 years. And we're right next door.
Okay,
There's only thing between us is the fence.
okay,
So yes, I have concerns,
okay.
you know, especially initially. He did say that it would be a family home, but there was no real definition as to whether or not it was going to be women or developmentally disabled. He, at the time, was still trying to figure out, I guess, exactly how he wanted to proceed with it. So yes, I did have concerns. And with the zoning code being changed, you're saying that's specific only to that address.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. State your name.
Camille Jackson. So those variances, does that mean that there will not be able to be another facility next week pop up, you know?
Correct. Unless they come here to get approval.
But it's possible.
Only if they come here and they are approved. Any other, Madam Secretary, go ahead.
I have a letter from Councilman, oh my gosh, I want to say, it's Councilman Bishop, okay? We received it this morning. He's writing to express his opposition to the variance. He states that the primary reason for opposing this variance is the surrounding residents have directly expressed their strong desire that this variance not be approved. And he submitted to us a petition with 6 signatures.
6 signatures, okay. And do they have addresses on them?
Yes, they do. I can read the I can read the addresses. 4289 MLK Junior Drive. Another one from 4289 MLK Junior Drive. The first name of the first person is Zeta. I can't tell if it's Solomon. And then the second name is Emilio. There's a Rodriguez at 4289 MLK Drive opposing it. Then let me see if I can enlarge this a little bit. Another one from somebody from 4283. I can't make out the name on that. Is that, oh, that's you. And then Maureen Wallace at 4288 MLK and Rudy Wallace at 4288 MLK. Signed the petition.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so you signed a position in opposition to this project.
Correct.
Are you
And then that's the
still,
other part of those.
Those are other neighbors that are
Yes, those are
opposing.
the other people that signed the second petition.
Oh, there's more than one petition.
Right, that's the first one. And then this is the second one. It's the same petition, but a second page of it, I guess I should say.
So I am holding what looks like a petition. There are 6 signatures on this petition. One includes Camille Harris, and the others are from residents located on Martin Luther King Drive. And they state they oppose a variance for this project. And I'll pass that to you for your review. Go ahead, Mr. McDonald, say your name, please.
I think what the signatures was gathered because I think a lot of and just like Maureen next to me, her signature's on there, I guess, it's because they're not understanding the variant. They're thinking that the zoning is gonna change the whole neighborhood, not just the property. And I don't know, I didn't get that petition sent around, but some of I think their thinking is that granting us the variance to make that a family home, it would change the zoning in the whole area. I can't speak for the neighbors, but prior to that, I think this is what they're feeling.
Okay.
For the reason for them signing that petition. Yeah. Without understanding from you how the zoning actually work, you know.
Okay.
So, I can speak for myself, but
Have
now
additional
a
comments?
little bit more clearance.
Yeah, I just want to say that what happened is they're the exact same petition, but the councilman actually took a set with him. So he was getting additional signatures.
Okay.
Because what did happen between the neighbors in the conversation is that if one person can do it, already have had someone that lives down the street that has a larger home, like the one that Sam has, that, is going to revert to a residential family home. And he had already started asking about what is this going to mean to me? I can do this with my property. So yes, and that is what's starting to happen.
Okay.
And Camille Jackson, mine not only was what can be done, but who's coming in our neighborhood, just like the other case had, there was a concern for all of the people that are now going to be transitioning through our neighborhoods. Who are these people? And that's what I said in the beginning, because I was not sure who is going to fall up under that umbrella. If you're going to change your mind, if you do change your mind, who is that going to change the demographic of the people that are coming in? And I'm all for helping people. You know what I mean? I'm absolute good for you. Good for you. But at the end of the day, I don't want to be looking out my door and seeing a whole bunch of carrying on. I don't want to be afraid at my house. You know what I mean? And this is that day and age. You know what I'm saying? You have young people that are going to be there. The spectrum is so wide that, women, where's the boyfriends coming in? And I mean, it's the questions that need to be asked and satisfied for people,
So
and for me, if nobody else.
Does it change your position now that you've heard the details? Okay,
No.
so you still stand in opposition to this project. Okay, very good. All right, Mr. Watkins, I can see that you've raised your hand. Why don't you come forward and speak into the microphone?
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Faith.
I texted Ms. Kukla that I have a hard stop at 3:15, which is already passed.
Okay.
I have an appointment I have to get to, so.
Okay, thank you so
I
much for hanging in
apologize.
there.
I didn't realize we were going to run this late, but I have to get to this
Same.
appointment.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Faith.
Thank you.
So I will mention, as the appellant, you do have the right to have your case heard by 5 board members. We are now down to 3. So if you want to move forward and have us take a vote with the members who are present, we can do that. But I have to offer the opportunity for you to postpone and come back
Unanimous vote.
at another time when we have 5 members.
Understand. I think we go forward.
Yeah, well, we've been postponed already and,
Right. We go forward.
Okay.
I think some of the, that just to satisfy, I don't, from what I understand, she's wondering whether a lot of different family homes open up in the area, but I think maybe she didn't hear clearly that it is 1,000-foot buffer. So it's not like it can open up next door to each other like that. You have to have 1,000-foot buffer between one family home per se and another one.
Okay.
That's pretty much.
All right, Miss Leonard, I can see that you're raising your hand. Please chime in.
Yeah, I only have 10 minutes left as well, but I just wanted to clarify a couple of things that the applicant isn't changing the zoning of the property. They're just changing the use to use it as a residential facility for 5 or less residents within 1,000 feet of another. And so a residential facility as defined in our code is for 1 or 2 unrelated persons with mental illness, 1 or 2 unrelated adults who are receiving residential state supplement payments as defined by the Ohio Revised Code. And at this location, it's 5 or less. The variance is simply for the 1,000-foot buffer. The applicant had a group home previously. It closed down. It was no longer registered as state licensed. And so, and since that time, other residential facilities, as shown on this map, have located here and maybe or maybe did not need a variance because maybe they weren't within 1,000 feet of another. But at this time, this property is on the outskirts of the line of the parcel that is within 1,000 feet of a now existing state residential facility. But any future residential facilities here, if they were to change hands or another residential facility operator owner came, they would have to go through the permitting process as well. So whether it's any other client population or intensity, that would require another review by the city of Cleveland.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Leonard. Mr. Watkins, you have the floor.
Bill Watkins, Ms. Leonard pretty much cleared up what I was going to say about the whole zoning issue. It's just basically a change of use for the occupancy permit, so that can be sent down to OMAS. But it's nothing directly affects you guys. When it comes to the population, like they said, there will be staff on site. I think group homes get a bad name. I'm not sure why. I own 6 and I've never had a problem. Never. You're going to get arguments. Like that's, me and my mom argue. You stay in a house with someone, you're going to, at some point, you're going to see different on different items, on different views about different things. Sorry, I hate public speaking. But when it comes to the residents, for the most part, they're awesome. I've never had a resident that didn't understand, right from wrong, left and right. Never. I've been doing this since 2019. And when I say I get paid to help people, I love it. Residents who meds, they're assisting with their meds. It's called assisting with self-administration of meds. Basically, take the meds out of the locked storage facility, set the meds down, watch them take their meds, lock them back up, you're off to the next one. Staff is responsible for everything from top to bottom. They're responsible for the cooking, the cleaning, the washing of the clothes. Staff is very important. Staff is very hands-on. As far as the hanging out, I've never had a house where they had a house party. This isn't that type of demographic. So it's not like they're moving in 5 people from different ends of the earth and everybody has free reign on what they do. It's literally a controlled environment at all times. Trying to think of what else I missed.
Let me go. Sound lose my thought.
Go ahead, take at it.
Monique Brownlee. So I just want to address Ms. Camille's statement about when you bring people into the neighborhood. You can have a Section 8 tenant or anybody that's renting, and they could be undesirable. We're looking to interview these individuals who come in. We're working with social workers to make sure that they are the best fit for our property. I don't want drama, and for the community. The other thing that I would say, Madam Chair, is that at that ward meeting, there had to be 30 to 40 individuals. I don't know how many signatures there are, but it doesn't support the 30 or 40 individuals that we addressed at that time to relieve them of the concern about zoning of their property and property taxes. Six signatures doesn't suggest that they had the same concern as these two residents to be here today to present to you all, the board, on their concern. I would have signed a petition had you told me it's going to raise my property taxes. So I can understand the fear that they operated on when they signed that petition. But at the same time, I don't know if that petition, I would hope that that petition doesn't carry the same weight as it does for individuals who are here present, ready to hold a conversation and present why this will be a good investment to the community.
Can I?
Okay.
Sam McDonald, can I say one other thing? Just to show you how seamlessly that family home fit in with the neighborhood. Most of the people don't even understand it. It was a family home. It was no problem. They didn't even see the people coming in and out. If so, you would have some opposition or tell them what happened before. If they didn't read these literatures and know it was a family home, originally when I bought the house 21 years ago, I bought it with the knowledge of making it a family home. I didn't have to go through the variance. It was a family home for 5 years. And we turned the license back in at that time because we went into another a venture on buying different other rental properties. But and my deceased wife is gone, and now me and my fiance and my son-in-law is wanting to partake on a new adventure and open it back up. So, because I didn't want to rent it out Section 8 and again and have to deal with my property in just a way where I have to keep going back there, pouring a bunch of money into it.
Okay.
You know, I could be hands-on. So,
All right.
thanks for hearing.
No problem. Any questions from the board? All right, no questions. I will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, based on the testimony that we've heard today, I move that we approve calendar number 25-245.
All right, thank you. Do we have a second?
Board Member Madison, second.
Thank you. Can we call the vote, please?
Mr. Madison,
Yes.
Ms. Roca,
Yes.
Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
Calendar number 25-245 is granted. This will be ratified next Monday, and we will send you a letter, but you can contact us next Wednesday for further instruction.
All right. Thank you all for your patience today. I know it's been a long one, so I thank y'all for waiting. I didn't even realize there was another one behind there. Or I would have. I'm so sorry. I know. I sure could have. All right, we're gonna now turn to old business. We have calendar number 25-223. Hold on, you guys, we're still, excuse me, we're still conducting business. Camille, we're still conducting business, so I'll have to ask you to quiet, please. Calendar number 25-223 is up for ratification. Any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
All right, we have one request for postponement. This is calendar number 26-013. It looks like there is a scheduling conflict to the March 16th date. Any objection to postponing to a new hearing date, which is April 20th or 27th?
No objection.
No objection.
All right, so that will be moved without objection. Madam Secretary, which date? All right, so calendar number 26-013 will be moved to April 27th. And that concludes our business. It is now 3:29 p.m. and we are adjourned. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you.
27.